Brodsky denounces Solzhenitsyn. In Moscow, a Duma is promised and black gold white colors fly again. In Jerusalem, generals debate where best to plant the forthcoming exodus along the Jordan. This is the world from which Berlin's most original impulses came, and to which they remain most relevant, not that of the Reform Club or the British Academy. The upright figure at the Albany may seem as much of an ornament of the British establishment as his panegyrist, and that of the Prime Minister. This is a mistake. Even where his answers for it are least conclusive, it is in this other setting that his work merits greatest critical respect. 1990. 12. Fernand Braudel and National Identity. The most renowned historian of his time, Fernand Braudel owed his international reputation to the two great volumes on the Mediterranean in the Age of Philip II which he published in 1949, and to his trilogy on the material civilization of world capitalism, which appeared between 1967 and 1979. He died a few months before the first volumes of his incomplete final work came out in 1986. More local in topic, and limited in execution, The Identity of France has generally been treated as a charming but diminuendo coda to his achievement as a whole. In fact, this concluding project, on which Braudel embarked in his late 70s, was conceived on a cyclopean scale. The torso that survives, 2 volumes devoted to geography, demography and production, is nearly 1,000 pages in its English edition. They were to be followed by 2 sequels, one concerned with French politics, culture, and society, the other with external relations. This quartet on identity was then to be completed with 2 further works, respectively on the birth and the destiny of France, in which Braudel planned to retotalize the structures analyzed separately in the first 4 studies into an integrated narrative history of his country. One perhaps incredulous of such ambition, Shion Reynolds has taken the liberty of suppressing the full extent of it in her graceful English translation. What were the aims of this vast design? Braudel's previous themes were virtually invented by him, strikingly original quarries from the past little mind before. Here he chose the most traditional of subjects, on which an abundant literature already exists, much of it distinguished. Why then a new history of France? Because, Braudel contended, the profession of historian has changed so utterly in the last half-century through the encroachment on its poorly fenced territory of the various social sciences, geography, political economy, demography, political science, anthropology, ethnology, social psychology, cultural studies, sociology. Braudel's claim was that these innovations made possible a much profounder exploration of the continuities shaping France, a speleological descent to the depths of an obscure history, running along under the surface, refusing to die, which this book proposes, if possible, to bring to light. 3. The subterranean longs-durs so discovered could then permit the comparative capture of what was historically specific to France, for only structures that are durable over time, as opposed to events that foam and fade away with it, allow meaningful contrasts between national experiences. 4. Tacitly. This is the double force of the term identity in the title of the book. It denotes what subsists and what singles out, and suggests that they are the same. The premise of Braudel's multidisciplinary inquiry is that the particular and the permanent in France have been one. Braudel called his enterprise a gamble. How far does it succeed? The work we possess has a quizzical attraction of its own, which to some extent comes from its unfinished state. Braudel always aspired to totalities, but his forte was details. Here, in a book confessedly personal, these are more wayward than elsewhere, but also often more delicate, and warmer. The first volume offers a physical description of the major regions of France and the tiers of its settlement, moving from general analyses of its villages and towns, to particular reflections on the commercial role of the Rhône corridor, the agrarian primacy of the Parisian basin, the strategic fortresses of Metz and Toulon. The second traces a demographic profile of the populations who have lived in the area of the Hexagon, explores the setting and range of their agricultural activities, livestock, wine, cereals, and ends by looking at the historical character of trade, industry and credit in France. The casually vivid, flowing style and bright jetsam of examples carry the reader effortlessly along, through terrain that might with other vehicles seem arbitrary, perhaps sometimes even arid. It is easy to understand why so many reviewers have dwelt on the pleasures of the text. But also why they have complained that Braudel seems to have lost sight along the way of his initial aim. For the work as a whole lacks any sustained even fitful comparative dimension. The differing European contexts which ought logically to have given relief to the specifically French experience are virtually all missing. The result is that much of Braudel's book is taken up with extended accounts of settlement patterns, agrarian practices, or commercial procedures that were often quite general to Western Europe as a whole, rather than peculiar to France. If its focus moves freely back and forth from remotest prehistory to contemporary times, it also slips seemingly unawares across large ranges of commonality more than identity, as what was distinctively French recedes into what was medieval or early modern at large. Braudel says at the outset that his theme was seductive but elusive, and so it proves to be. Nevertheless, amidst the sunnily digressive mass of this history, unenclosed as he wished it, there are certain claims that do in principle indicate a special position of France within the continent. The first of these is the contention that of all the countries of Europe, France has always been most various in its physical endowments. This is the most insistent thread of the work. For others, space would only be weakly historical as a feature. But Braudel's empirical claim for France reflected the theoretical primacy he accorded geography at large in social causation. Spatial determinations, he declared elsewhere, are the most ancient and important of all, what counts in any deeper history. 5. Here the privilege of France is to be such a happy illustration of the principle. For its regional variety, Braudel argues, meant material and cultural plenty, a wealth of contrasted settings and resources without equal among its neighbors. France has always been the dazzling triumph of the plural, of the heterogeneous, of the never quite the same. 6. In celebrating French diversity, Braudel had many predecessors. He cites his immediate master Lucien Febvre. But the theme ultimately derives from Michelet, whose history of France lyrically depicted the contrasts between its provinces, diverse in climate, customs, and language, yet bound in mutual understanding and affection. 7. And most directly from Vidal de Lablac, whose Tableau de la géographie de la France of 1903 declared that the word which best characterizes France is variety. 8. For Vidal the harmony of its constituent parts and the goodness of its soil, the pleasure of living there created an ambience that was a beneficent force, a genius loci, that prepared our existence as a nation and imparted something healthy to it. 9. In other words, Febvre's phrase diversity is the name of France was already a long-standing trope before him. Braudel affectionately embroiders it. But he makes no effort to substantiate the claim in the way that Vidal did, who pointed out that France alone of European countries combined a Mediterranean, an Atlantic, and a continental zone. Such climatic contrasts are real enough, but whether they suffice for greater regional diversity than anywhere else is another matter. Germany too contains 3 major geographical zones, between the Rhine, the Baltic and the Alps, with subdivisions that, contrary to Vidal's assertion, rival or exceed those of France. The Länder are a lot more vigorous in their regional profiles than today's emaciated provinces. In point of fact, it seems more plausible to argue that France was historically distinguished from its neighbors not so much by its geographical variety as by its early political unity. This is in effect the case made by another annals historian, Pierre Chaunou, who likes to dwell on the singularity of the French superstate, by the age of the Renaissance 4 times the size and population of the only comparable unified monarchy, its English rival 1-0. At times Braudel himself seems to concede as much, when he suggests that provincial diversity in France was actually a forcing house of royal centralization. In the actual triumph of the unitary state, in truth, probably lies the clue to the popularity of the motif of national variety, the one functioning as symbolic compensation for the other in the French ideology. Confirmation of this is suggested by the reversal of the relationship in an Italy that lacked any unitary state. Their Manzoni vehemently rejected the patronage of a well-meaning Lamartine, during the Revolution of 1848. Do you not realize that there is no harsher word to throw at us than that of diversity, which epitomizes for us a long past of misfortune and abjection? *11 It may be less the fact than the cult of regional diversity. That tells us something specific about the history of France. There is a second claim for French specificity in Braudel's account, less prominent or pursued, but comparable in kind. Turning from geography to demography, he argues that the great challenge for historical imagination today is to overcome the artificial divide between prehistory and history, as traditionally conceived one that the advances of archaeology have rendered anachronistic. Once this is done, he maintains, a striking phenomenon comes into view. France knew a greater antiquity of dense continuous settlement than any other part of the continent. It was the site of the first known human cluster, in the Alpes Maritimes, 1,000,000 years ago. It was the crossroads for the spread of Neolithic agriculture some 6,000 years ago. Towards 1800 BC it supported perhaps as many as 5 million inhabitants. The basic biological combination making up the population stock of France was thus already in place some 4 millennia ago. 1-2 In developing this case, Braudel appeals to the notion of a national Neolithic civilization proposed by a leading French prehistorian, Jean Guillain, author of a recent work entitled La France d'avant la France. But here too, the theme itself is by no means new. Introducing his tableau of French spatial diversity, Vidal stressed that its complement was temporal continuity. The relationships between land and man are marked, in France, by a distinctive character of antiquity and continuity. Very early in time human settlements appear to have become fixed. It has often been remarked of our country that its inhabitants have succeeded each other from time immemorial in the same sites. 1-3 Fascination with prehistory is widespread today. On this side of the channel some of the same impulses behind Braudel's interest in it can be sensed in Raymond Williams's multi-secular fiction of place. But transposed into proto-national register, the distance to myth is short. Braudel's claim for 5 million Neolithic farmers closes it. Guillain himself allows no more than 2 to 400,000. Here too the attributes of identity prove to be less specific than specious. The claims of diversity and of continuity share, however, a common structure. They should be read not as the findings of empirical history, but as fixed points of national ideology. All ethnic mythologies, it has been pointed out, are either territorial or genealogical in character, tracing the identity of the group to an original location or a primordial ancestry. 1-4 Later nationalist ideologies reworked these basic mythurns into their own forms of poetic space or heroic memory, as Anthony Smith terms them in his fundamental study The Ethnic Origins of Nations. 1-5 In a moving passage, Braudel confessed his passion for France, but promised to put it aside in his book. He characteristically added, "It is possible that it will play tricks on me and catch me out, so I shall keep it under close watch." 1-6 It bamboozled him just the same. But it was also typical of him that, found out, he could concede his errors with disarming bonhomie. At the end of his second volume, he reports that an audience at Göttingen would not let him get away with the thesis of France's superior diversity, and that he had no answer to their claims for equal German variety, and just before his death, he ruefully yielded to more modest estimates of France's genetic continuity. 1-7 Although he was at times the creature of a national self-image, he was never a captive of it. Where do these retractions leave the quest for the identity of France? In the last and longest part of his work, Braudel develops the elements of another approach to it, more serious and less congenial to collective amour-propre. The title of this part sums up its message, A Peasant Economy Down to the 20th Century. Here Braudel dwells on the extraordinary stability of French agrarian life, with its inveterate routines of cultivation and sluggish levels of productivity, the early adoption of birth controls, checking population in the countryside, the peripheral pattern of urbanization, all major towns save Paris and Toulouse scattered round the edges of the country, leaving a hollow interior, yet without stimulating major foreign trade, the lack of new industrial complexes comparable to the Ruhr or the Midlands, the hoarding of coinage and weakness of domestic credit, the failure to take effectively to the seas. France, Braudel concludes, was marginalized within the history of capitalism, which developed in a circular movement around it from the later Middle Ages onwards, from Italy to the Low Countries to England to Germany, without ever transforming the slow metabolisms of the hexagon between them. The peculiar identity of France derives from this fate, or fortune. Is it perhaps both France's tragedy and the secret of its charm that it has never really been what is called over to capitalism? 1-8 The French Revolution, contrary to received opinion, was not responsible for the economic misfiring of the country, any more than for its political unification. The die was cast much earlier. France enjoyed a brief period of economic leadership in the 13th century, when the Champagne fairs were the commercial hub of the continent. Thereafter, bypassed by sea routes linking the Mediterranean and North Sea economies, France was no longer a partner in the most advanced economic activities of Europe. 1-9 From now on it would be a covetous spectator of other people's successes, on occasion tempted to annex them, 15th century Italy or 17th century Holland, by force of arms, in vain forays to offset the peasant stillness at home. This is a memorable description. But what were the causes of the web of inertias that made up this French identity? Braudel has rather little to say about them. The luxuriant foliage of documentation surrounds a very slender trunk of explanation. The nearest he comes to a comparative hypothesis is to wonder, at a number of points, whether the very size of France was not an essential handicap to integrated economic development in the early modern epoch, preventing the emergence of a national market and creating an exorbitant state to hold it together, where England, by contrast, was small enough both to form a single market centered on London, and to maintain political unity with a modest state. 20 The observation is in itself a reasonable one. But it will hardly do as a central explanation of the French path of development. What Braudel's whole account of France's peasant economy significantly ignores is the peculiar dynamic of its smallholder property. The omission is all the more arresting in that it was here, precisely, that Marc Bloch located the originality of French agrarian history. The pivot of his great work on the subject is a comparison of the differing fates of the peasantry as their lords sought to resolve the crisis of feudal rents in late medieval Europe. 21 In Eastern Europe, the outcome was the spread of domain farming and a new serfdom, the loss of personal freedom and security. In England, it was the transformation of perpetual leases into tenancies at will, personal freedom and insecurity. In France alone, it was the widespread conversion of customary leases into heritable property, personal freedom and security. The consolidation of this smallholder agriculture, never completed but never rolled back, became the key to the social stability and the technological backwardness of the French countryside down to Bloch's own time. Some 50 years later, Robert Brenner was to develop the kernel of Bloch's insight into a magisterial comparative analysis of the variant property relations thrown up by class struggles on the land across Europe, and their consequences for development of agrarian capitalism, deploying the same three-way contrast between Eastern Europe, England, and France in a fully systematic framework. Brenner's account was widely seen to be a landmark, and set off perhaps the most important international debate among historians since the war. 22 The absence of any reference to it in Braudel's book is astonishing. More than an individual foible, however, may be discernible here. For this controversy, focusing centrally on France, in which leading French historians participated, has never been translated into French. Perhaps the illustrious figure of Emmanuel Leroy Lagerie, inescapable on all channels, felt uneasy about an exchange in which his own ideas were among those at issue. But could this have amounted to an embargo? The explanation seems to be wider, touching on the evolution of the annals tradition itself. One of the most striking features of its latter-day development is the extent to which it has relinquished two of the central legacies of Bloch's work, his insistence on a fully comparative history, and his concern with social relations of property and dependence. The overwhelming bulk of recent annals output has been devoted simply to France. The contrast with Anglo-Saxon production is quite startling. Within this newer literature, the place of property has in practice increasingly been taken by demography, often posed in theory too as an alternative to it. 23. Much of the Brenner debate, of course, hinged on the rival importance ascribed to these as explanatory mechanisms of historical change. In the version made famous by Leroy Lagery, the demographic interpretation of French agrarian history stresses the long-range Malthusian cycles of the countryside. Population increase among the peasantry would push up rents and subdivide plots, so precipitating subsistence crises that led to decline of population and concentration of land, which eventually triggered a renewed upswing of prices and population that in due course hit the same limits as before. The result, Leroy Lagery maintained, was a homeostatic system that imposed iron constraints on pre-capitalist economic growth. Tested out in the Languedoc, between the late 15th and mid-18th centuries, this model was then generalized across Western Europe, no longer, at any rate in principle, distinguishing French experience as such. 24. Against this background, another analyst then picked out a much more striking and specifically French phenomenon. In a series of professional and popular works, Pierre Chaunou focused on the precocious spread of contraception in the French countryside during the 18th century, birth controls that no longer took the ascetic form of late marriage, traditional in the downswings of the Malthusian cycle, but the new hedonistic form, to the scandal of contemporary preachers, of the saute-iange in the marital bed. Here something exceptional certainly did occur in France, as Braudel emphasizes, a sexual pattern that set the country apart from the rest of Europe, resulting in much lower population growth in the 19th century. What were its reasons? He suggests a combination of long-standing rural density with a newfound moral scepticism, after effect of the peculiar short-circuiting of both Reformation and Counter-Reformation in France. Chaunou's version is more lurid. The dry tinder for the revolution against life lay in the hyper-individualism of the small proprietors, in an overcrowded countryside, suddenly ignited by the rupture with traditional religion in the 1790s. 25. But in either case, there is no doubt that the stability of the French peasant economy down to the last days of the Third Republic was to be secured by a biological self-regulation unique of its kind, and that if there was a single structural complex which defined the character of modern French society more than any other, it was this configuration, what, in Weberian terms, might be called tradition-bound production and rationalized reproduction. What, on the other hand, has become of these features since the Second World War? For some 2 decades after 1945, France suddenly reversed its past and experienced high birth rates, asserts Chaunou. Attributes to the suicidal self-elimination of the secularized majority in the interwar years, when 2/5 of French adults produced only 1 out of 10 children, while a minority of about 1/13 produced 1 out of 4 children. This miraculous redressment, as Chaunou sees it, did not last long. By the 1970s, the faithful too had been struck by the White Death of negative rates of reproduction. But this was now a catastrophic general pattern in the West, which France had rejoined, as Christian apologetics everywhere fell silent. 26. Meanwhile, in the countryside the peasantry was carried away by a deluge Bloch could never have imagined, writes Braudel, as modernization finally engulfed the old rural order, leaving a mere 7% of the labor force in agriculture. The spectacle that overshadows all others, in the France of the past and even more of today, is the collapse of a peasant society, a balanced way of life so long sustained by its virtues: hard work, practical wisdom, modest comfort. 27. Although on occasion he suggests these may survive in the small towns where half of the French still live, Braudel's book ends on a note of regret at the landslides that have buried the village world in which he grew up. The sense of loss is tempered by the stoical creed which separated him from Marxists and liberals alike. Men scarcely make their own history, it is history that rather makes them, and therewith absolves them from blame. 28. But the conclusion of the work can only put its title into question. If the historical complex most distinctive of modern France has disappeared, What is left of its identity? Normalized to a standard pattern of advanced capitalist production and reproduction, how far has France simply lost the noumen Braudel was seeking? The answer is, of course, that what differentiates one country from another is not only social structure but culture. Although these are never independent of each other, there is a wide range of possible relationships between them. At one extreme, the Hindu caste system, specifying divinely ordained hereditary roles for all incumbents in the division of labor, could virtually fuse the two. At the other, modern capitalist societies can resemble each other very closely in all structural features, distribution of the labor force, degree of urbanization, demographic profile, size, and functions of the state, while remaining significantly dissimilar in culture. No one would confuse Belgium with Japan. Insofar as Braudel took up what he called the perspective of the present in his historical reflections, one might say that he was looking for the identity of France in the wrong place. For the underground streams of long-term population and production that occupy his two volumes have tended to converge with those of other countries. It was the sequel he did not live to write on politics and culture that might have yielded answers less subject to contemporary erosion. This was in effect the assumption, in its own fashion, of the traditional literature on national character. Today, this is a notion that has largely fallen into intellectual disgrace. One suspects that few readers of this journal, if asked point blank, would assert their belief in it. But how many scruple over the familiar judgment, typically, of foreigner or friend, in daily conversation? There are no generalizations that seem in principle so indefensible, yet in practice so unavoidable. The shadow of prejudice that falls across them was felt already in the Enlightenment. The first major writer on the subject, David Hume, introduced it with the caveat that the vulgar are apt to carry all national characters to extremes. But that was not a reason to deny their existence. Men of sense condemn these undistinguishing judgments, though, at the same time, they allow that each nation has a peculiar set of manners, and that some particular qualities are more frequently to be met with among one people than their neighbors. 29 Hume's aim was to show that national character, so understood, was not a product of fixed geographical environment but of changing political, economic, and diplomatic circumstances, the nature of the government, the revolutions of public affairs, the plenty or penury in which people live, the situation of the people with regard to their neighbors. 30 The most he would concede to climate was perhaps the greater inclination of northern peoples to alcohol and of southern to sex. 31 Otherwise, it was moral not physical factors that counted. The English were the most various in individual temperament of any nation in the world, displaying the least of a national character, unless this very singularity may pass for such. 32 This variety owed nothing to the uncertainty of their weather, and everything to the mixed nature of their government, the composite make-up of their rulers, the number of their religions, and the personal freedom these pluralisms made possible. With the substitution of temperament for territory, diversity here becomes the hallmark of England rather than France. Its flattering function did not escape notice then, any more than it might today. Kant retorted that it was precisely the English affectation of individuality that expressed their collective contempt for foreigners, an arrogance born of the illusion of self-sufficiency. Character, in any case, was not so much a mere factual disposition as a normative unity only achieved by coherence of ethical conduct. The man of principles has character. Fortunately, the Germans were well known for their good character, combining honesty, industry, profundity, modesty. 33 A century later, Nietzsche reverted to the higher ground. Compared with the English, a herd of drunkards and rakes who once learnt moral grunting under the sway of Methodism, and more recently the Salvation Army, the Germans might deserve their share of sarcasms, yet they were more intangible, more ample, more incalculable than any other people, the nation that above all escaped definition. 34 The adaptability of the figure is striking. Beyond the Alps, Vincenzo Gioberti could weave it no less deftly into his explanation of the moral and civil primacy of the Italians. First in the world of action through the role of the Roman Church, and in the realm of thought through leadership in philosophy, theology, science, statecraft, literature, painting. Italy was the mother nation of the human race whose civilizing mission was to foster the unity of the continent, for after all Italy's variety made it the mirror and synthesis of Europe. 35 Among so many self-addressed complements, one requisitory stands out in relief. Leopardi, at least, was proof against the conceit. Brooding on the character of his compatriots under the Restoration, he came to the conclusion that their outstanding trait was not diversity but conformity, their unfailing display of a cynicism immune from medieval superstition yet incapable of modern sociability, the product of a broken-backed history combining the wrong kinds of sophistication and backwardness. 3-6 The customs of the Italians called for reform rather than indulgence. These bitter reflections remained unpublished till the early 20th century. By then, in the new world of industrial armaments and academic scholarship, national character had become the object of major theoretical treatises in the competing powers. 3 cases exemplify this change. In France, Alfred Fouilly, a colleague of Durkheim and fellow spokesman for the solidarist cabinets of the 90s, published his Esquisse psychologique de peuples européens in 1902, the first comprehensive tour of the different temperaments of the continent. His patriotic aim, he explained, was to inform the French more thoroughly about their neighbors so that they should not fall dupe or prey to them. Fouilly distrusted the Russians and admired the English, although he was critical of their colonial egoism. The book contains a plea for the Entente cordiale that was negotiated soon afterwards. The French themselves were preeminent for their amiable vivacity, their critical wit, their passionate logic, their fraternity and generosity to other nations even if they did drink too much and have too few children. 3-7 In Fouilly's gallery of types, the static factors of race or milieu were, contrary to materialist suppositions, less important in forming national character than the dynamic ideas forces transmitted by each elite to the masses. Fouilly was, as this suggests, exercised by the dangers of Marxism. 5 years later, Otto Bauer published his massive work on the question of nationalities and social democracy in Austria. At its center, often forgotten today, was a full-tilt theoretical construction of the idea of national character, a concept which Koskai and other Marxists held heretical, but Bauer considered essential to rescue from the ode, the feuilleton, and the tavern if nationalism was to be combated effectively. That could never be done by denying the self-evident specificities of each nation, but only by explaining them rationally as so many different products of history, which Bauer sought to show by a comparative analysis of the social origins of English empiricism and French rationalism as salient national traits, very much in the spirit of Hume. 38 Such traits were always mutable, as could be seen from the quite recent decline of traditional German Gründlichkeit, still valued by Engels, into a dreary cult of fact and force. National character was a descriptive term for a community of culture that included the arts and sciences, public life, and social customs of a people, but in a class-divided society the toilers were always in some measure excluded from it. Socialism would mean for the first time its full extension, and its free self-determination. Contrary to the expectation of many Marxists, that would lead to increasing rather than diminishing differentiation of national characters. For while the material dimensions of culture would certainly become more cosmopolitan once the working class gained power, their spiritual appropriation would also become more democratic, in other words, naturalized through millions more individual minds and sensibilities than in the past, preventing that convulsively rapid assimilation of foreign fashions typical of restricted elites, like the Meiji oligarchs. 39 The more popular a culture, the more national it would be, without prejudice to the international solidarity of labor. In England, it was a liberal who gave the subject the most systematic treatment of all. In his work on national character, published in 1927, Ernest Barker provided both a careful theoretical framework for its analysis and an empirical application of his schema to England. Employing a distinction often mistakenly attributed to Marx, Barker divided the factors in its formation into a material base, comprising genetic stock, geographical setting, and socio-economic composition, and a cultural superstructure embracing law and government, religion, language and literature, and education. The second set was both more significant than the first, and more amenable to conscious alteration. The national character so formed was best understood as a transmitted tradition. If opaline in the number of its hues, 40 Barker was interested in regional contrasts within England, noting the importance of the division between southeast and northwest from Anglo-Saxon times onwards. But he thought that the small size of the country had helped to keep the different facets of this tradition more congruent with each other than elsewhere. The key determinants of the tradition, he believed, were clear-cut sea frontiers dispensing with the need for a strong executive, the evolution of common law, more important even than Parliament for a spirit of legality and compromise, the divided legacy of the religious Reformation, generating the two-party system and a pioneering strain of Puritanism, the ethical and social bent of so much of the national literature, and its aversion to speculation, the concern of schools with character rather than learning. The outcome was a predictably, if never artlessly, benevolent portrait of the native temper. Empire scarcely features. Nations ought to coincide with states, Barker thought, yet the United Kingdom does not. He registers its ambiguities with a delicate prefix. Scotland is a nation that is something like a quasi-state, Britain a state that is at least a quasi-nation. 41 The besetting English weakness was their religion-derived, class-divided, state-retarded educational system, a major international handicap. This sounds contemporary, and Barker sensed difficult economic times ahead with the decline of Britain's traditional exports. But he thought schools should be training citizens not for more efficient work, but for more creative leisure. Nothing dates his project more than that. In fact, these were the last ambitious attempts to analyze the constituents of national character. Not that the idea disappeared, but it gradually subsided back into the undergrowth of folklore and feuilleton from which Bauer had wanted to extricate it. Popular tracts like Orwell's Lion and Unicorn or radio addresses like Pevsner's Englishness of English art continued to minister to conventional kinds of self-esteem, while public libraries came to be filled with works of reportage on the Russians, the Germans, the Italians, the French, a well-established genre for satisfying curiosity about others. 4-2 But works of a more strenuous and comparative nature ceased to appear. André Siegfried's Potboiler of 1950, L'Aime de Pouples, was the forlorn fag end of an earlier tradition. By the 60s, national character was no longer serious. What were the reasons for its eclipse? In its heyday, it had always been embedded in the larger idea of a national culture. This term was rarely defined with much rigor, as it entered general currency in the 19th century. But it came in time to include four main ingredients: traditional customs, codified values, learned arts, and objects of daily use, roughly, the domains of sociability, morality, creativity, and consumption. In the age of Hume, the accent fell on the first two, manners and qualities. By the time of Bauer, the third was often regarded as most significant philosophy or literature. It was not till the domestic ethnography of mass observation that the last really came into its own, releasing Orwell's copy for the British Bob and Bidder. Since the Second World War, each of these traditional contributions to the nationally distinct cultures of Western Europe has been under pressure. The object world of all the rich capitalist countries has been relentlessly hybridized or homogenized, as the circuits of multinational production and exchange grow more pervasive. The old signifiers of difference have progressively waned. First, dress: the days of the bowler and beret are long gone. Of a once extensive repertoire, only the Austrian Tracht survives, perhaps because it always had elements of dressing up. Then diet, still much more resistant, but the time when hamburger advertisements in the metro could be surcharged with graffiti like Francaises, Rigidez cette bouffe déchirante is also past. Fast food and nouvelle cuisine are in principle at home everywhere. Then furniture with the spreading modules of IKEA. If buildings have been least affected, despite the office block and service flat, it is mainly because so many houses predate the post-war world, rather than display current regional styles. In the spheres of art and communication, the rise of image at the expense of print, and demotic relative to elite genres, increasingly creates a single time zone of the imaginary, bounded by the optical fiber. Language, still far the strongest of cultural enclosures, has been at critical points bypassed. Meanwhile, the disciplines of socialization that once inculcated sharply distinct codes and manners have relaxed. School systems no longer embody contrasting educational ideals to the same degree. A common measure of progressivism, out of conviction or demoralization, laps them all. Classrooms formerly conceived as crucibles of national culture bespeak less of the nation, at times of culture. If national character was the human precipitate of a national culture, the range of qualities and forms of conduct it encouraged, the thinning of the latter was bound to unsettle ideas of the former. But as it happened, the notion of character had fallen independently under suspicion in its own right. If its most powerful version had once been provided by realist fiction, the first radical attacks on it came from literature too, with the widespread rejection of any stable ego in early 20th century modernism, even in a transitional figure like Lawrence. The impact of psychoanalysis then further weakened traditional assumptions of individual character as a moral unity. The term had thus already suffered a certain loss of confidence as a personal category by the time that cultural conditions had changed to its detriment as a national attribute. A new situation was created, in which both could be repudiated. The logic of this change has recently been taken to its conclusion by at least one historian, Theodore Zeldin. A tart critic of Braudel's enterprise, 43, his own study of the French disavows any notion of national or individual coherence at all, on the grounds that people are becoming more different from each other than ever before, and more disjointed in themselves. The result, he enthuses, is a society in which everyone can customize a happily tatterdemalion lifestyle of their own. Durkheim laid to rest, anomie becomes luxury as France advances into the age of whim. 44 Why the French should any longer even be called such, from the viewpoint of this post-pluralism, is not explained, perhaps itself a whim. The only reason left for the book would appear to be that all the human passions can be seen at play in France. 45 Few historians have been willing to noyer le poisson quite like this. What has happened instead is a change of register. Over the past decade, the discourse of national difference has shifted from character to identity. The two terms are often treated as if they were interchangeable. In fact, their connotations are significantly distinct. The concept of character is in principle comprehensive, covering all the traits of an individual, or a group. It is self-sufficient, needing no external reference for its definition, and it is mutable, allowing for partial or general modifications. By contrast, the charge of the notion of identity is more selective, conjuring up rather what is inward and essential, relational, implying some element of alterity for its definition, and perpetual, indicating what is continuously the same. Talking of individuals, we typically use the term identity in two main ways. One is quasi-ontological, when we want to suggest the deepest core of a personality. The other is social, and customarily refers to roles in the division of labor. There is an obvious tension between the two. Compared with character, we might say, identity appears both profounder and more fragile, metaphysically grounded in one way, yet sociologically exposed and dependent in another. It is no accident that current parlance speaks of a change of character but a crisis of identity. Character is not generally held subject to crisis, nor identity amenable to change save in the cloak and dagger sense that disguises rather than alters it. What separates the two conceptions here is not just the difference between an evolution and an upheaval. There is a further important contrast: the second must involve some self-awareness, while the first need not. Identity, in other words, always possesses a reflexive or subjective dimension, while character can at the limit remain purely objective, something perceived by others without the agent being conscious of it. What obtains for individuals, holds good for peoples. If national character was thought to be a settled disposition, national identity is a self-conscious projection. It always involves a process of selection, in which the empirical mass of collective living is distilled into armorial form. Subjectivity is here inseparable from symbolization. The symbols capture the past and announce the future. Memory is crucial to identity, as it is not to character. So too is mission, the raison d'etre of a specific contribution to the world, rather than the mere être of a particular existence within it. Together these two give the idea of national identity its eminently normative force. The notion of national character had itself never been purely descriptive, for the reason indicated by Kant, that character was also the virtue of self-mastery. Fouillé could say that he would only discuss the good sides of the French character, not to flatter his countrymen, but to spur them to live up to their ideals. 46 Orwell, for whom depicting and extolling his compatriots was mostly one, still felt there was a vital task of elevation ahead. His account of them was dedicated to bringing the real England to the surface. 47 Here, as the heraldic title suggests, the work of extraction and sublimation is already closer to the tack of national identity. Orwell's own term hovers between the two notions, the native genius. But his apostrophe of it anticipates many of the themes of the later literature. England will still be England, an everlasting animal stretching into the future and the past, and like all living things, having the power to change out of recognition and yet remain the same. 48 Definitely a unicorn, rather than a lion. In a more literate, less rawly demagogic way, national identity was to assume something like this guise, fusing the factual and the ideal, the mutable and the eternal. Braudel gives eloquent expression to the protean result. What, then, do we mean by the identity of France, if not a kind of superlative, if not a central problematic, if not the shaping of France by its own hand, if not the living result of what the interminable past has deposited, layer by layer, just as the imperceptible sedimentation of the seabed in the end created the firm foundations of the earth's crust? It is in sum a residue, an amalgam, a thing of additions and mixtures. It is a process, a fight against itself, destined to go on indefinitely. If it were to stop, everything would fall apart. A nation can have its being only at the price of forever searching for itself, forever transforming itself in the direction of its logical development, unceasingly testing itself against others and identifying itself with the best, the most essential part of itself. 49 Here the prose, mimicking the accretions it evokes, continually alternates between layers of geology and of deontology, what has immemorially come to be, and what transcendentally ought to be, as principles of definition. The identity of France can in this sense be regarded as a classic statement of the genre, at its most dignified and open-minded. What has occasioned the rise of the discourse of national identity? Part of the answer lies in the decline of the idea of national character itself. As its reassuring outlines appeared to waver amidst post-war social changes, there was a need for some moral substitute. The narrower conception of identity fitted this role well, suggesting a more intimate, idealized bond than the gross links of daily custom. But there was to be a snag. Identity might be the deeper concept, but it is also, for nations as for persons, the more brittle. The very rigidity of its social projection, into a few cherished images, makes it prey to a kind of structural anxiety. Causes for the latter were not long in coming. The developments that seemed to undermine the supports of national character in Europe sprang essentially from the market. But on their heels have come two changes affecting the state. The first was mass immigration from non-European zones, and the second the consolidation of the European community. Issues of citizenship and sovereignty touch the nerves of national identity in a way that consumption and diversion do not. The symbolic political plane is its natural habitat. The growth of concern, erudite and popular, with national identity since the mid-80s must be understood against this background. Braudel's book was one of its products. Of all European nations, France has traditionally been most prolific with historical self-portraits, which from the time of Guizot and Michelet onwards have served successive versions of the country's role in the world bearer of culture, or liberty, or valor. Braudel rightly situated himself in this descent. But he was writing in an immediate context as well. By the Mitterrand presidency, France had lost the illusions of grandeur revived with de Gaulle's magisterial rule of the Fifth Republic. Economically, it could no longer steer an independent policy in a community dominated by Germany. Diplomatically, it had rejoined the ranks of the Atlantic Alliance commanded by America. Culturally, its prestige was being sustained with garish outworks from London or Orlando. Moreover, within its borders it now contained a population of 4 million North African Muslims, jarring every racial and many republican images of the country. France had once been the great land of European immigration, capable of assimilating Poles, Italians, Jews, Belgians like no other. Maghrebin Arabs have so far proved a different matter. The historical shock they represent to the solaces of narcissism must be measured against the unusual nature of the French nation-state. It is often forgotten that France is the only large example of an ancient territorial state coinciding with a national community in Western Europe. Germany and Italy were long territorially divided, Britain and Spain remain nationally composite. In these conditions, the stage was set for the rise of Le Pen. It was the electoral breakthrough of the Front National that forced the vocabulary of French identity onto the political agenda. Braudel's book appeared in early 1986, surrounded by opposing volumes across the ideological spectrum on the same subject. L'identité française mounted by Espaces 89 for the left, countered by L'identité de la France from the Club de l'Horloge for the right. 50 Immigration and education, as one would expect, lie at the center of these exchanges. Braudel too broaches them, decently and slightly apprehensively, as unavoidable topics of the day. It was in this climate, of communal tension and intellectual bemusement, that his book sold no fewer than 400,000 copies, becoming a public event in its own right. In the same year, German public life was being shaken by the so-called historians' dispute, which broke out in the summer of 1986. Formally, its principal focus was the meaning of the final solution. But its substantive political battlefield, perceived as such on all sides, was the future of national identity. The conservatives Michael Sturmer and Andreas Hillgruber argued, in effect, that the crimes of the Third Reich did not cancel the traditional and fateful position of Germany in the center of the continent. The most historically discontinuous national identity in Europe was still anchored geographically. The Germans continued to be the people of the middle, as Nietzsche had termed them, and their reunification could not be deferred indefinitely. 51 On the other side of the dispute, Hans Ulrich Weller and Jürgen Habermas rejected any geopolitical definition of the nation as a retrograde heritage of the past that had led to the Nazi regime. 52 For Habermas, German, indeed any acceptable modern national identity could only be post-conventional, that is based on a critical reception of universal principles. The theoretical account of identity here was modeled on the psychology of adolescence in Erikson and Kohlberg, a quirk of the German discussion. For Habermas, the political form of collective maturity would be a constitutional patriotism cleaving to the West alone. 53 Events soon revealed the price for this lack of historical sense. When its repetition by the SPD 3 years later left Kohl master of German unity. If in France national self-examination was a reaction to loss of coherence and standing, in Germany the same concerns spelt a return to power and position in the world. The early 80s had already seen a wave of collections in which leading scholars debated the concept of national identity and its shape in Germany. 54 Behind such probing lay the formidable economic success of the Federal Republic. The dangers of this connection have since formed the central argument of the spirited study by the young English historian Harold James, A German Identity. In a lively sketch, James suggests that historically German conceptions of their identity as a nation moved through a sequence from cultural to political to economic definitions in the late 18th and 19th centuries, and then repeated the cycle in the 20th. Relatively benign though current pride in the D-mark might be, compared with the hubris of the Gründerzeit, economic performance was an inherently unreliable basis for a sense of national identity, subject to downswings and disillusionments. What was needed instead was stable political institutions commanding a dense network of traditional allegiances. 55, in other words, what Burke recommended and Westminster supplies. James was to be a trenchant critic of the left liberal myopia about German unity, but his own prescriptions confuse legitimacy with identity as much as those of Habermas. 5-6 The German constitution is in fact far more democratic than the British, but it is not. This national specificity that interests either, merely a generic parliamentary order as such, which of course in no way distinguishes Germany from any other member of the OECD. If economic nationalism is perilous, such constitutional patriotism is vacuous. Amidst the remorseless grinding of regions and classes from the East in the cement mixer of the new unity, we can be sure we have not heard the end of the quest for German identity. Meanwhile, over in Oxford, the assembled ranks of History Workshop were debating the same issues from a more radical perspective, in a series of conferences from 1984 onwards. The final results were published in 3 volumes on patriotism, the making and unmaking of British national identity in 1989. In his rich keynote essay, Raphael Samuel, their organizer and editor, put his emphasis on the second of these processes. Distinguishing British from English identity at the outset as harder and more formal, its connotations military, diplomatic, imperial rather than literary or rural, but also more inclusive for newcomers. He argued that attachment to it had notably fallen away since the 1950s. The fading of the Commonwealth, the decline or denaturalization of much of the economy, the discredit of the civil service, the marginalization of the established church, the disappearance of anti-Americanism, had brought a general loss of respect for its traditional fixed points. What had multiplied by way of compensation were the innumerable efforts of the heritage industry, seconded by popular sensibility, to conserve or counterfeit the material bric-a-brac of the past, from bakelite cups to slag heaps and the folk life that went with them. Deadly official bombast had for the most part given way to inoffensively meretricious nostalgia. National identity, Samuel observed, is always a fitful ideal in the lives of individuals, but perhaps, he hinted, its forms were always more variegated in Britain than elsewhere, because of the absence of the binding pressure of invasions. 57 A surmise in which Hume's agreeable fancy is still running. The most pointed alternative to this vision of patriotic declension to a mildly sentimental pluralism came from Tom Nairn. The monolithic devotion of the British to their monarchy, he suggested, whose cult had intensified in the post-war period, hardly squared with it. Nairn's study of the royal fixation, the enchanted glass, is in fact far the deepest single exploration of the mechanisms of national identification that we possess. But its thrust is precisely that the Ucanian case is an abnormal one, the monarchy functioning as a fetishized surrogate for an ordinary attachment to the nation-state, blocked by the composite jurisdiction and constitutional archaism of Great Britain. If the construction of any national identity involves projection of a few selected features of historical experience onto an emblematic plane, here Nairn suggested, the exceptional rigidity of the symbolic investment was to be explained, as in fetishism proper, by the prohibition of the whole for which the magical part stood, a democratic and egalitarian nationalism. 58 The normalcy of the latter may be doubted, the adjectives cling too smoothly to the noun, the ideologies of national unity have just as frequently served to mask social division and inequality. But the central force of the diagnosis is all too compelling. Amidst continuing economic difficulties and looming European integration, Britain has in no way escaped the modern anxieties of national identity. As the Bruges spirit and curricular lobbies testify, it has merely cast them in its own frozen forms. Such tensions have been most acute in the 3 leading countries of Western Europe, the large states with a recent hegemonic past. They are significantly less in the 2 countries in the next rank down. Italy, with its long sense of disconnection between popular life and public institutions, has seen no comparable output on national identity. Pavisa's exchange. Do you love Italy? No. Not Italy. The Italians. 59, still expresses a widespread attitude. In keeping with it, the one major text on the subject is the caustic essay El Italiano. Tu carattere nazionale cum storia e cum invenzione by Giulio Bollotti, a study of Risorgimento projects of cultural engineering and their sequels, as the successive efforts of a manipulative trasformismo to create a suitable Italian people for the Italian state. 60 In Spain, where once Unamano and Ortega anguished over the essence of the nation was its flaw, a cult of isolating purity, or a lack of elites to give it backbone. And where Americo Castro and Claudio Sanchez Albornoz would later pursue its historical abode back to medieval recesses of Judeo-Arab Christian intercommunion or the origins of its enigma into the mists of a Roman or Visigoth Hispanilia. 61 A robust pragmatism now rules. In no country are the prosperous and educated so determined to shed everything formerly taken for national characteristics. Here, as in Italy too, European integration represents upward, not downward, national mobility, an opportunity to rise above traditional identity, rather than a potential threat to it. The only prime minister thinking of changing his post for the presidency of the Commission is in Madrid. Below this duo there stretch the smaller states, already a majority of the members of the community, and one that is going to increase. 62 Will their numbers tend to multiply the alarms of national identity, or gradually muffle them? This is the Europe of Hans Magnus Enzensberger's ironic ejaculation. His tour of the continent, composed in these years, circles round the periphery from Scandinavia through Poland to Portugal, in an elegant gesture ignoring the three central powers altogether. The boldness of the selection has its limits, as in the conventional sympathies of the time, the Balkans remain out of bounds. But it was too much for the American publisher, who crassly deleted the longest and most revealing chapter from the book in the English-language editions, perhaps because it was devoted to the smallest country, Norway, the one its author knew best. Enzensberger's reportage proceeds by vignette, anecdote, boutade, skirting comparisons, or conclusions for queries and speculations. His wry collages of each country avoid any grand claim of portraiture. There is scarcely any mention of national identities, and national character is roundly scouted. Could anything be more barren than the study of national psychology, that moldy compost heap of stereotypes, prejudices, and ideas? Request 63 Yet, he typically adds, it is impossible to dislodge these traditional garden gnomes, who even in his pages make an occasional appearance, the docile Swedes or the tolerant Portuguese. But what ACH Europa really offers is something else, a kaleidoscope of manners discreetly shaken into the glimpse of a politics. Enzensberger's wayward cameos have a definite message, they bespeak detestation of bureaucratic dictatorship, and reserve towards clerical revival, in the East, and suspicion towards the welfare state, social planning, mass production, heavy industry, traditional parties, ideological extremism in the West. The land where these values are most nearly realized is Norway, of which Enzensberger writes with an intimate affection, a nation, he says, at once behind and in front of the rest of Europe, folk museum and future laboratory, monument to obstinacy and moody idol, 64 whose social arrangements might yet recapture the utopian ideas of Marx. Norway was also, of course, the only country to reject membership of the European Community by popular vote. Consistent with his dislike for all that is too big and systemic, Enzensberger shows no inclination to find the antidote to the pretensions of Paris, London, or Bonn in Strasbourg, let alone Brussels, as others of his generation on the left have done. In his imaginary conclusion, depicting the continent in 2006, European unity is sidestepped as nimbly as national identity was in the real accounts that precede it. Communist tyrants overthrown and American troops gone, the Commission is little more than ceremonial, as Europe the follies of integration forgotten basks in a congenial cantonalism. A modest Kleinstaaterei is welcome to all, save the recidivist French. The peoples of Europe are spared world power, which as the continuing fate of the US demonstrates has always made a collective cretin of those who enjoy it. War in the Middle East has since put this proposition to a test, where it might be thought that its author, forgetting himself, has momentarily illustrated it. Diagrammatically, the opposite political response to the Allied expedition came from Regis Debray, the writer on the left whose theoretical vision of the future of nations and of Europe forms the most striking antithesis to Enzensberger's. Pointing out how venerable is the tradition of comparing Middle Eastern dictators to Hitler, and how deeply Mitterrand was involved in the Fourth Republic's associated propaganda and repression in North Africa, Debray rejected French participation in the attack on Iraq. The line to which France should adhere was the contrary tradition represented by de Gaulle. 65 Debray had, as it happened, just devoted a programmatic book to the general, a domaine de Gaulle, intended to reclaim his inspiration for a contemporary politics of the French left. For Debray, de Gaulle was the statesman who best understood that the principal agents of modern history are, contrary to both liberal and Marxist beliefs, neither ideas nor classes, but nations. This was not a blinkered or irrational nationalism. De Gaulle avoided the vocabulary of French chauvinism, never speaking of native roots or foreign bodies. The term national identity was foreign to him. 66 The general did not believe in any fixed essence of France. He was an existentialist of the nation, convinced that it could make of itself what it wanted, within the historical possibilities afforded by its past. Debray contrasts what he sees as de Gaulle's conception with the opposing traditions of Enlightenment contractualism and Romanticism. For the leader of the Free French and the founder of the Fifth Republic, the nation was neither an artificial juridical pact nor an organic cultural community, but rather a symbolic heritage joining a past and a will, a language chosen by none and a legislature elected by all. The sign of this synthesis was the peculiar blend of the romantic and the classical in de Gaulle's appeal to his people, which combined the warmth of a rassemblement with the coldness of a Reichsstaat. Its fruit was a characteristically temperate but deliberate realism in the conduct of foreign affairs, that made de Gaulle the most far-sighted statesman of his time, one which has not passed away. The lesson of this experience, Debray argues, is the permanence of the national passion as a motor force of political life even in the world of high-tech consumption and international integration that marks European capitalism today, let alone the outlands just beyond it, from the Baltic to the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. The advance of technology does not produce a dream-free mentality. In post-communist or post-colonial societies, the arrival of the modern typically triggers the eruption of the archaic. As compensation, the queues in Moscow lengthen for McDonald's and St. Basil's alike. In post-industrial conditions, the same dialectic can be more benign. Delivered from older material pressures, peoples will above all seek to recover themselves, in new forms of national culture made that much more precious by the global commodity nexus encompassing them. The more European the community becomes, the more inventively and consciously distinct its members will want to be, as nations in their own right. The echo of Bauer here is apt, for the other side of Debray's book is a strong statement of what socialism should still mean in the contemporary world, beyond the timid affairism of local governments of the left. The differing diagnoses of these writers point to a central ambiguity of capitalist rationalization and its discontents, which only events can resolve. If the preoccupations of national identity are a product of the material erosion of much of what was once thought to be national character, will the further progress of a cosmopolitan modernity dissolve or intensify these? In his recent survey of nations and nationalism since 1750, Eric Hobsbawm concludes that the owl of Minerva has now flown over them. 67 In the skies over the USSR and Eastern Europe, some would more readily detect the petrel, others the albatross. The rival hypotheses are, at all events, going to be tested in two huge experimental theaters, the disintegration of the former Soviet world, and the integration of the western half of Europe. Capitalism and the nation-state are more or less coevals. There were once those who thought they would pass away together, or that the second would outlive the first. Now it is more generally wondered whether capitalism is not final, and nation-states are fated to become nominal. The answers to these questions are not necessarily going to be the same. They constitute the two main incognitos of fin de siècle politics. 1991. The Ends of History. In the spring of 1989, an arresting work of intellectual history was completed in Germany. Its author, Lutz Needhammer, had hitherto distinguished himself as an oral historian specializing in the reconstruction of popular life from below. The field of post-histoire is virtually antithetical. Its subject is the emergence of a web of speculations on the end of history, at the highest reaches of the European intelligentsia, in the middle years of this century. Drawing on a variety of philosophical and sociological sources, these could stem from a range of distinct intuitions. Needhammer distinguishes three main variants: the idea of a spiritual closure of the repertory of heroic possibilities, derivable from Nietzsche, the vision of a petrification of society into a single vast machine, associated with Weber, and intimations of civilizational entropy, following from Henry Adams. But the focus of his study lies downstream from ultimate origins, in the confluence of such themes into a striking intellectual configuration that he situates, with some precision, in the Franco-German area between the time of the Popular Front and the Marshall Plan. It was then that an uncanny skein of thinkers started to suggest that history was nearing its terminus. In a brilliant feat of intellectual detection, Needhammer brings to light the hidden links or affinities, cultural or political, within a group of otherwise very contrasted theorists of the period: Henry de Man, Arnold Gehlen, Bertrand de Juvenal, Carl Schmitt, Alexander Kojève, Ernst Jünger, Henry Lefebvre, even in their way Walter Benjamin and Theodore Adorno. Post-histoire, a French term that exists only in German, adopted in the 50s by Gehlen from a reading of de Man, signifies for Needhammer less a theoretical system than a structure of feeling, the precipitate of a certain common historical experience. These were thinkers, Needhammer argues, who shared early hopes of a radical overthrow of the established social order in Europe as activists or sympathizers with the major parties of movement of the interwar period, socialist, fascist, or communist, and then disappointments which crystallized into a deep skepticism about the possibility of further historical change as such. The result was something like a collective vision, glimpsed from many different angles, of a stalled, exhausted world, dominated by recursive mechanisms of bureaucracy and ubiquitous circuits of commodities, relieved only by the extravagances of a phantasmatic imaginary without limit, because without power. In post-historical society, the rulers have ceased to rule, but the slaves remain slaves. 2. For Needhammer, this diagnosis of the time is not without persuasive force. It corresponds to many particular experiences of daily life and local observations of social science. But they who speak of the end of history do not escape it. The pathos of post-histoire is the intelligible product of a political conjuncture interpreted in the categories of a philosophical tradition. For this is a vision, Needhammer argues, that should be understood as an inversion of the optimistic theories of history of the 18th and mid-19th centuries, that had once looked forward to universal peace or freedom or fraternity as the end goal of human progress, in secularized versions of the teleology of sacred history. That serene Enlightenment confidence shared by Holbach and Kant, Comte, and Marx in the objective course of social development had fallen into discredit by the close of the last century. What succeeded it were tense voluntarist bids to achieve millennial ends by force of subjective will, in the doctrines of Nietzsche, Searle, or Lenin. These acquired a mass following during and in the wake of the First World War, and form the immediate background to the revolutionary ambitions of those who were to become the theorists of post-histoire. Their original expectations cashiered, these did not abandon the metaphysic of a historical transfiguration, but rather reversed its sign. The optimism of evolutionary progress or collective will gave way to an elitist cultural pessimism, that saw only petrifaction and massification in the stabilized Western democracies after the Second World War. Time still arrived at its term, but no longer with the meaning of an end, simply the facticity of an ending, disabling any ulterior aspiration or purpose. In metaphorically projecting their own political experience as a world history gone blank, these thinkers characteristically paid little heed to the material development which actually threatened to bring history to end, the dangers of nuclear war, still less to the fate of the famished majority of humanity outside the zone of industrial privilege. Post-Histoire, a discourse of the end of meaning rather than the end of the world, was consistently blind to such questions, die Sinnfrage die Existensfrage. Evidently critical, Niethamer's treatment of the cluster of writers at the center of his account is never dismissive. Written from the left, about a set of figures many of whom were or ended on the right, its method, inspired by Benjamin's mosaics, is delicate and diagonal. The historical understanding it brings to the reveries of post-history does not seek to diminish them, as significant reflections of their time. Niethamer's conclusions lie elsewhere. These were generally intellectuals who, after their political disappointments, adopted the stance of an elite equally distant from the masses and from the apparatuses of the post-war order, conceiving themselves as isolated seers. From this posture they sought an overarching viewpoint, capable of distilling the substance of universal experience into a single narrative. Against this twofold pretension, Niethamer affirms the creed of a democratic history from below. Socially, intellectuals form in fact one part of the mass from which they like to distinguish themselves, a collectivity that dissolves on reflection into so many individual subjects. Epistemologically, truth lies first of all in the direct life experiences of these subjects. It is their clarification that is the first duty of the historian, who is best advised to eschew all larger structural interpretations save as limiting surmises. Critical knowledge is to be found, not in the vain filibuster of macro-narratives, but in the modest commonplace books of the multitude whose measure of freedom and responsibility is the only safeguard against the dangers which the diviners of post-history saw, as well as those they missed. 3. The concluding judgment of Niethamer's study could be taken as an obituary, laying to rest an esoteric doctrine whose creative time has passed. 2 months later, in July 1989, Francis Fukuyama published his essay The End of History, in Washington. 5. There has rarely been a more striking rebondissement in the fortunes of an idea. Within a year, an arcane philosophical wisdom had become an exoteric image of the age, as Fukuyama's arguments sped round the media of the globe. Unaware of Niethamer's work, this American reprise was directly linked to the Franco-German nexus studied in post-Histoire through the figure of Alexander Kojève, the declared theoretical source of Fukuyama's construction. But the connection represents a paradox for Niethamer's verdict. For the new version of the end of history did not come from any vantage point, real or imaginary, in equidistant isolation from the populace and power, but from the bureaus of the State Department itself, and its organizing theme was not one of forbidding pessimism, but of confident optimism. The change of register was also a shift in plane. In the Franco-German philosophers of history there was always more philosophy than history, politics glimmering only as elusive metaphor in the background of the diagnosis. In Fukuyama's intervention the relations were reversed, history and politics in an emphatic sense occupying the foreground, with philosophical references forming a tracery behind them. The central thesis of his original essay was, of course, that humanity has reached the endpoint of its ideological evolution with the triumph of Western liberal democracy over all competitors at the end of the 20th century. Fascism, once a powerful rival, had been durably destroyed in the Second World War. Communism, the great post-war adversary, was in visible collapse, surrendering as a system to the capitalism it had once sought to overthrow. These two global alternatives discredited, there remained only local residues of the historical past, nationalisms without distinctive social content or universal claim, fundamentalisms confined to particular religious communities, in the backward zones of the Third World. The victory of liberal capitalism had been won not only in Europe, with the defeat of Nazism and the disintegration of Stalinism, but in the equally momentous battleground of Asia too, with the post-war transformation of Japan, the current liberalization of South Korea and Taiwan, the developing commercialization of China. In the industrialized world, competition between national states would continue. But purged of ideological or military toxins, it would concern mainly economic issues, within a collaborative framework of which the common market perhaps already furnished a model. In this view, ethnic tensions or sectarian passions, terror or insurgency, might still proliferate in the South. But they do not compromise the deep configuration of the time. For the end of history is not the cessation of all change or conflict, but the exhaustion of any viable alternatives to the civilization of the OECD. Progress towards freedom now has only one path. With the route of socialism, Western liberal democracy has emerged as the final form of human government, bringing historical development to its close. This outcome, Fukuyama argues, was foreseen by Hegel. The first philosopher to transcend fixed conceptions of human nature, his phenomenology of the restless transformations of the spirit issued, not into the bad infinity of an interminable process of change, but into the moment of an absolute culmination, in which reason as freedom on earth was realized in the institutions of a liberal state. The merit of Kojève was to have shown that Hegel believed this hour had come with Napoleon's victory over Prussia at Jena, breaking the power of the Ancien regime in Germany and laying the basis for the universal spread of the principles of the French Revolution. The essential accuracy of Hegel's conviction that history was at its end is unimpaired by the 200 years that have followed. For the greatness of his philosophy lay in its unambiguous affirmation of the primacy of ideas in history, the truth that the developments of material reality do not determine, but conform to the emergence of ideal principles. What prevailed at Jena was not the completed practice but the regulative principle of a new political order. Massive struggles and upheavals were still in store, from the abolition of the slave trade to the victory of suffragism, before liberal ideals acquired their full institutional shape in the West, and were then gradually extended beyond it. But the fundamental outline of the liberties Hegel had perceived as the definitive form of modern freedom was never improved upon. The state that emerges at the end of history is liberal insofar as it recognizes and protects through a system of law man's universal right to freedom, and democratic insofar as it exists only with the consent of the governed. Such freedom includes, of course, as it did in the time of Jena, the rights of private property and the operations of the market economy. If liberalism as a political order is inseparable from capitalism as an economic system, however, this is not in the sense that the latter generates the former as its real basis. Rather, both reflect an underlying alteration in the realm of consciousness which governs the course of the world. But the consumer abundance that is the unique achievement of capitalist economics unquestionably consolidates the democratic values of liberal politics, stabilizing the change first grasped by Hegel in a way that could be expected at the end of history. For all the deliverance it brings, however, the conclusion of the story of human freedom has its costs. Daring ideals, high sacrifices, heroic strivings will pass away, amidst the humdrum routines of shopping and voting. Art and philosophy wither, as culture is reduced to the curation of the past, technical calculations replace moral or political imagination. The cry of the owl is mournful in the night. In its clarity and boldness, this finalization of history has set off more, far more, public controversy than any earlier version. The most striking feature of the discussion which followed the publication of Fukuyama's essay was the virtual universality of the rejection which it met. For once, most of the right, center, and left were united in their reaction. For different reasons, liberals, conservatives, social democrats, communists all expressed incredulity or abhorrence of Fukuyama's arguments. 2 kinds of objection were consistently raised against Fukuyama. The first was that his construction rests on a basic misrepresentation of Hegel. The second was that it involves a complete misconception of the age, ingenuously apologetic for some, dangerously insouciant for others. Each of these criticisms, made before the publication of Fukuyama's book The End of History and The Last Man in 1992 amplified his case, bears examination. Before looking at them, however, one thing should already be plain. Niethamer's profile of the philosophical figure of post-history, penetrating though it is, does not capture all its variations, which have proved richer than he suggests. The concluding cadences of Fukuyama's essay, echoing late reflections in Kojève, belong to the portrait of post-histoire. but here they appear as if an ironic afterthought, in an account whose central theme is a robust affirmation of the democratic prosperity Jean Orgelin scorned, and whose function is precisely to mediate between the official worlds of government and popular currents of opinion with a compelling public vision of the time. Such a role suggests a limit not just of Niethamer's description of the discourse of post-history, but of his recommended antidote to it. For his critique of the Franco-German tradition in effect concludes, not with an alternative to its diagnosis of the age, contesting its substantive theses, but with a call to eschew such ventures altogether, rejecting any macro-historical narrative as intellectually and politically overweening. Currently, the effect of such a withdrawal would be to leave the American variant in possession of the field. If this is to be questioned, it can only be on its own legitimate, even inescapable terrain. The values of daily experience and local investigation are real, but they are no refuge from the course of the world. In general, modern historians have nearly always reacted, understandably, against philosophies of history. But these have not gone away, and are unlikely to, as long as the demand for social meaning over time persists. The idea of a closure of history has a more complicated pedigree than is often assumed, one which merits consideration in its own right, for the light it sheds on the political issues posed by contemporary versions. 1. Hegel. In other words, the end of history is best tackled from its beginning. Fukuyama's construction has consistently claimed the authority of Hegel for the form of its reasoning. How far is it entitled to this mantle? Numerous critics have complained of supererogation. There are, in fact, two distinct issues here. Did Hegel maintain that history had come to an end? If so, what kind of an end was it? The answer to the first question is less straightforward than it seems. In the letter of his texts, the phrase is scarcely to be found. Nor is there any single passage in his writing where the idea is directly spelt out and developed as such. But there can be no doubt that the logic of Hegel's whole system virtually required it as a conclusion, and that there is sufficient evidence of something like its assumption in the various ciphers of his work. In its psychological register, the phenomenology already speaks of history as the conscious, self-mediating evolution of the spirit, through the succession of its temporal forms, to the goal of absolute knowledge of itself. 8. The institutional survey of the philosophy of right declares that the present has cast off its barbarity what is unjust and arbitrary, and the truth has ceased to be otherworldly, a contingent force, allowing true reconciliation, which reveals the state as the image and actuality of reason, to become objective. 9. In the historical account of the lectures on the philosophy of history, the actualization of freedom is the ultimate goal at which the world historical process has been aiming, which alone realizes and fulfills itself, as what is constant amidst the ceaseless change of events and conditions, and their effective principle. 10. The lectures on the history of philosophy announce, in the most emphatic key of all, that a new epoch has arisen in the world, for the world spirit has now succeeded in shedding all alien objective existence and finally grasping itself as absolute. Such is the standpoint of the present, and the series of spiritual forms is therewith for the moment concluded. 1. The terms and referents change, but the gesture of closure is insistently repeated. If the end of history was never thematized by Hegel, it is easy to see how it was deduced from him. But the difference has its importance. For if Hegel himself never actually coined the phrase, or quite fixed the notion, there were two reasons. The ultimate instance of his philosophy was not history, but spirit, and history was only one side of its diremption, the other being nature. 2. The overcoming of the division between the two was conceived as a result, rather than an ending. Hegel virtually never uses the terms end or Schluss in the lexicon of his closures, only Ziel, Zweck, or Resultat. The reason for this is at one level simple. In German, there is no word that combines the two senses of end in English as terminus and as purpose, and Hegel's essential concern was with the second rather than the first. The distinction between the two can be seen with emblematic clarity in Kant, the original source of the idea of a universal history. Kant's vision of human progress is radically teleological, in keeping with the cast of his philosophy as a whole. History has an ultimate aim, the attainment of the highest good, a state in which human happiness and moral perfection tend to coincide. This is the Enzwick of creation at large. But this purpose is not an ending. Kant poured a scathing irony on that notion, in one of his most playful texts, Das Ende aller Dinge, whose theme, directed against Christian conceptions of the Last Judgment, was the dangerous absurdity of moral fancies of the end of time. 1-3 Goal and stop are separate terms in this tradition, as they were in ordinary language itself. The concept of the end of history in its full contemporary ambiguity had to await translation into French. Cogives fin de histoire spells something new. If the actual outcome of Hegel's synthesis is thus a philosophical consummation more than a social end state, it remains plausible that the one must in principle imply some version of the other. What was then the political system that realized reason for Hegel? Can it be described as a liberal institutional order? Much of the interest of Hegel's political thought lies in the difficulty of giving any simple answer to this question, partly because of chronological shifts within it, but mainly because of its substantive complexity. By the most relevant criteria, however, Hegel's political outlook belonged to the European liberalism of his time. For central to it was the rule of law, as this was understood by his contemporaries, a public order that guaranteed the rights of the individual to personal freedom, private property, and unhindered opinion, and a career open to talents in the offices of the state. Such liberalism was not democratic, of course, since it feared popular rule and rejected universal suffrage. Hegel was no exception in this regard. In that sense, it is naturally an anachronism to ascribe any paternity of liberal democracy to him. Like nearly every other liberal of his day, he was a constitutional monarchist. On the other hand, insofar as there was to be an evident continuity, both theoretical and institutional, in the subsequent history of capitalism between the Reichsstaat and the Volksstaat, as limited government under the rule of law developed into modern representative democracy, Fukuyama's annotation can be treated as if it were an anticipatory shorthand. The distinctive features of Hegel's political thought which his essay obscures do not concern its distance from 20th-century democratic norms, but the points at which it diverges from mainstream assumptions of early 19th-century liberalism. The first of these was Hegel's critique of any atomistic notion of citizenry or instrumental conception of the state. Inheriting from the culture of the Enlightenment a deep admiration for the public life of the Greek city-state, in which active participation in the government and rights of the polis was the central meaning of individual freedom, Hegel came to believe that such immediate civic unity was a form that could no longer be recovered in modern conditions. Socio-economic differentiation and religious development had created another kind of subjectivity, whose freedom demanded a more complex political structure. His contemporary Constant, the most logical mind of classical liberalism, saw the same kind of contrast between ancient and modern societies, and drew the conclusion that their respective forms of liberty were virtually antithetical. The ancient republics were small warlike states, whose citizens could devote most of their energies to public, mainly martial, pursuits, because production and trade were left to slaves, in a setting of rigid civic conformity. Modern societies, on the other hand, were large-scale nations devoted to commerce, in which individuals had neither chance nor time to engage much in public affairs, but far greater opportunity to choose their own modes of life. The proper role of the state was thus first and foremost to protect the private autonomy of the citizens, even if it was desirable to foster a certain public spirit as well within the bounds of the modestly possible. 1-4 For Hegel, on the other hand, the opposition between the two ideals of freedom was not incurable. The task of the modern Reichsstate was to articulate them in a rational synthesis. The architecture of state and civil society that is the hallmark of his political theory was designed to enable this. Civil society as a system of needs was the realm of particular economic pursuits, in which the atomism of the market and the individualism of the modern subject prevailed, in the characteristic pattern of negative freedom. The state, with its impersonal civil service, by contrast embodied the universal principle of political will, as the positive freedom of the community. But these two were not counterposed abstractions, they formed an interconnected structure. For civil society was neither self-standing, nor simply a domain of commerce and pleasure. Beneath its transactions lay the family as the primary unit of any customary social life, and within its compass fell not only the exchanges of the market, but also the institutions of the law and crucially the provision of public works and the organization of corporate associations. Above these rose the state with its constitutional framework of sovereign authority, executive and legislative powers, and external relations. The three levels of this conception do not form separable zones of society, but compose an ascending structure in which each lower moment is subsumed into the higher. In this conception the nexus between family and civil society is unproblematic. The crux of the scheme lies in the way it envisages the integration of civil society into the state. Here there is a double overlap. On the one hand, public functions now normally imputed to the state, education, welfare, health, communications, are located in the space of civil society. On the other hand, corporate associations originating in civil society are lodged in the political framework of the state, as the elective units of the estate's assembly. These interlocking forms are the sign of Hegel's originality as a political thinker. The conventional liberalism of his time straightforwardly divided the private and public spheres, and limited government to instrumental functions as the guarantor of individual liberties. The link between the two was secured by representative institutions, based on a censitary electorate defined by property qualifications. For Hegel, by contrast, the political life of a community was ideally a realm of expressive meaning, in which the subjective freedom of individual agents was translated into a common objective configuration, the Sittlichkeit of the nation. The corporations, as occupational associations, consequently become the natural mediations between civil society and the state, as collective rather than atomic, and professional rather than residential, bodies. Hegel did not reject property qualifications for political participation outright, but for him Gewerbe commanded Vermogen rather than the other way round. 1.5 Not the abstract, isolate possession of money, but the concrete pursuit of a calling shared by others, was the condition of responsible suffrage. In this conception, work and solidarity become stepping stones of meaning to the higher sense of the state. If the device of corporate associations was designed to remedy the atomization of market society, the function of their counterpart, what Hegel called policing institutions, was largely to check its polarization. Unusually among his contemporaries, Hegel had a very strong sense of the exploitative and crisis-ridden logic of early industrial capitalism, the jagged patterns of accumulation of wealth and overproduction at one end of society and of new kinds of misery and dependency at the other. To limit these, some regulation of the unbridled workings of the economy, the system of needs, was necessary, both to moderate the dangerous convulsions of the market and to assure every member of society the right to subsistence. 1.6 But how was this to be done? If the regulative authorities, or wealthier classes, provided direct relief to the poor, they would undermine the motivation to work, but if they provided work, they would exacerbate the periodic tendency to overproduction. After announcing the need for social intervention to assure the minimum welfare of every citizen, Hegel effectively despairs of it. The only solution to the phenomenon of mass poverty and dependency, which not merely contradict the very principle of subjective freedom but generate a demoralized rabble that menaces social stability, is overseas expansion, the conquest of markets and colonies abroad in which surplus goods can be sold and excess population can be settled. 1.7 The dilemmas of social security must eventually find their release in imperialism. If the drive for such expansion springs from the dialectic of civil society, its systematic organization is the work of the state. Hegel assumes a plurality of states arrayed against one another in external competition. Their principle is necessarily particular, as each embodies its own ethical form of life. The Sittlichkeit of any given community is specific to it. But it is a strange substance, a particularity without quiddity, so to speak. For while Hegel regularly uses the term Volk and not infrequently nation to designate the bearer of Sitten, the national character of his states is in retrospect curiously vestigial. For nationalism itself, in the romantic sense, he had nothing but scorn. There are no passages in his writing so savage, in fact, as his letters on the Deutschdom of the War of Liberation and the patriotic antics celebrating the Congress of Vienna. 18 Nor did he set much store by ethnic identity or linguistic continuity, even in moderate Enlightenment guise. It is striking how unaffected he was by Herder. The idea of a national culture in the modern sense is absent. The term never appears in his work. 19 Religious cult is more significant, from his early writing on Greece to his late surveys of Europe, where Protestantism and Catholicism remain the central dividing line between Germanic and Latin nations. But since the Roman faith is treated unambiguously as a fetter to be overcome in the contemporary age, 20 Even this distinction yields no real content for the idea of a legitimate plurality of ethical forms of life. There is a logic to this paradox. The variety of national states is structurally underdetermined in Hegel's vision of the modern world, because there is only room for one truly rational version at a time. The stages of history form a sequence of natural principles realizing the development of the world spirit, each of which is allotted to a single nation, and confers on it fulfillment, fortune, and fame in turn. This nation becomes the dominant one in world history for this epoch, and only once in history can it have this epochal role. But so long as it enjoys this absolute right as the bearer of the world spirit, the spirits of other nations are without rights, and like those whose epoch has passed, no longer count in world history. 21 The dramatis personae of this succession are significantly vaguer than the standard translations suggest. Hegel uses the term Volk with a widely fluctuating range of reference, from small city-states to broad civilizations. The Germanic world, with which the lectures on the philosophy of history conclude their survey of the progress of the spirit, at times extends across most of Europe, at others indicates its northern region, and elsewhere narrows to the German-speaking lands alone. The indeterminacy is a symptom of the aporia that the multiplicity of states introduces into the unity of reason, once the idea of freedom is realized. Philosophically, variety could now only figure as disgraced contingency. Politically, Hegel's realism forbade such banishment. The array of major and minor powers was too solid a fixture of the post-Napoleonic world. The result is incoherence. On the one hand, the European nations form a family by the universal principle of their legislation, customs, and education are perpetuated. This collision, this knot, this problem is that with which history is now occupied and whose solution it has to work out in the future. 24 When he contemplated the spread of misery in the new industrial world around him, his tone was the same. The emergence of poverty is in general a consequence of civil society, and as a whole arises necessarily out of it. Hardship at once assumes the form of an injustice inflicted on this or that class. The important question of how poverty can be remedied is one that is especially agitating and tormenting to modern societies. 25 So too when he came to describe the mutual relations between states, he stressed that no praetor existed on earth to settle their disputes, and therefore international affairs were inherently unstable. The broadest view of these will encompass the ceaseless turmoil not just of external contingency but also of the inner particularity of passions, interests, aims, talents and virtues, violence, wrongdoing, and vices, that exposes the ethical whole itself, the independence of the state, to the realm of accident. 26 Shortly before his death, he was writing to his sister, "We are for the moment spared all the current unrest, but these are still anxious times, in which everything that was previously taken for solid and secure seems to totter." 27 Not rest but unrest is the consistent note. The terms that recur are Bewegung and Schwankung. Above, there is the order of the higher praetor that is the universal spirit. 28 Below, it is movement and turmoil that persist. 2 Cornot. It is thus not wholly surprising that in the 19th century Hegel was rarely seen as a philosopher who had theorized the end of history. His reputation was identified, understandably, more with his express doctrines of nature or logic or politics. It was these which became the focus of controversy, even for such a committed historical critic as Marx. the original source of what were eventually to become ideas of post-histoire lay, as Niethamer's account makes clear, elsewhere. 2.9 The philosopher who explicitly developed a coherent conception of the end of history was a very different figure. Antoine-Augustin Cournot, one of the most remarkable minds of his age, still awaits a due rediscovery in our own. He is most often, although not widely, remembered today as one of the ancestors of neoclassical economics. In fact, his Recherches sur les principes mathématiques de la théorie de richesses was the pioneering work of modern price theory, which not only invented the demand curve that became a standard tool of marginalist analysis in the time of Jevons and Walras, but also anticipated the game theoretical models of imperfect competition developed in a much later epoch by Newman and Morgenstern. This founding text of formal equilibrium theory was so much in advance of its period that for a generation it was virtually ignored, until it was acknowledged as a precursor by Walras. By the time Marshall came to write his Principles of Economics in the last decade of the century, he explained that it was to Cournot's ideas of interdependent functions that he was most indebted, although he also, surprising as it may seem today, paid tribute to the influence on his thought of Hegel. 30 For his contemporaries, however, Cournot was above all the philosopher of probability and chance. In 1843 he became the first thinker to advance a systematic theory of the difference between two kinds of probability that had traditionally been assimilated, evidential plausibility and statistical frequency. He called these, respectively, subjective or philosophical probability, and objective or mathematical probability. 31 The distinguishing feature of his philosophy was the way in which it articulated these two. For Cournot, the subjective probability yielded by induction was the primary form of our knowledge of the world, although, contrary to Mill, not the exclusive one, since mathematics afforded certainties that were deductive. Objective probability, on the other hand, was inscribed in the general nature of the world as a principle of the laws of chance. Where for Christian theology chance was no more than divine will in disguise, while for Hume or Laplace it was a mere name for our ignorance, for Cournot it was a positive and fully intelligible reality. In a famous definition, he declared chance events to be those that were produced by the encounter of two independent causal series. Since the universe was not the outcome of a single natural law, but was plainly governed by a variety of different mechanisms, there were both processes governed by more or less linear causal sequences, and occurrences set off by intersections between them. This was the difference between what was regular and what was random, each equally intelligible, the contrast, for example, between the movement of planets and meteors, or of tides and glaciers. Where the conditions of chance events were themselves repeated, as in such standard cases as games of dice or colored balls drawn from an urn, the likelihood of differing outcomes could be mathematically calculated. Out of accidents came order, from contingency probability. If the deductive capacities of the human mind to attain mathematical truths found correspondence in the numerically regular laws of the physical world, so its inductive powers of empirical conjecture, always subject to error, had what could be taken for their counterpart in the distribution of natural probabilities. Human reason was the fitting intelligence of the reason of things. 3.2 Cournot's scientific background and statistical interests, his economic modeling and epistemological prudence, set him far apart from Hegel. In some ways like a last great figure of the French Enlightenment in his combination of mathematical, philosophical, and social concerns, he also belongs to a much more modern world than that of German idealism. Yet Cournot shared certain central ambitions, and some assumptions with Hegel, as in its own idiom the title of what might be called his encyclopedia suggests, Trait de enchaînement des idées fondamentales dans les sciences et dans I histoire. For Cournot sought to unify a philosophy of knowledge and a philosophy of history in a single theory, in which a formal exposition of the developmental order of reason, the concatenation of fundamental ideas that has produced the sciences, grounds a substantive account of the development of civilization, that accords ultimate primacy to the progress of the human mind. In this sense, Cournot's philosophy of history was as consciously idealist as Hegel's, against which it matched itself. but the theorists of the absolute and of the probable had different kinds of narratives to tell. Cournot expressly disavowed any teleological conception of history, of the kind embodied in Hegel's succession of Volksgeister, that sort of epic in which a few elite nations each play their role as the representative of an idea. 33 Not to speak of any cyclical version in the style of Vico, or vision of indefinite progress in the manner of Condorcet. The innovation of his philosophy of history was to be what he called an etiology, a systematic inquiry into the weave of causes that composed the fabric of history. The task of such an inquiry was to trace out the complicated patterns of chance and necessity that had shaped human development, by distinguishing between the threads of independence and solidarity within its causal continuum. The combination of the accidental and essential did not render the course of history impenetrable to critical explanation. Statistics had already shown how chance events, repeated sufficiently often, yielded predictable outcomes. 34 Historical experiences could not be so reiterated, but the distinction between contingency and necessity still held. Here, however, the contrast lay between events occurring with the irregularity of facts and processes exhibiting the regularity of laws. The former were by no means always trivial or ephemeral, they could be large realities in their own right, with indefinitely long consequences, comparable to a natural configuration like that, say, which gave greater land mass to the northern than the southern hemisphere. 3 feet 1 inch. For all its significance, a causal sequence of this kind still remained accidental, in a sense that the tidal movement of the oceans was not. The aim of an etiology of history was to establish the hierarchy of these various kinds of causation in the actual record of human societies. In practice, there is a significant drift in Cournot's execution of this program. He was resolved to give chance its due role in the skein of events. But he paradoxically tended to conflate two distinct types of chance that his own examples constantly illustrated: one that could be called punctual, the other medial. In the first, a rare event occurs because of the intersection of unrelated causal chains; in the second, a recurrent event exhibits a range of unpredictable outcomes. This is the difference between the meteorite and the roulette wheel. In Cournot's formal definition of chance, the accent falls on the idea of causal independence, regardless of the scale or frequency of the event so caused, but in his historical treatment of it, the emphasis lies on the notion of statistical compensation, that is, the way in which a large number of uninspectably small causes acting within set parameters can give rise to random variations that cancel each other out to form a regular distribution. The shift from one to the other passes through the criterion that governs Cournot's selection of cases: stability of consequence. 36 This is what unites the otherwise disparate paradigms of the cosmic disaster and the gaming table. In Cournot's philosophy of history, the contingencies that count are those that yield persistent effects of duration or repetition. Tacitly, he assimilated the two and assumed they were equivalent to historical significance. In reality, of course, persistence, of either kind, is no guarantee against inconsequence. What lasts longer or happens more often is not thereby necessarily most important for a society. But Cournot's measure of the significance of a cause by the stability of its effect gave a particular shape to his narrative. For the order of the conditions determining human society underwent a basic reversal in his account. In primitive or ancient times, the philosophical study of history logically started with the ethnographic data of race, language, and religious belief, as the structures of greatest longevity, moved to juridical and political institutions, followed by economic life, and ended with art, science, and industry. In modern civilization, however, by which Cournot meant the history of Europe since the 16th century, the same fundamental criterion imposed the opposite sequence. We must give first place to what truly constitutes the substratum of European civilization, what has been least altered or impaired in its progress by elements of more variable nature, what will have most persistent interest for future generations. We will thus treat the positive sciences before philosophical systems, and even philosophical systems before religious doctrines. Treating last all that has to do more directly with the diversity of origins, genius, and customs of the nations that compose our European civilization, and ending with views on the great historical events where accidents certainly play more of a role than elsewhere, though not to the point where we need despair of discerning traces of order and regular concatenation. 37 The ensuing accounts of each century since the Renaissance in consideration sur la marche des idées et de événements dans les temps modernes obey this protocol. They begin with a survey of the science of the age, pass to philosophy and literature, proceed to religion and politics, or politics and economics, before concluding with international affairs. The hierarchy runs from the durable to the ephemeral. It was an order that might shock readers, Cornot remarked. The book ended with its most pointed expression. The French Revolution was lifted out of chronological sequence and treated after rather than before the 19th century. The purpose of this experiment, he explained, was to explore how much in the history of his own time was due to general social processes at work in Europe, that would have occurred without any upheaval in France, and how much to specific effects of the revolution. 38 A philosophical history could only be comparative in method, and must be capable of counterfactual reasoning. Viewed in this light, the outbreak of the revolution was indeed all but inevitable within France given the state of the ancien regime. No scenario for its avoidance was retrospectively plausible. But its course was affected by accidents, among them the failure of the flight to Varennes, without which no new dynasty could have been founded, and then the incomparable chance that this was done by a military genius, rather than merely a soldier of fortune of Latin American stamp. 39 And its eventual outcome was at variance with its many vicissitudes. 4 The historical order in which causes and effects unfolded in no way coincides with the order of importance of the conditions and results that finally predominated, as reason conceives it and subsequent events have confirmed it. 40 The most durable achievements of the French Revolution were those based on the work of science, the cosmopolitan innovations of its metric system. Next came its legal reforms, as they were codified by Napoleon, then its rationalization of civil administration, with the creation of departments, and finally the concordat with the Church. The theater of its most spectacular episodes, on the other hand, had left little behind. For the political legacy of the Revolution was perhaps no more than the endemic instability of governments in France since the Restoration, while economically it had retarded rather than accelerated the industrial development of the country. Looked at within the perspective of the continent as a whole, indeed, the French Revolution delayed more than it promoted the progress of European civilization towards a more rational international order in the 19th century. In this framework, it could be regarded as a random perturbation, without which Europe would have reached the same condition quickly and more painlessly. 41 In the coolness of this counterfactual verdict we are a long way from Hegel's judgment of the revolution. To the end of his life, a constitution was now established in harmony with the conception of right, on which all future legislation would be based. That was a glorious dawn. All thinking beings shared in the jubilation of the epoch. 42 What for Hegel was a change in man's place in the political world comparable to the Copernican discovery that the sun was the center of the firmament, Cornot could compare to an errancy in the path of a planet around it. Yet Cornot too could declare that the revolution was perhaps the last page of epic history that humanity would write. For his etiology of modern Europe was inserted as a detailed segment within a much vaster theoretical prospectus. The overall development of the species was characterized by a sequence of 3 phases, that divided social time on Earth. In primitive societies, there was no significant order of public events to compose a history proper. Social life was the product of instinctual drives, whose play was essentially blind. The train of deeds was the dictate of chance. The records of humanity at this stage of prehistory could yield at best the form of arbitrary annals, a series of curiosities, calamities, or prodigies with no relation between them other than mere temporal succession. With the emergence of civilization, instinctual life became increasingly subject to the guidance or control of ideas. Leaders arose capable of directing masses beneath them, religions and states were founded, empires battled with each other, the arts and sciences developed. The flow of events now acquired an intelligible order, of which a connected narrative could be written, one dominated by heroes and poets, legislators and prophets, whose principal field of action was politics and religion. The realm of chance was now crossed with that of purpose, yielding a social causation inextricably mingling contingency and necessity. In the course of its development, however, civilization gradually subjected more and more domains of social existence to rational organization. Its tendency, already visible, was therefore towards the advent of a third condition of humanity, which could be termed post-historical. In this stage, the social order would approximate to the regularity and predictability of a natural system, as economic principles became the dominant force shaping collective life, individual greatness declined, popular consumption increased, and politics lost ground to administration. In this final state of civilization, society tends to assume, like a beehive, a virtually geometric pattern. 43 human actions become so tightly integrated into a set of interconnected social mechanisms that they no longer present the variety of incident and invention of a genuine history. The motions of the resultant structure would merely provide the sort of bulletins recorded in an official gazette. When history comes to an end, it is the realm of necessity that triumphs over chance. In a century that saw many enterprises in the philosophy of history, this one stands out in the originality of its construction. Cournot's scientific background was, of course, a major influence on it. The general schema is clearly inspired by the trajectory of the natural world as it had been established by the advances of the time. The cosmos had moved from an initial state of chaos, without regular forms or laws, through a period of genesis in which the elements of an emergent order appeared, to a final state of stability, of indefinite duration. Within the solar system itself, which exemplified this curve, the history of the Earth repeated it, from original molten mass through fierce convulsions to the tranquil regularity of the quaternary epoch we now enjoy, and in turn the evolution of life on Earth reiterated the same movement, reaching relative biological equilibrium among contending species at the term of its development. 44 Cournot's etiology of human history drew its analytic bias for persistence, as well as its schematic direction, from the prestige of such natural analogies. But if his diagnosis of a post-historical future had only rested on these, it would have been a more fragile and conventional speculation of his age. Its particular force, however, came from the field of his own authority. The basic paradigm informing the vision of a stabilized human condition was the market equilibrium whose mechanisms of price formation he had pioneered. Cournot himself was explicit about this. It was the economic idea, the utilitarian principle that pervaded everything in the contemporary world, providing the standard of social organization. 45 The statistical regularities of the market were the model of the final prevalence of necessity over chance, of rational order over vital impulse. The economist considers the social body in a state of division and so to speak extreme pulverization, where all the singularities of individual organization and life compensate and cancel one another. The laws he discovers or thinks to do so are those of a mechanism, not a living organism. 46 Atomization, pulverization. Hegel and Cournot use similar terms when they view the market. But what in one was a subordinate system within the configuration of modernity has become for the other a dominant reality, that which defines it as the end of history. What was Cournot's political attitude towards this final state, as he foresaw it? His intellectual independence is striking here too. He spoke of the new idea of an administration of social interests, independent of political forms, which might be compared to a science or an industry capable of increasing perfection, as characteristic of the coming age. 47 But he was not a technocratic enthusiast for it, like Saint Simon. Nor, on the other hand, did he express a romantic abhorrence of the mechanical uniformity and symmetry of the society he predicted. The vehement rejection of a long line of Kulturkritiker is missing. Cournot's comments on the post-historical future he projected are curiously detached in tone. By upbringing he was a Catholic and a conservative, but by outlook he was a rationalist and by profession a scientist. 48. The combination yielded a peculiar temperamental balance, if with a touch of melancholy. The progressive civilization underway involved the victory of rational and general principles over spontaneous life energies, bringing with it many drawbacks as well as advantages, in some respects a lowering and in other respects a perfecting of the conditions of humanity. 49. The final state would be one in which history, absorbed by the science of social economics, would end like some river whose waters disperse into myriad irrigation canals, losing what was once their unity and imposing grandeur. 50. The substitution of the world of the Gazette for that of the epic would bring well-being and security, as well as anonymity and laxity. For if modernity was a creation of European development, what lay beyond it had been prefigured in Asian experience. Unlike Hegel's, Cournot's vision of the direction of world history is not exclusively Western. For centuries Chinese civilization had formed a parallel record to European, equal in achievements but distinct in values. Where Western societies had devoted themselves to the glorification of successive ideals, faith, fatherland, freedom, Chinese realism formed social institutions for the physical and moral improvement of individuals, the utility of men. It was in China, not in Europe, that principles of rational administration and industrial invention were pioneered, which only prevailed much later in the West, after the heroic energies of its properly historical phase had flowered and faded. 51. Wherefore Hegel the earth forms a sphere, but history does not describe a circle round it. 52. Cournot envisaged European and Chinese civilizations converging, as the outward movement of their two populations joined on the Pacific shores of America, in a common post-historical order. Cournot's end of history is a more definitely terrestrial destination than that of Hegel. But at the same time, because it lacks the backup of a higher movement in the absolute spirit, it is also less categorical. Cournot took pains to stress that while civilization tended towards a final state, it would probably never rigorously attain it. 53. Meanwhile, there remain the problems with which Hegel had grappled, the market, the state, the international order of the time. Cournot's grasp of the structural logic of the market was, of course, much deeper. The economist who anticipated the neoclassical revolution was not, however, a laissez-faire theorist. The recherches stressed that exchange values and use values were not only distinct but could be directly incompatible. The Dutch destruction of spice harvests in the East Indies was an act of selfish cupidity, evidently opposed to the interests of society, yet this sordid act of material destruction is a real creation of wealth in the commercial sense of the word, the only sense in which value admitted of treatment by political economy. 54. Equilibrium prices could be reached in conditions of monopoly or duopoly, as well as perfect competition, and it was not the case that unrestricted free trade was always of benefit to a nation. The unfettered pursuit of private interests did not necessarily result in public welfare, as the ravages of deforestation or the evils of opium traffic had shown. The preordained harmony of the invisible hand was an illusion. The principle of laissez-faire was justified where the complexity of variables was too great for the consequences of intervention to be calculable. This negative rationale could well cover most cases, as a pragmatic rule. But it was not a scientific axiom, and regulation of the market at the border or at home, might in other cases be preferable. Cournot had little more moral trust in the market than Hegel. 55. His greater understanding of its dynamic, however, precluded any belief that corporations might be the agents of regulation. The state alone could perform this role. Within its structure, Cournot thought administration was becoming ever more important. It was from its bureaucracy that pressure for intervention typically came. Cournot, who spent the better part of his career as a civil servant under a regime, the Second Empire, in which public functionaries acquired unusual power, naturally had high regard for such administration, without deeming it a universal class. His hostility to representative democracy was no less marked than Hegel's. But in France, where Cournot lived through 3 revolutions of increasingly radical tenor, no estate's alternative was credible. The result was a political theory in sharp contrast to Hegel's. Freedom was no longer the central ideal of human life. Experience showed that it was of decreasing importance to the men of the 19th century. The political liberty which once inspired such generous sacrifices and noble impulses will not be such an object of worship to future generations. 56. Power could not be founded on reason. The social contract was a myth and popular sovereignty a chimera. Universal suffrage and hereditary rule were equally irrational as principles. Political representation was as subjective a practice as artistic representation. There were as many forms of it as of portraiture. If administration served interests, government in the last resort reflected passions. No rational construction of sovereignty was possible, it could only be based on religion, tradition, or force. 57. The corrosive scepticism of this doctrine was mitigated only by the assurance that political passions, though never entirely extinguishable, were now subsiding as industrial civilization progressed. The contrast between this disabused account of public authority and the idea of the state as the realization of freedom marks, among other things, the distance between the two empires under which they were conceived. If Napoleon could appear to one philosopher as the Weltseele on horseback at Jena, his nephew was little more than a pedestrian piesaller for the other, riding just before the Mexican expedition. 58. A decade later, amid the ruins of the Second Empire, Cournot reflected on the international relations of the epoch. Here something of the same antinomy appeared as within each state. The advance of industrialization, creating ever more uniform social and political institutions in Europe, did not thereby cancel the ethnic and cultural differences between nations, which if anything acquired more subjective importance for the peoples concerned, not because they actually increased, but because even though reduced, they gained more relief amidst the larger surrounding commonality. Such ethnic identities gave force to the principle of nationality in contemporary politics, where states still stood arrayed against each other in the traditional balance of powers, and no neutral arbiter was conceivable between them. Could the cosmopolitanism of modern conditions eventually prevail over the rival patriotisms of the continent? Might a federal United States of Europe come into being one day? Only, Cournot thought, if there was a further transformation of society comparable to the changes which had put an end to feudalism. 59. That was, of course, an idea common in their own terms to socialists. If the new scientific culture of the century formed the major difference of intellectual context separating Cournot from Hegel, the emergence of socialism as a threat to the existing order was the great political divide between their worlds. When Cournot came to ask the classical question of his generation of countrymen, was the French Revolution over? His reply in the wake of the Commune was that another kind of revolution, a social war of European dimensions taking volcanic shape in the First International, had replaced it. 60. Of all the themes in his work that anticipate later problems, none was to be so uncannily clairvoyant as Cournot's response to the revolutionary challenge of the labor movement. The penetration of his insight came, no doubt, from the proximity of features in his own vision of a post-historical future to elements in the socialist culture of the time. But already in the ongoing present his own critique of the untrammeled free market posed him with a theoretical problem. If economic regulation by the state was in principle admissible, even desirable, where would it stop? Might not its logic lead to, say, public control of woods and arable land, in the interests of better use or greater output? That would lead, he warned in 1861, straight to what is nowadays called socialism, the banner of a new sect of which the world has rightly taken fright, as it realizes the wounds within existing society. 61. Economically, tariffs were indeed Smith often perfectly sensible, but what was to prevent workers arguing from the validity of measures of protection to laws of redistribution, on the same grounds of a common benefit for the greater number? Modern industrial competition inevitably led to periodic crises of overproduction, capital accumulation to concentration of fortunes, technological progress to mass unemployment. In these conditions of often acute social distress, the eternal conflict between rich and poor, which had always threatened the security of property, took on a new menace. For there now arose the idea of a social order equitably distributing the fruits of nature and industry, capable at once of a high level of output and reduced labor times for all. The 18th century had known utopian schemes, but only as isolated dreams without social resonance. It was a mark of the 19th century that such utopias now acquired the force of a mass aspiration in the new working-class centers in the big cities, fostered by the leveling pressures of universal suffrage. 6. What were their prospects of realization? Cournot argued that politically a proletarian revolution might succeed in doing away with capitalism, although it would run into formidable peasant resistance when it started to tax the countryside, which might overwhelm it. Economically, however, it was quite possible that socialism would be constructed more or less along the lines its theorists envisaged. In a particular state there were so many objective tendencies pointing in that direction. But while a socialist economy might be built internally within one nation, it would inevitably succumb to the pressures of the international environment surrounding it. No matter how authoritarian its state or vigilant its police, such a system could not withstand the forces of commercial competition from abroad. Even its best intentions, say, a desire to conserve natural resources from reckless exploitation, would turn to its disadvantage in foreign trade. Moreover, the world market was not just a system of commodity exchange, all factors of production were mobile within it. These included individuals themselves, who could not be indefinitely penned within single borders, and above all ideas or institutions, those that experience proved more efficient were bound to prevail across any frontiers, however closed. 63. The protective barriers a socialist economy would have to erect against the outside world were a sign of weakness, that would undo it. The prevision of the fate of communism is remarkable. But it did not leave Cournot entirely sanguine. For within capitalism itself, there were trends at work which were inconsistent with the principles of economic freedom. The growth in the scale of public works, the absorption of a major portion of profits on capital by fiscal charges and public borrowing, the spread of progressive taxation, the subventions to social insurance by the state, the legislation on conditions of work, the organization of workers' associations themselves, did not all these developments promise to bring about a sort of gradual, partial socialism? Or, at any rate, a different pattern in the distribution of wealth than would be given by the laws of economic equilibrium alone? 64. By the time of his last work, Revue sommaire de doctrines économiques, Cournot had read Marx and had become increasingly concerned to defend the socially beneficial functions of capital. Even if private property, inheritance, and inequality were not abolished outright, the trend towards state intervention and redistribution might still discourage individual economic activity to the point where a disguised socialism had the same depressive effects as the systematic sort. 65. Cournot's sketch of processes leading towards social democracy, long before anything like it existed, is scarcely less impressive as a theoretical presentiment, Haeckian forebodings taking shape ante diem. But although Cournot feared such a development, he never thought the stark recipes of economic liberalism an effective antidote to it. Market mechanisms did not generate any spontaneous evolutionary order, governmental authority remained the only conceivable archie of large modern societies, their essential principle of internal coordination. 66. Pure laissez-faire was about as rational in economics as it would be in medicine. The cause of property must not be confused with that of economic freedom, nor the idea of socialism with that of regulation. His own preferences could perhaps be said to anticipate the social market of a later Christian democracy. But his reservations about the overall logic of unrestrained economic liberalism went deeper than its consequences for national solidarity. They strike an arrestingly contemporary note. What would happen to finite natural resources across the globe, if they were plundered without limit for the profits of the day? The disastrous consequences of deforestation were already evident, and man was a concessionaire of the planet for much else besides, its fossil fuels too. What was the responsibility of one generation to its successors, in the calculus of human welfare? Where did the optimum distribution lie between them? 68. For its part, technological progress could in time lead to ever greater substitution of machinery for labor, realizing Bacon's perhaps ominous dream of rendering all natural forces the slaves of man. How then would the consequences of declining employment, within and above all across countries, be handled? 69. Last but not least, what of the international economic order that unfettered capital accumulation would bring? Would the mechanisms of global competition not generate a racial hierarchy condemning societies and peoples with fewer comparative advantages to the injustice of crushing inferiority? Such were the troubled questions that Cournot confided to Walras, on the eve of the emergence of general equilibrium theory. 70. Paradoxically, for all its differences, Cournot's legacy contains the same kind of tacit dislocation as Hegel's, between philosophical vision and social observation, the prospect of a historical closure and intimations of political rending. 3. Kojève. By the end of the century, the cultural climate had changed. Conceptions of progress of any kind were now, as Needhammer notes, subject to a surfacing doubt. Nietzsche, its most influential voice, attacked precisely the two versions of historical development that Hegel and Cournot had advanced. In the vocabulary of the use and abuse of history, Hegelian philosophy was reduced to a variant of grey-headed antiquarian history, but the most dangerous sort, since instead of instilling a crippling modesty before the past, the painful awareness of the epigone, it had prompted the shameless illusion among Germans that they were the peak of the species. The belief that one is a latecomer in the world is anyway harmful and degrading, but it must appear frightful and devastating when it raises our latecomer to Godhead, by a deft turn of the wheel, as the true meaning and object of all past creation, and his conscious misery is set up as the perfection of the world's history. Accurately enough, Nietzsche did not tax Hegel himself with having proclaimed the end of history, but rather with not having drawn this necessary conclusion from his system, so leaving his successors with the conceit of doing so. For Hegel, the highest and final stage of the world process came together in his own Berlin existence. He ought to have said that everything after him was merely to be regarded as the musical coda of the great historical rondo, or rather, as simply superfluous. He did not say it, and thus he implanted into a generation saturated by his influence a worship of the power of history that practically turns every moment into a sheer gaping at success, an idolatry of the actual. 71. A decade later, Nietzsche drew a famous portrait of the quite different ending that modern industry and democracy might bring about, a time when man will no longer launch the arrow of his longing beyond man and the earth has become small, without labor or danger, inequality or solitude, rule or passion, a world of human ground fleas, who persist the longest the last men. They have their little pleasures for the day, and their little pleasures for the night, but they are careful of their health. We have discovered happiness, say the last men, and blink. 72. Here the imagery of insect life has sunk below the hive, the post-historical vision of a society of symmetry and utility has become the sphere of universal Leistspan, the final state of mankind, the most contemptible of all. Nietzsche was, of course, unaware of Cournot, whose intellectual isolation during his lifetime was not much less than his own. Unlike the great German, the French thinker never acquired posthumous general renown. But within the universities of the Third Republic, he was not forgotten. The rationalist and solidarist ambience of the emergent social sciences found affinities with him, and in the Belle Époque he received belated tribute with a special issue of the leading academic journal of the day, and a comprehensive monograph on his thought. This attention continued into the interwar period. It was then that for the first time his views on post-historical stability received extended treatment from a young philosopher whose ontology had been conceived as a modernization of Cournot's work, Raymond Rouyer. His level-headed study of Avenir de l'Humanité d'après Cournot noted at the outset the similarity between Cournot's forecasts and Nietzsche's apprehensions. 73. Writing in 1929, however, he asked whether the novel turbulences of Bolshevism and fascism did not contradict the expectation of a secular decline of political energies as the rule of increasingly impersonal administration took hold. Yet since these were one-party regimes suppressing political debate and aiming at complete control of social and economic life, perhaps their destination was ironically the kind of state Cournot had envisaged, though if they did not afford the modicum of civil freedom for individuals he believed inseparable from modern civilization, they would not last. 74 Still, even if they passed, Cournot had probably both overestimated the degree of institutional stability that could ever be achieved by humanity, and underestimated the social costs of the type of stabilization he projected. Any imaginable equilibrium would be more relative, but also on a lower plane, than he had thought. History had hitherto always developed through a variety of human civilizations. Now the European form alone was becoming a universal model imposed across the globe, even as Europe itself was visibly becoming enervated in its own edifice of utilitarian calculation and consumption. 75 The result looked like being an increasingly uniform world, in which humanity no longer had any counter-assurance in alternative cultures. In these conditions, the mechanisms of the future could well become seized by a general rust. With the onset of the Depression and the victory of Nazism, the conditions in which this judgment was made were struck away. A product of the same professional milieu as Ruyer, Raymond Aron turned sharply against it under the impact of his experience of Germany in 1931–33. Originally formed under the influence of the Gallic version of Neo-Kantian rationalism, Aron's exposure to the work of Rickert and Weber, Husserl, and Heidegger in the years of Hitler's rise to power led to a strong rejection of what he saw as the complacency and provincialism of the established French philosophy and sociology of the time. 76 His introduction to the philosophy of history of 1938 was a summons to take the measure of the European crisis that the traditions of Durkheim or Brunswick had failed to register and for which German historicism and existentialism were better preparations. Aron has described the disarray into which the work threw his superiors. 77 Perhaps, however, this was not due only to the unfamiliarity of its themes. For the book is even in retrospect a curious hybrid, whose mixture of claims depends on its discontinuous structure. Significantly, however, Aron's first move was a consideration of Cournot, whose philosophy dominates the mise en scene of the work. Cournot's view of history, Aron argued, was not so much empirically as methodologically flawed, by its assumption of an end state whose ultimate order was the only guarantee that the path towards it was a logical evolution, rather than a random becoming but which the historically situated knowledge of the philosopher could never justify. Cournot could seek to distinguish between chance and necessity in the weave of events only because he had determined their final pattern in advance. 78 Aron rejected not only such metaphysical determinism, but also more specific doctrines of social or economic determination, Durkheim's conception of collective forces, Simian's preoccupation with Boolean flows, or Marx's account of the primacy of infrastructures. All causal relationships in society were at best only partial and probable, there was no first cause or original motor in history, whose processes were irreducible. Plural. Neither the reality of local ensembles nor the objectivity of fragmentary determinisms excludes the incoherence of atomic facts or the incertitude of the whole. 79 What then were the constituents of a valid philosophy of history, one that had learned to abandon binding epistemological and political certainties? For Aron, its object emerged in a new light, quite foreign to Cournot. The concept of history is not essentially tied to the hypothesis of a total order. What is decisive is rather our consciousness of the past and our will to define ourselves in terms of it. The distinction between truly historical individuals and peoples and those who are ahistorical does not have to do with the pace of social change or the character of institutions. To live historically is to preserve, to relive and to judge the existence of one's ancestors. 80 For this program, Aron invoked the authority of Hegel. But if the idea of an appropriation internalization of the past by a consciousness in the present could be termed a Hegelian derivation, mediated by Dilthey, the other moments of this agenda, not preserving or reliving, but judging and willing, bear the stamp of Weber and Heidegger. By what value standards should the past be judged, once a plurality of ethical standpoints was sociologically conceded? How could the subjective adoption of one perspective, among others, be reconciled with the objectivity of historical knowledge itself? Unable to settle for Weber's formalist solution, Aron found himself driven towards its exasperated sequel in Weimar decisionism, arguing, in Heideggerian fashion, that man determines himself and his mission by measuring himself against nothingness, with the power of he who creates himself by judging his milieu and choosing himself, and so surmounts the relativity of history by the absolute of his decision. 8.1 Here it is confrontation, not with the complexity of a social past, but with the abyss of the existential present that gives meaning and direction, the void of death rather than the legacy of life. In this key, Marxism itself was to be understood as an existential attitude among others, a practical will independent of the theoretical validity of its claims. The relativist logic here led to not a rectification but a dissolution of the philosophy of history as Aaron had initially conceived it. In the unstable compound of his text, however, it oscillated with its reverse. For elsewhere, Aaron sought to anchor his project in permanent dispositions of human nature. The historian could not escape the danger of substituting his own preferences for the actual realities of the past, unless he assumed a common standard between them as an inevitable vocation in the nature of man and of the mind. 8.2 If history was made up of a multiplicity of partial totalities, each of these was nevertheless the imperfect work of a humanity whose unity was equivalent to a goal situated on an infinite horizon, the totality which the philosopher would grasp if man had exhausted his history, by completing his creation and self-creation. The idea of an end of history, in other words, recurs even in a discourse that seems to set its face against it. In this register, only the human species is engaged in an adventure whose goal is not death but the realization of itself. 83 Here essence unmistakably commands existence. In the introduction the gesture of this ontological reversal is only sketched, it remains without empirical referent. But its inspiration was to become clear elsewhere in Aaron's work, and was never disavowed by him. It lay in Kant's notion of reason as the regulative principle of a society governed by law and a world assured of peace. 45 years later, reflecting on the political disorders and nuclear dangers of the century, he wrote at the end of his life, "I continue to believe that a happy ending is possible, far beyond our political horizon, in the idea of reason." 8.4 While Aaron was composing his introduction, another and more powerful one was underway in Paris at the same time. Kojève had started to lecture on Hegel in 1933. A Russian who had spent his formative years in Germany, Kojève too had absorbed the impact of Heidegger much more deeply. But in his case it was mediated by the influence of Marx, and led to an interpretation of Hegel that was a genuine intellectual synthesis, of striking coherence and originality. Kojève's fundamental move was to exfoliate the center of Hegel's system into a double development. The movement of the spirit through time, in the metaphysical passage of the absolute to itself, was brought to earth in two complementary figures. The first was existential, and traced the dynamic of human identity as a freedom negating its situation in pursuit of a desire whose fulfillment can only lie in its free acknowledgement by others. The second was social, and traced the pattern of class relations as they developed in successive conflicts from aristocratic domination through bourgeois ascendancy to popular equality. For Kojève, these two figures were interwoven in a single narrative that gave its sense to the history of the world. At its origin, the annihilating action of every consciousness, moved by a desire for what it is not, engages in contest with that of every other, as each seeks to extort the recognition of itself that alone can satisfy it, and in this quest accepts the risk of death to achieve dominance over the other. Out of this battle emerge the first social relations of master and slave in antiquity. These are in turn transformed by the labor of the slaves to yield the world of capital, whose formal equality is anticipated in Christianity. That world is then overthrown by the victory of workers over capital, in a revolution assuring the universal recognition of all in substantive equality. Kojève made no secret of the sources of this construction. Heidegger had understood the primordial projection of human existence towards death in Hegel's philosophy, that ensues from the struggle of each consciousness to wrest symbolic tribute, honor or prestige, from its rivals, but he had largely ignored the transformative processes of labor. Marx had grasped the material dynamic of work unleashed by the drive for recognition, but had neglected the struggle to death behind it. 8.5 Hegel's philosophy united these themes: death, struggle, and labor concatenate in one movement as humanity proceeds towards its goal. In Kojève's reconstruction, this goal acquires a peculiar relief. For the first time, Hegel's philosophy is credited with a full conception of an end of history, as not just the result of human development but also its halting place. How novel this account was can be seen from the reading of Hegel that prompted Kojève's undertaking, to which he acknowledged his debt. In 1935 Alexander Koyer, linked to him in the Russian emigration, had published a pioneering essay on the concept of time in Hegel's recently discovered Genealogic and Real Philosophy, which had concluded that for all its majesty Hegel's philosophy was a failure because its system was only possible if history was completed, which was just what its dialectic of time, as perpetual negation of the present by the future, precluded. Human freedom and historical finality could not be reconciled. 86 This was just the verdict Kojève sought to overthrow. He argued that Hegel had indeed affirmed the end of history, in perfect accord with the structure of his philosophy and the logic of modernity, and had identified its arrival with the First Empire. What Napoleon's victory at Jena had represented for Hegel, Kojève maintained, was the advent of a universal and homogeneous state, in which the opposition of master and slave is finally overcome in the synthesis of a citizen soldiery combining the traditionally antithetical roles of war and work, in equality under the law. Once the revolutionary armies of the state have vanquished every enemy, and universal equality is realized, the drive for recognition is fulfilled, desire thus being entirely satisfied, struggle and labor cease, history is over, there is nothing more to do. 7 All that remains, at the end of time, is the natural existence of man as a biological being and the contemplation of the historical process of his becoming, in the wisdom of Hegel's philosophy itself. Kojève's explication of Hegel was at the same stroke a validation. In its essentials, the structure of history was as Hegel had seen it to be. There were only two reservations to be made to his account. Under the influence of Schelling, Hegel had mistakenly extended his dialectic to nature, the domain not of negativity but of identity, to construct a single ontology for the physical and historical worlds that was manifestly untenable. 88 To grasp the truth of Hegel's philosophy, it was necessary to strip nature out of it. The other correction was more local, and affected the historical account itself. Hegel's timetable needed an adjustment. He had miscalculated the hour of the end of history, for Napoleon had not in the event realized it. The universal and homogeneous state had only germinated at Jena, and over a century later was still far from fruition. The political order Hegel had envisaged was not an established reality, but an ideal requiring the negativity of an ongoing action to be brought into existence. 8-9 The perfect state was a project still to be accomplished. Kojève left little doubt where it was being carried forward. In lectures rife with allusions to the communist movement of the time, he hinted that Hegel's philosophy already furnished, in advance, the necessary judgments to be made of a virtuous reformism that was no more than a form of bourgeois individualism, of self-indulgent intellectuals incapable of effective social action, of dreams of permanent revolution that could only lead to anarchy or the destruction of the dreamers. Successful revolutionary struggle required other qualities, among them, the capacity to connect with tradition, and to engage with terror. 9-0 It was not difficult to see whose silhouette was being traced here, and Kojève made no secret of it at the time. The role of Napoleon had fallen to Stalin. The end of history was now under preparation in the East. Kojève's lectures made a deep impression on his listeners to more various and influential effect than probably any others in France this century. But what was the relation between his vision and Hegel's? Kojève based his reading of Hegel all but exclusively on the phenomenology of spirit. Neither the early theological texts, which had caused an intellectual flurry in the time of Dilthey, nor the Jena writings that had fascinated Koyer, and still less the philosophy of right or the lectures in the philosophy of history, which had dominated discussion in the time of Marx, feature in his account. This choice gave him maximum hermeneutic latitude. For the phenomenology, bearing at once on the formation of the self and the development of the world, in language of opaque passion and elusive intensity, invites the largest interpretive constructions while withholding most of the empirical specifications needed for them. The political background of the text cannot be mistaken, where it nears the French Revolution, and Hegel himself claimed it had foreseen the denouement of the Napoleonic adventure. 9.1 But it is entirely lacking in historical or institutional particulars. Not so much as one proper name from the annals of power appears in its pages. Unencumbered by the detailed references and explicit proposals of Hegel's later works, Kojève was free to develop his own formidable variations on the darkling adumbrations at Jena. The result is a decisive political shift. The universal and homogeneous state Kojève ascribed to Hegel could, in fact, be described as an inversion of his program. For Hegel, at all stages in his career, believed that the state had to be differentiated in structure and delimited in territory, articulated into corporate divisions, and organized in national forms. This political ideal was to be spelt out most expressly in the philosophy of right. But it is unequivocally indicated in the phenomenology too, whose allusions to the French revolutionary experience repeatedly insist on the moment of difference that requires an organic articulation, organis gliedrung, of freedom, dividing the social world into stable spiritual masses or spheres into which the plurality of individuals are assigned as specific estates. The terror signifies the abolition of these, but with its passing they take shape once more, as the individuals who have felt the fear of death, their absolute master, again submit to negation and distinctions _, arrange themselves in their spheres, and return to apportioned and limited tasks, but thereby to their substantial reality. 92 Kojève's commentary on Hegel's text moves in exactly the opposite direction. The post-revolutionary order is constituted by the definitive reality of the Napoleonic Empire, which is a universal and homogeneous state, for it unites the whole of humanity and suppresses within itself all specific differences, nations, social classes, families. 93 The state that brings history to an end is universal because it admits of no further expansion, and homogeneous since it is exempt from contradiction. This is a drastic change of definition. Kojève's alteration of Hegel's agenda is not limited, moreover, simply to the structure of the ideal state, it involves a transformation of its substance too. For Hegel, the Rechtsstaat is the rational embodiment of modern liberty. The leading themes of his whole account of political development are reason and freedom, it is these that are realized in the ethical substance of the modern state. In Kojève's vision of the end of history, they fade into the background, references to them become no more than residual, even vestigial. In their stead, two quite different concepts hold the stage, desire and satisfaction. Kojève drew these from the dialectic of self-consciousness in the fourth chapter of the Phenomenology. Human desire is fundamentally desire for what is not itself, the desiring consciousness of others. It is this dynamic which unleashes the reciprocal contest of subjectivities whose first historical figure is the dialectic of lord and bondsman, whose stake is recognition. Victory in this struggle, first one-sided in the pagan aristocratic world, then mediated in its Christian bourgeois sequel, finally generalized among the worker warriors of the universal state, is Befriedigung, satisfaction. Hegel indeed uses the term to indicate the object of the dialectic of desire. Self-consciousness achieves its satisfaction only in another self-consciousness. 94 But this is itself only one episode in the adventure of the spirit. Once Hegel's account reaches the fifth chapter of the Phenomenology, the vocabulary of desire and satisfaction falls away, another and higher drama is now played out, whose stage is reason. Beyond that, in turn, lie the vicissitudes of freedom inaugurated by the general will. By the time he came to write his political philosophy proper 15 years later, Hegel makes little mention of desire or recognition. Satisfaction is still a central category, but its register is now mainly economic, related to material needs. 95 Kojève was thus not wholly unfaithful to Hegel, but he highlighted what Hegel tended to relinquish, or surpass. The result is a quite distinct historical upshot. Its hallmark is no longer liberty. This is not because freedom as such plays no significant role in Kojève's philosophy of history, but rather because it features so radically at the beginning that it has little left to do at the end. One could call this the characteristic paradox of existentialism. Once human consciousness is defined ab initio as non-identity, and freedom as the movement of its annihilation in the world, its essential quest is for identity, that is, recognition, not a second liberty. The satisfaction it seeks, in Hegel's original schema, is the fusion of its own self-awareness as for itself with its presence as an in itself acknowledged by others. It was Sartre who developed the most famous philosophical construction around this idea. In the phenomenological drama of being and nothingness, the pursuit by consciousness of a stable transparency in the in itself for itself is an unavoidable yet impossible quest. Freedom is a useless passion. The rest of Sartre's philosophy was one long attempt, in different ways, to reinsert freedom as an ethical or political goal still to be attained, back into an ontology which guaranteed it as a necessary burden in the first place. Kojève's version of the dialectic of recognition lacks the self-defeating thrust of Sartre's, but the logic of its relationship to the political realm is much the same. Since in Kojève's equation liberty equals negativity equals action equals history 96 from the start, the output of the last term can add little to the input of the first. Satisfaction lies beyond this series. That is why it, rather than reason or freedom, becomes the principle of the perfect state. It was not just Hegel from whom Kojève took his leave here, but also Marx. He noted that his concept of Befriedigung is not to be found in Marx's writing. What takes its place, of course, is a concept whose absence is symptomatic in Kojève's, emancipation. The end of history signifies something else for Kojève. So little does its order primarily mean liberation for its citizens that at the limit he could write, certainly, only the head of the universal and homogeneous state is really satisfied. Hence only he is really free. 97 But, he went on, the citizenry could nevertheless be potentially satisfied since, with careers now open to talents, all might aspire to head the state. The role of the philosopher was to understand this conclusion of human development with the knowledge of the sage as Hegel believed he had comprehended Napoleon, with an insight beyond the emperor himself. This conception was the occasion of a famous exchange after the war. When the lectures on the phenomenology were finally published in 1947, Leo Strauss, a friend of Kojève from his time in France, and another thinker who had felt the influence of Senuendizeit, greeted them as an extraordinary feat. No one has made the case for modern thought in our time as brilliantly as you. 98 In the same letter, however, he also made a number of penetrating critical observations on Kojève's work. Kojève did not reply directly to these, but when Strauss published his own work on tyranny the following year, Kojève responded with a pregnant restatement of his position in 1950, Tyranny and Wisdom. Strauss's text, A Meditation on Xenophon's Hiero, had warned his contemporaries that, we are now brought face to face with a tyranny which holds out the threat of becoming, thanks to the conquest of nature and in particular of human nature, what no earlier tyranny ever became, perpetual and universal. He left the name of the danger in no doubt. Humanity was now confronted by the appalling alternative that man, or human thought, must be collectivized either by one stroke and without mercy or else by slow and gentle processes. 99 Against this menace, the abiding task of the philosopher was more urgent than ever, to expose the threat of tyranny as misrule, and to guard the detachment of philosophy from the city. Kojève's reply was an extended rejection of both conclusions. Tyranny did not invariably call for condemnation, and philosophers had been natural advisers to rulers, rather than their scourges, from the time of Aristotle onwards. The original relation between the Stagirite and his pupil was, in fact, exemplary. Alexander, the architect of the first universal empire, was not only perhaps the greatest statesman to have arisen within the horizon of Western philosophy, but certainly the one whom the great tyrants of our world have imitated for centuries. Now, however, the goal pursued by humanity was not only a politically universal state but also a socially homogeneous, that is, classless society, and once again the linkage of philosophy and power was repeated in the relation of Marx to Stalin. The tyrant who here initiates the real political movement towards homogeneity consciously followed the teaching of the intellectual, even if in doing so the tyrant has falsified the philosophical idea in order to transpose it from the realm of abstraction into that of reality. If all the major political enterprises of history had in this sense been guided by philosophical conceptions, these two examples effectively exhaust the great political themes of history. 100 For Strauss, this was an unabashed apology for Stalin's regime, which, if it did indeed bring a universal and homogeneous state, would represent a universal and final tyranny destructive of humanity as such. No social order could bring the kind of satisfaction Kojève envisaged, as the ancients had always insisted. The weakness and dependence of human nature precluded it. Dissatisfaction, of workers or of thinkers, would break out in any imaginary fulfillment of history. Hence Kojève's tacit admission inscribed in the notion of a perfect state, rather than its withering away, of the necessity for continuing coercion to suppress it. Philosophical wisdom pointed away from this, and every other, modern utopia. Political activity was a limited realm within the eternal order, and men were properly held by sacred restraints within it. Limited constitutional government by a class of gentlemen, an open or covert aristocracy, was the only alternative to the brutal chaos of permanent revolution. 101 Kojève's prescriptions could only lead to a world of technological terror. But as it turned out, Strauss's interlocutor eluded him. Kojève's political itinerary awaits detailed reconstruction. But his debate with Strauss revealed only one side of it. During the war, his confidence in the Soviet state as the advance guard of history seems to have reached its height. In 1943 he wrote what can actually be regarded as his major work, Esquisse d'une phénoménologie du droit, a remarkable study of law and the state that is his Rijksphilosophy, which he left in manuscript and was only published in 1981. Here his leading philosophical themes are developed more systematically than in his introduction, as the foundation for a historical typology of justice as the pursuit of recognition, from aristocratic equality to bourgeois equivalence, to their synthesis in socialist equity. The political conclusion of the book is in effect a set of proposals for the civil code of the universal and homogeneous state, which Kojève here straightforwardly terms the socialist empire with which history ends. 102 But the outcome of the war, after the Allied landings in Normandy, changed his thinking. By 1945, he had already developed an alternative prospectus. In a memorandum on post-war France, he argued that if the nation-state was now outdated, the universal state had not yet arrived. In this situation, where socialist internationalism and liberal anti-statism were equally impotent, the only effective structure was an intermediate form, the imperial union of related states, as both Churchill and Stalin had understood. If France was to overcome the weakness it had so fatally revealed as a nation-state in 1940, it must take the same path as the UK and the USSR. Its task was the construction of a Latin empire, based on the Mediterranean and embracing Spain and Italy, to counterbalance the Anglo-Saxon and Soviet blocs which otherwise would dominate Europe. Under the leadership of de Gaulle, both the Catholic Church and the Communist parties could be integrated into such a project. 103. A few weeks after composing this document, Kojève joined the foreign section of the Ministry of Finance under Robert Marjolin, a former pupil in his Hegel seminar, and one of the architects of the common market. A year later, in his first publication after taking up official life, Kojève reiterated all the main themes of his pre-war interpretation of Hegel, while noting that the phenomenology lacked a theory of the dialectic between masters that lay at the origin of states. But he ended it by saying, if there was from the beginning a Hegelian left and a Hegelian right, that is also all there has been since Hegel. History had unfolded within the categorical framework the German philosopher had conceived, even if its exact outcome was still uncertain. It cannot be said that history has refuted Hegelianism. At most one can say that it has still not arbitrated between left and right interpretations of Hegel's philosophy. 104 What these were to be was spelt out with great clarity in a letter to Strauss shortly after their exchange. History, Kojève wrote, was moving towards a calculable conclusion, but the roads that led to it were varied, the product of alternative choices. For example, if the Westerners remain capitalist, they will be defeated by Russia, and that is how the end state will come about. If, however, they integrate their economies and policies, then they can defeat Russia. And that is how the end state will be reached. 105 As late as 1953 Kojève seems to have suspended judgment as to which alternative would prevail. But the elision in the first parenthesis capitalism, i.e. nationalism, proved decisive. By the time the European Economic Community, in which he was to play an active role, was formed, the issue was settled. It was the West, not the East, which held the future of the world. The truth of Hegel had fallen to the right, after all. Kojève died in 1968, dismissing with sardonic scorn the crowds in Paris who had failed to understand it. 106 A few months earlier, he had written his codicil. In a famous footnote to the second edition of the introduction, he explained that he had realized after the war that Hegel's timing had been correct after all. History had indeed come to an end on the field of Jena, rather than on the banks of the Volga. What has happened since is no more than an extension in space of the universal revolutionary force actualized in France by Robespierre Napoleon, as backward societies caught up with European principles. The Soviet and Chinese revolutions were of the same order of events as the independence of Togo or Papua, of greater moment only insofar as they had prompted post-Napoleonic Europe to rid itself more briskly of its anachronisms. American society, now virtually classless in the abundance of its consumption, presented the rest of humanity with the image of its future. 107 Kojève's political reversal could hardly, it would seem, have been more complete. Yet there was a philosophical coherence behind it. He had always defined the end of history as the advent of a universal and homogeneous state. Compared with the ideals of Hegel himself, not to speak of those of Marx, the most striking feature of this description of the good society is its formalism. It lacks, very pointedly, any specification of property regime or constitutional structure. The reason is clear enough. This is an end state deduced all too rigorously from the original figure of a bare dialectic of consciousness, shorn of social or institutional complication. As such, in its abstraction and simplicity, it was always liable to capsizals of reference. Universality and homogeneity, the all and the same, are categories sufficiently wide to accommodate an ample spectrum of contents. There was thus no conceptual barrier to stop Kojève from switching the end of his story from socialism to capitalism, without major adjustment. There was just one material change that was necessary. Homogeneity might assume any number of guises, but universality at least precluded one, the nation-state. This, which Hegel had upheld, Kojève consistently and vehemently rejected. The condition of his conversion to the West was its supersession of this form. The Imperial Union advocated in 1945, recast as integration in 1950, became a reality at Rome in 1957, and Kojève could end his days as counselor to Giscard and Barre, performing the office of the philosopher as he had wished it. 108 The geopolitical shift in Kojève's construction was thus smooth enough, once the community was in place. Yet it did not leave its historical substance unaffected. However tacitly, the change of compass altered the meaning of the end of history. In the original conception, the disappearance of wars and revolutions ushered in a world in which politics and philosophy faded away, to leave a humanity at peace with itself and nature, engaged in art, love, play, in short everything that makes man happy. This was the prospect Marx had described as the realm of freedom, that lay beyond the struggle between classes and the duress of necessity. But now, with the substitution of the prosperity of capitalism for the promise of socialism, it underwent a transmogrification. The same condition emerges in a different light, as a degraded animality. In the new version, after the end of history, men would construct their edifices and works of art as birds build their nests and spiders spin their webs, would perform musical concerts after the fashion of frogs and cicadas, would play like young animals, and would indulge in love like adult beasts. 109 This could not be described as happiness, but at most as the contentment of a post-historical species whose discourse itself would approximate to the signal language of bees. The reign of such animality had already begun in the United States. Strauss had, as it happened, taxed Kojève with just this prospect in his criticism of the introduction, arguing that its projection of a Hegelian Marxist idol at the end of history in fact conjured up only the wilderness of Nietzsche's last men. 110 In effectively conceding the case, however, Kojève now turned it against its maker, not the land of the final tyrant, but that of the rule of ostensible gentlemen, was the breeding ground of the species. The world historical victory of the West is thus tainted with a philosophical irony. Kojève, who had always believed that wars and revolutions were the driving force of history, at length concluded that after all it was markets and commodities that decided its outcome. But the heroic stamp of his Hegelianism was never quite effaced. The final mordancy of his image of post-history is the sign of a political nostalgia. It was in character that he added a twist to it. Perhaps the future did not lie in North America after all, but Japan, where for 3 centuries the ruling class had disengaged from war or work, yet without descending to animality, by transforming the common activities of life into pure exercises of style. A culture of ceremony rather than consumption might be the ultimate resting place. In this scenario Japan would make over the West, and existentialism survive as formalism. 4-3 Sequels. With this last touch, the 3 major speculations on the end of history were in place. Hegel's vision of it, as we have seen, was oblique. Refracted through the higher medium of the spirit's return to itself in the realm of philosophy, and, partly also for that reason, incomplete, leaving significant contradictions unresolved. But its central theme was unambiguously affirmative. The goal of history was the realization of freedom, whose form would be the modern constitutional state. Cournot's account was a much more explicit conception, taking the form of an overall prediction derived from the trend of human development to date. Here it was the spread of rational administration, enabled by the interdependence of the market, that would bring history to an end, for the greater amenity but not necessarily liberty of the race. This vision too had its uncertainties: the rise of socialism as a threat to the market, the blindnesses within the market itself. Kojève's construction was declarative in a quite new way, foregrounding its theme as a philosophical leitmotif and a political guide to understanding the contemporary world. Here the end of history, initially conceived as universal recognition in an egalitarian state, ultimately became a social existence reduced to the routines of consumption, or to the rituals of style, the pursuit of fun or the devotion to form. Each of these original versions has had its sequels. Cournot's legacy passed, without much attention to its detail or background, into the repertory of the German theorists of post-histoire discussed by Needhammer, as a founding illusion. The conduit here was Henry de Man, in exile from Belgium after the war, whose intellectual formation dated from the time when Cournot's work was still current in French universities. De Man's usage of it is indicated by the title of the work, in which he called Cournot's notion of a morphological stabilization of society to his aid, Varmassung und Kulturverfall. Written at the height of the Cold War, as it threatened to break out into hostilities, this connected military catastrophe and cultural decline. As the experience of 2 world wars and the increasing likelihood of a third demonstrated, modern civilization was numbed by an institutional massification in which the sheer scale of large organizations precluded any intelligent human direction. History necessarily lost meaning once social cause and effect became so disconnected, producing the political paralysis of an age of fear. 111 In de Man's version of post-history, rational administration is emptied of its reason, and Cournot's sceptical meliorism turns into nuclear pessimism. Suggestively, At virtually the same moment Aaron published the most highly strung of his writings during the Cold War, Les Guerres Anciennes, in which he drew on Cournot's doctrine of independent causal series to analyze the conjuncture that had brought the world to the brink of its third hyperbolic war 112. But as the immediate danger of hostilities in Europe receded, it was the theme of bureaucratic petrifaction and cultural involution, not military escalation, that was transmitted to the German conservatives who took up the notion of a post-historical society. The most influential of these, Arnold Gehlen, who naturalized the term in the Federal Republic, argued that the sign of post-histoire was a crystallization of culture, in which no new constituents could any longer be generated. Just as the history of religions was to all intents and purposes manifestly over, leaving a range of major faiths to which no further creeds could be added, so now all secular ideological and aesthetic forms had become a fixed inventory. No more general philosophies of the kind once developed from Darwin or Marx or Nietzsche were any longer possible, though the key attitudes they inspired lived on just as new avant-gardes in painting or literature, with capacity for radical innovation, had ceased to appear. The development of specialized sciences and the administrative structures built around them now precluded any chance of intellectual synthesis. The communist and democratic world still staged an ideological confrontation, to the advantage of the latter as more diverse and tolerant, and claimants to aesthetic rupture continued to parade, with varying degrees of talent. But in their basic forms, no further development of politics or art now seemed conceivable, as if the arsenal of historical experience was closed. All that remained was the recycling or crossing of the same elements, hybridization or repetition, great surface variety and deep underlying fixity. 113 advanced in 1960, Gehlen's thesis anticipates much of postmodernism 20 years later, was perhaps the first sharp glimpse of it. But if there is a single source for the characteristic tone of the exit from history that came to be celebrated by the French theorists of postmodernity, it is to be found in Kojève. The intellectual generation of Baudrillard or Lyotard never had any of his original sympathy for the Soviet regime. Hostility to Stalinism was a touchstone of its political outlook. But it too originally looked for a social revolution in quasi-situationist or workerist colors. The year 1968 was its 1942. But the general re-establishment of order which followed the turbulence at the turn of the 70s changed its mind. Capital was here to stay. There was no positive engagement in the enterprise of extending its horizons, of the kind that marked Kojève. But passive acceptance of its victory led to what might be termed a woefully demoralized assimilation of his conclusions. Whether in the variant that proclaimed all grand narratives dead, or which explained the passing of reality into simulation, the hallmark of the postmodern version of the end of history has been a fusion of the two motifs that Kojève had opposed as alternatives, no longer a civilization of either consumption or style, but of their interchangeability, the dance of commodities as bal mask of libidinal intensities. 114 In this space, where aesthetic form and advertising function naturally interpenetrate, and a playful artifice models objects and persons alike, time has lost its strength. Modernity spent, history reaches its standstill in the streamlined whirl of a merry-go-round. Just this vista is the critical target of the major heir to the Hegelian theme of the fulfillment of reason. In Habermas's work, the relationship of philosophical conception to the original source has been much more deeply worked through than in the theorists of post-history or postmodernity, and yields results on quite another scale. The philosophical discourse of modernity opens by rejecting both the theory of crystallization and the claims of postmodernism. The dynamic of modernity is not exhausted, Habermas argues. If the Enlightenment idea of a modern epoch can be defined as a present time breaking with the past, not in a single rupture, but in a continuous renewal, towards an elective future, Hegel stands near its starting point, greeting the dawn of a new period as the sudden flash of lightning over the world, in the first pages of the Phenomenology. Hegel's philosophy is seen here as the commanding attempt to develop, out of the disturbing principle of a subjectivity freed from all traditional norms, self-validating structures of intellectual and institutional life. For Habermas, Hegel grasped with unmatched profundity the divisions within the culture and society of the Enlightenment, which pitted recently separated forms of thought and belief, and newly antagonistic systems of labor and rule against each other, and he rightly sought to reunite them in a historically grounded reason. But Hegel went astray in locating the site of such a reason. After early coming close to the right answer, his eventual solution was to postulate an absolute already inhabiting the subject, and thereby necessarily capable of overcoming its diremptions, in the passage of the spirit to itself. The result was a reason rendered too powerful, politically in a still authoritarian state, and philosophically in a devaluation of the present. Habermas does not tax Hegel with exalting his own time as the end of history, but rather with rejecting it in his reaction to the emergent demands for democracy in France and England. 115 The first great theoretician of modernity thus failed to remain true to it. But his work posed all its basic problems at such a depth that Habermas insists, echoing Kojeev's dictum 40 years earlier, we still remain contemporaries of the young Hegelians. For every subsequent discourse of modernity has been dominated by the same issue with which they grappled. Habermas defines this as the one-sided development of reason, whether as scientific knowledge, economic exchange, or bureaucratic power, at the expense of social cohesion and human possibility. The quest for a salve has taken many forms: Marx's recourse to production, as the secret of an alienated world and hope of its emancipation, Nietzsche's appeal to the archaic energy of an ecstatic will, against the pretensions of morality and the illusions of individuation, Heidegger's remembrance of an original being, before the arrival of hubristic metaphysics and destructive technologies. None of these critiques of actually existing modernity achieved its objectives. Their failure, Habermas argues, calls for a basic change of paradigm from a subject-centered to a communicative conception of reason, of the kind set out in his earlier work. This alone is proof against both the distortions exhibited by a purely instrumental reason, and the no less dangerous antidotes recurrently proposed for them. Only in such communicative reason can the means of fulfilling the promises of modernity be found. Here Habermas's epistemological revision leads directly to political conclusions. Contemporary societies suffer from two central problems. They are divided into impersonal systems coordinating social action through mechanisms that bypass intersubjective communication, the steering media of money and power which rule market and state, and life worlds which are the province of direct communicative understanding between subjects, family, education, art, religion. The differentiation between these forms of social living is a structural necessity of modernity, which cannot be lifted. But capitalist development has led to increasing encroachments of the systems into the life world, bureaucratic and financial imperatives invading or corrupting its textures, with manifestly damaging consequences. At the same time, the inner coherence of the life world itself is threatened by a multiplication of expert cultures, without any common vocabulary, weakening the bonds of spontaneous daily understanding between subjects, while the inherited particular identities on which any stable culture depends are undermined by growing pressure from rationalized universal norms. In these conditions, the self-reproducing springs of a free sociability are under threat from within and without. What are Habermas's remedies? The life world cannot reclaim the systems that have become detached from it. But the colonization by the systems back into its own space can be resisted by the erection of censors to detect and check the intrusions of money and power into the fabric of everyday relationships where these do not belong. At the same time, certain impulses from the life world can be transmitted in the opposite direction towards the systems, to influence their steering. 116 The public sphere is the natural site of such movements, which are strongest when based on collective identities. These always reflect concrete forms of life that cannot be severed from tradition without loss. But communicative reason can mediate between their particular contents and the requirements of a universalist ethics, in such a way as actually to strengthen the skein of customary meanings by lending them reflexive force. Critical testing and fallibilist consciousness even enhance the continuity of a tradition that has stripped away its quasi-natural state of being. In so doing, they preserve the context of social integration by the risky means of an individualistically isolating universalism. 11.7 There is an audible echo in these proposals. What they call for, in effect, is a neue Sittlichkeit. For the most striking feature of Habermas's construction is the way in which it remaps Hegel's philosophy of right. Here the division between state and civil society becomes the contrast between systems and life world, and with the shift of the market to the former, and the family to the latter, the relative values attached to them are reversed. But the strict dualism of the underlying scheme, in which each structure has its own zone of competence, not to be infringed by the other, is retained. The same problem is then posed: how are the two domains to be pragmatically or morally integrated? The bridging role of the corporations falls, in Habermas's version, to the public sphere, located within the life world but reaching out towards the systems beyond it. The common ethical substance that then underwrites the whole uncannily reproduces Hegel's own squaring of the circle, in the alchemy of a particular culture that yet displays a universal reason. The correspondence between the two architectonics is indeed more than formal. Politically, adjusting for the elapse of time, there is a curious resemblance in their upshots. Each accepts the market of the epoch as the objective order of any modern economic life, while noting social dysfunctions of it for which there appears to be no structural remedy. Each accepts the state of the day as the necessary form of subjective freedom, and warns against attempts to move beyond it towards more radical forms of self-determination. The Federal Republic is some way from post-reform Prussia, but Habermas's commitment to parliamentary democracy is historically as conventional for its time as Hegel's was to constitutional monarchy. It leads to no greater hopes for political transformation from below. Popular sovereignty is a fiction, elective governments cannot transpose a collective will. No direct intervention from the life world into the self-steering systems of the state and the economy is possible, only movements to sensitize them from afar to needs finding their voice in the public sphere. The latter is, however, a somewhat ghostly space in this conception. The corporations which were to bind Hegel's construction together were extinguished virtually as he wrote. The public sphere that mediates social with systemic integration in Habermas's is one whose decline he himself charted long ago. 118 The measure of greater lucidity is part of what explains the lesser confidence of Habermas's scheme. His program is largely a defensive one, of protection and delimitation, that no longer expects much from public authority. For today the state cannot be deemed the central institution in which society brings together its capabilities for organizing itself, any more than society itself possesses capacities for self-organization. 119 The philosophical rejection of Hegel's conception of reason as too powerful issues into a political theory of democracy that is congenitally underpowered. What disappears most strikingly is the original demand that the structure of the state afford not only instrumental liberty but also expressive identity to its citizens. The fundamental need that took collective shape in the polis and which Hegel sought to lodge in the modern Rechtsstaat has retreated to the quiet conversations of the life world. Or so it would seem. But there is a gesture that recalls it to a wider stage. Habermas ended his work by invoking the horizon of a European identity beyond the national one, to be constructed in contrast to the dominant American definition of the period, of unfettered military and market competition. The memory of Kojève comes back. But if Habermas's appeal is to the vision of a Europe more radical than that of Kojève, one not to be identified with the narrow institutions of the common market, it is also more tenuous. The structural transcendence of the nation-state as a political form, which was decisive for the Russian, acquires no relief in the German. Europe here is rather simply the soil in which universalistic value orientations can take root. 120 The move beyond Hegel's interstate system is to that degree weaker. The strength of Habermas's commitment to a politics of solidarity and emancipation is not to be questioned. In a way it is just this that makes the theoretical upshot of his intervention so significant. Against the current of what he has criticized as neoconservative or neo-anarchist theories of postmodernism, Habermas insists that modernity is a project still to be completed. But it might be said that his recommendations paradoxically amount to a judgment that it already is. For something very like the Hegelian end of history has tacitly arrived, when the limits of the existing liberal state and market economy are held insurpassable, as systems effectively beyond further popular control. 5. Fukuyama. These, then, are some of the principal strands in the intellectual background against which the latest contribution to the theme of the end of history is best seen. There was a substantial and intricate history behind the idea with which Fukuyama startled the world's journalists in the summer of 1989. Fukuyama's own version has developed significantly between its initial statement as an essay and its subsequent expansion as a book. In considering the merits of his case, it makes sense to look at these separately, since the first was responsible for a public debate that posed some of the issues raised in the second with a special clarity. In his original article, Fukuyama invoked Hegel and Kojève as the philosophical warrants for his intervention. The extent to which this appeal was legitimate should by now be apparent. What Fukuyama actually did here, however, was to combine the legacies of Hegel and of the late Kojève in a novel way. From Hegel he took two strands, the constitutionalism of the Reichsphilosophie, what can, as we have seen, properly be called Hegel's liberalism, and the optimism of his conception of the end itself, as the realization of freedom on earth. The first of these was always foreign to Kojève, for whom liberalism political or economic was a relic of the past. The second animated Kojève's original interpretation of his time, when he looked to a socialist road to the realm of freedom, but was abandoned for the irony of his final vision of the spread of capitalism. From Kojève, on the other hand, Fukuyama took the sense of the centrality of the hedonism of modern consumption, and of the caducity of the traditional significance of the national state, themes quite absent in Hegel. The resultant synthesis is an original one, tying liberal democracy and capitalist prosperity together in an emphatic terminal knot. The great change that has inspired this version of the end of history is, of course, the collapse of communism. When Habermas completed his philosophical discourse, Gorbachev was not even yet in power. 4 years later, perestroika was already in agony, and the processes leading to the fall of the Soviet state far advanced. Fukuyama's vision is a product of this moment. Its author was well equipped for it. The classical discourse of conclusion has been the work of philosophers, acutely interested in the politics of their time, but at some professional distance from them. With Fukuyama, this relationship is reversed. A fully political mind is here trained on the structure of history, seen from a philosophical standpoint. That would have been appreciated by Kojève, in his office at the Quai Branly. The functionary of the State Department is, contrary to superficial report, a worthy successor of the charge de mission at the Ministry of Finances. 1-1 The outcry his original thesis provoked was a token, not of its ineptitude, but of its disturbing force. In the reaction to it, what were the principal objections to Fukuyama's argument that after the gigantic conflicts of the 20th century, the unabashed victory of economic and political liberalism over all competitors means not just the end of the Cold War, or the passing of a particular period of history, but the end of history as such, that is, the endpoint of mankind's ideological evolution and the universalization of Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government? 1-2 They can be grouped into three categories. The first was a chorus of disapproval at the very idea of a historical conclusion, whatever its character. The great majority of Fukuyama's commentators in the world's press greeted his argument with incredulity. After all, do not common sense and daily news tell us that there are always fresh and unexpected events, and even that their pace is exponentially quickening, as the sensational close of the decade demonstrates? The response is, of course, a non sequitur. Fukuyama's case allows for any number of further empirical events. As he has pointed out, it simply contends that there is a set of structural limits within which they will now unfold, that has been reached within the OECD zone. Kojève replied to this objection in his time, with characteristic vigor. The movement of history was accelerating more and more, but it was advancing less and less. All that was happening was the alignment of the provinces 1-2-3. Another, somewhat more doctrinal, complaint was that Fukuyama ignored the perennial passions and follies of human beings, which would always ensure instability in human affairs. This had essentially been Strauss's criticism of Kojève and was now typically repeated by conservatives. 124 Fukuyama's rejoinder was entirely Hegelian. Human nature no doubt exists, but it also changes historically. Today, for example, democracy looks like becoming a need of humanity as much as sleep. Beyond such generic reactions, of least significance, a second sort of criticism focused on specific problems taken to be unresolved within Fukuyama's vision. It is a tribute to the continuity of his enterprise that the three major issues most consistently identified by his critics should be precisely those that were originally left unsettled by Hegel. The first of these was war. There was no reason to think that the traditionally hierarchical and rival-rouse relations between states would disappear even after a putative generalization of liberal democracy. The Hobbesian logic of the international field would continue to generate violent conflicts between great powers, or small. What was to guarantee that these might not one day explode into nuclear war itself? To this Fukuyama answered, with justice, that modern states have never simply pursued power as an independent goal in itself, but rather as a means to secure particular interests that are always ideologically defined. A world in which all states shared a common normative commitment to free markets and free elections would not be one that generated the classical range of military hostilities. In support of this claim, Fukuyama could point to the evidence that completed representative democracies have not waged war with each other to date, one that a significant independent literature has been insisting on for some time. 125 If Kant's vision of the conditions for a perpetual peace still remains far from reality, a plausible case can be made that with the spread of constitutionally elected government around the world, the trend of development is moving closer towards them. The second principal criticism of Fukuyama's scheme was to be that it ignored the persistence of inequality and misery within the advanced capitalist societies themselves, not least the United States, which must qualify any liberal triumphalism. There is no doubt that Fukuyama's treatment of social questions in his essay was cavalier to a degree. Repetition of Kojève's boutade that Marx's classless society had virtually come to pass in America did not help it. Poverty, he conceded, did exist, and inequality might have grown in the most recent period. These, however, were not a function of class, but of culture. Black handicaps were a pre-modern legacy of slavery and racism, unrelated to the egalitarian logic of liberalism. The more general phenomenon of underclasses in the West received no mention. Fukuyama's confidence in the consumer abundance of modern capitalism VCRs for all, as he put it, expresses the outlook of officialdom in the 80s. Hegel's fear that a menacingly destitute and deracinated rabble would be reproduced by the mechanisms of civil society itself, as it generated crises of overproduction and unemployment, has receded. Poverty still lingers, but its causes lie in cultural drawbacks rather than market forces. Whether the new explanation assures a readier cure for it was not spelt out. In its original statement, Fukuyama's idealism appears to hesitate here, between a belief that liberal principles must eventually carry all before them, bringing cultural laggards up to a common material standard, and a sense that cultures form wider meaning complexes whose appeal cannot be reduced to the interests of liberty and plenty. In the latter case, no clear-cut solution would be in sight. The third objection commonly made to Fukuyama's prospect was that it fails to address just those human needs to which a culture in the deeper sense answers. A society built simply on votes and videos lacks Sittlichkeit. How stable can it be, in the long run? Hegel's theory of the state had envisaged a synthesis of freedom and identity, self-determination as both representation and as expression. What comparable moral substance does the contemporary political order in the West have to offer? The most frequent liberal response today is to dismiss the question as misplaced. In a democratic society, the public arena is necessarily no more than the instrumental space in which substantive private goals of diverse kinds may be pursued. The quest for meaning is an individual, not a social affair. One response to this fin de non-recevoir is to try to finesse its distinction. This is, in effect, the function of the notion of intersubjectivity in critics like Habermas, which glides back and forth between private and public contexts along a referential continuum from the conversational to the congressional, so to speak. If such solutions typically deliver less than they promise, the reason lies in their starting point. The nuclear dialogue between two persons is a domestic, not a civic model. Replying to his critics, Fukuyama neither denied the problem nor floated a solution of this sort. Acknowledging the force of the objection, he suggested that it was a more serious critique of the liberal state than one based upon the persistence of racial or social inequities. Victory over the communist adversary in the Cold War, which did provide the West with a transcendent collective goal, could only accentuate the lurking vacuum within the value order of liberal capitalism. It was at this concluding point that Fukuyama's account altered register, and moved towards a Kochvian irony. For all its vast, definitive, benefits to humanity, the end of history risks being a very sad time, as the epoch of high endeavors and heroic struggles becomes a thing of the past. If the sequel is compared with the original over these three areas, there has been a change of weighting. For Hegel, war persisted as a necessity of the interstate system, with its bracing effects on the life of societies. Consciously, it posed no problem for him, even if, logically, it contradicted the universality of the realization of freedom. Poverty, on the other hand, was a tear that tormented society, and for which his system confessed its lack of solution. Finally, community posed an acute problem with the new atomism of civil society, but the philosophy of right had an answer in the organic articulation of the state. For Fukuyama, by contrast, poverty was a residue of former times that is subject to attitudinal improvement. War was an evil to be overcome, whose necessity is diminishing as states approach their rational norm. Community, however, has become less imaginable today than in Hegel's epoch, and its absence haunts liberalism even in its apotheosis. But whereas the totalizing claim of Hegel's system as absolute knowledge rendered it vulnerable to empirical tensions or puzzles it could not resolve, casting doubt on the implication that history had reached its end, Fukuyama's argument was not subject to the same kind of effect. Quite expressly, his schema did not require the suppression of every significant social conflict or the solution of every major institutional problem. It simply asserted that liberal capitalism is the ne plus ultra of political and economic life on Earth. The end of history is not the arrival of a perfect system, but the elimination of any better alternatives to this one. No reply to Fukuyama is of any avail, therefore, if it contents itself with pointing out problems that remain within the world he predicts. An effective critique must be able to show that there are powerful systemic alternatives he has discounted. Were his critics able to do so? Here three main lines of riposte can be distinguished. The first insists on the tidal force of nationalism, as the most formidable political passion of the century, one whose spread is still gathering momentum, rolling humanity towards unknown destinations. In this line of argument, emphasis can be given either to the boiling of ethnic hatreds between and within newly emergent states, in the subcontinent, in Eastern Europe, in the former Soviet Union, or to the potential for renewed national rivalries to set in motion great power ambitions of the kind that dominated the scene before 1914. The favorite candidates are Japan, once it becomes the largest economic power, or a more industrialized China, mustering the largest population in the world. Fukuyama's case, however, contained careful consideration of just these possibilities. Neither, he pointed out, amounted to a real contraindication. The spread of small to medium-sized national conflicts in the third or former second worlds would continue, as typical symptoms of regions still trapped in history. But these would be peripheral disturbances, without major incidence on the interstate system dominated by the large powers. Fukuyama's geographical gesture deliberately recalls Kojève's, "It matters very little what strange thoughts occur to people in Albania or Burkina Faso." 1-6 competition between the large states, on the other hand, would threaten the New World Order only if one or more of them were seized by the kind of nationalism that is global in ambition, that is, which aims at universal empire. Fascism was precisely such a creed, in the Third Reich and Showa Japan. Its destruction throws into sharp relief the limits of the jockeying for national advantage that has followed, now devoid of any universal dynamic of a comparable kind. Even before completing the journey to liberal capitalism, Chinese foreign policy resembles that of Gaullist France more than Wilhelmine, let alone Nazi Germany. Once within the zone of advanced capitalism proper, the level of antagonisms drops much further. Relations between the US and Canada, or within the European community, providing the emergent standard. Fukuyama's cool refusal of certain kinds of conventional wisdom is nowhere more striking than in his judgment of this issue. The conflict in the Gulf, which excited so many of his critics, igniting enthusiasm on right and left alike for the battle to uphold the cause of national independence and democracy in the Middle East against the menace of a new Hitler, he was to compare with the quarrel between a 15th-century condottiere and a 13th-century clerical seigneurie. Nationalism is virulent where not much counts, where things are of greater moment, inoculation has occurred, or is underway. In neither case is nationalism a serious challenge as a future doctrine. Although provocatively expressed, the underlying judgment here is not outlandish. It substantially concurs, as it happens, with the views of two of the most prominent recent analysts of the phenomenon, one a liberal and the other a socialist, Ernest Gellner and Eric Hobsbawm, whose political attitudes to nationalism differ, but whose historical diagnosis of its future is quite similar. The taming of national passions by consumer pursuits is a common theme of these writers, in effect, the modern version of the role ascribed to le du commerce in the world of absolutism. Its force is unquestionable. Fukuyama's general case is, taken on its own, strong enough. There is a contingency his essay overlooked, however. Nationalist conflicts in themselves may indeed be of less structural significance in world politics, but connected to nuclear weaponry, in the zone of history, they could have greater material consequences even than in the past. Formally speaking, this would not necessarily alter Fukuyama's verdict, since military devastation from a third world exchange offers no prospect of positive social substitution in the first world. But it is a reminder of the fact that the end of history has another familiar meaning, and that arrival at one kind of terminus in the rich countries does not preclude engulfment in the other kinds so long as there are poor countries with modern armaments, that is, of no more than yesterday. The second potential challenge to the universal hegemony of liberalism to be adduced by Fukuyama's critics was fundamentalism. The Shiite revolution in Iran, the growth of Hindu communalism in India, the spread of Sunni rigorism in North Africa, even such movements as the moral majority in the US, Komeito in Japan, Solidarity in Poland, do they not reveal the renewed political appeal of revealed religion in today's world? The argument that phenomena like these may presage wider theological enthusiasms to come can draw on sociological speculation about the return of the sacred that dates back to the 70s. A motley cast of figures, Wojtyla, Solzhenitsyn, Khomeini, Sin, Tutu is sometimes invoked in support of it. But if nationalism does not provide a credible alternative to Fukuyama's scenario, still less does fundamentalism. Unlike national creeds, religious doctrines are typically, though not invariably, universal in their claims, as truths valid in principle for all of humanity, rather than particular communities within it. But the status of these tenets is also, of course, more vulnerable to the advance of secular culture and technology. Faith in supernatural authority may be morally loftier than belief in state power, but the latter is less at risk from the progress of the natural sciences. The actual incidence of religious fervor in the world at large is patchier than that of patriotic zeal. Indeed, it typically catches fire as an additive to inflammable national sentiment, rather than as a combustible material in its own right. The mixture is then nearly always of exceptional potency, as the examples of Poland, Iran, Ireland, and elsewhere show. Its price, however, is the limitation of the religious to the national spiritual faith, reinforcing territorial identity rather than transcending it. The one major exception to this rule is to some extent more apparent than real. Islamic fundamentalism at large, as distinct from the Twelver sect of Shi'ism in Iran, is a major cross-national force. It is usually the centerpiece of arguments for the growth in importance of religion in global politics. But here too the intertwining of religious and national strands is very close. The origins of Islam, as a religion of conquest and a doctrine of the sacred, inseparable from the definition of Arab ethnic and linguistic identity as such. For all the intervening differences, Islamic fundamentalism is in this respect a successor to the Arab nationalism that failed. It remains to be seen whether it will prove more effective. But even were it to do so, its appeal would still remain fairly limited, as Fukuyama points out, at most extending into West Central and Southeast Asia, and the Sahel. Fundamentalism, a return to theological origins, is not a serious candidate for prolonging the ideological evolution of humanity beyond the term of liberalism. Matters are different with the last of the forces to be enlisted as a refutation of Fukuyama's central argument. Communism may have collapsed, but it was argued this does not mean that socialism as an alternative to capitalism has disappeared. It is alive and well as the most advanced form of democracy in our time, the variety that calls itself social. In Western Europe, temporary setbacks may have checked its progress in the 80s, when international capital increasingly outflanked national governments, but the proportion of the national product absorbed by public expenditure has not qualitatively fallen, and the coming of a federal European Union will create the conditions for renewing a forward march. Marxism and totalitarianism finally buried, social democracy emerges in its true colors as the only real socialism from the beginning, its aims now clarified to a responsible regulation of the market, an equitable system of taxation, a generous provision of welfare, within the framework of parliamentary rule. 127. If much still remains to be done, this is because the structures of democracy itself, often the creation of popular movements that had to battle against liberalism for it, are by no means complete in the West. The agenda of socialism is to extend them. A variant of this form of response shares its emphasis on democratic development, but maintains not so much that socialism is a survivor, as that capitalism is a misnomer. Are we not already beyond it, in the increasingly hybrid societies of today, in which the most successful economies, Japan and Korea, or Germany and Austria, reveal high levels of state coordination of the market, or corporatist organization of industrial relations? 128. For Ralph Dahrendorf, the very idea of a capitalist system can be dismissed. In the democratic world today, there are only heterogeneous societies with different institutional mixtures, and so it will be in the ex-communist countries tomorrow. 129. Criticisms of this kind have typically, of course, come from the left or center-left in Europe, although isolated voices from the right also warned against too facile an assumption that socialism has been finally defeated, since creeping statism has, despite every effort by Thatcher or Reagan, not been genuinely scotched in the past decades. 130. Common to all these objections is the belief that capitalism is less triumphant, because more hedged and blended, than it seems. In the radical versions of this case, the future lies in the continuing expansion of social democracy beyond it, as truly existing socialism. The impulse behind this rejection of Fukuyama's vision is an honorable one. The desire not to minimize the social gains in human welfare and security that have been achieved against the straightforward logic of capital accumulation, and the hope that these are a pledge of what more might be won, belong to any radical politics of the left. Progressive loyalty and analytic clarity are, however, two different things. Western Europe as a zone is, of course, distinct in its social democratic, and Christian democratic, traditions from the USA or Japan, though the practical effect of these has dwindled over the past 2 decades, when mass unemployment has actually been higher in the EC. But the economies of the community are, of course, capitalist on any definition, classical or contemporary, of the term, structurally driven by competition between enterprises hiring wage earners to produce profits for private owners. Haykians, Keynesians, Marxists, have no difficulty in agreeing on this. The wish to drape a softening veil over this reality, in the name of local improvements, is idle. The attempt to quit the realm of concepts altogether, by denying the very existence of capitalism, since every advanced society differs from every other, is equally fruitless, a search for a nominalist bolt hole in the sand. What such postures really represent is a strategy of intellectual consolation. Fukuyama's inventory of the world appears unpalatable, but if it is difficult to find forces capable of altering the world, why not change the inventory? With the wand of a redecryption, we can dispose of capitalism or reassure ourselves of socialism. The truth is that the growth of both economic regulation and social provision were foreseen over a century ago by Cournot, not as proof of the halting of history at advanced capitalism, but as characteristic of it as a final constellation. Unless a convincing trend line can be shown, pointing from present welfare arrangements or dirigiste practices towards the threshold of a qualitatively distinct type of society, neither social democracy nor industrial policy is a witness against Fukuyama, and no critic from the left suggested one. In the debate which followed Fukuyama's essay, here as elsewhere, the scorecard was in his favor. The criticisms made of capitalist democracy, its degrees of material inequality, national rivalry, want of community, are compatible with it as an end state. The alternatives proffered to it as an end state, nationalism, fundamentalism, corporatism, lack empirical or conceptual credibility. From this first testing, Fukuyama's case emerged relatively intact. Some 3 years later, there has appeared the book-length version. The End of History and the Last Man discharges the promissory note of the essay with conviction and elegance. Here, for the first time, the philosophical discourse of the end of history has found a commanding political expression. In a remarkable feat of composition, Fukuyama moves with graceful fluency back and forth between metaphysical exposition and sociological observation, the structure of human history and the detail of current events, doctrines of the soul and visions of the city. It is safe to say that no one has ever attempted a comparable synthesis, at once so deep in ontological premise and so close to the surface of global politics. What are the principal developments in the original argument that it brings? Fukuyama now mounts his interpretation of the dramatic turning point in world affairs at the turn of the 90s in an overall theory of universal history. Human evolution displays directionality because of the cumulative advance of technical knowledge, perceptible from the dawn of the species, but given decisive impetus with the birth of modern science in early modern Europe. Scientific reason, once unleashed, has over time transformed the world at large by obliging all states to modernize, militarily and socially, if they wish to survive pressure from powers technologically ahead of them, and by opening up unlimited horizons of economic development for the satisfaction of material needs. Fukuyama dubs this process the mechanism of desire. Science supplies the fundamental machinery for the fulfillment of wants. Imposing a rational organization of labor and of administration, factories and bureaucracies, it has raised living standards to previously unimaginable levels. Once its dynamic creates a mature industrial economy, it inexorably selects out capitalism as the only efficient, because competitive, system for raising productivity within a global division of labor. On the other hand, even a highly successful capitalist economy does not necessarily guarantee political democracy. The path to liberty differs from that to productivity. Its starting point lies in the contest that Hegel, and Kojève after him, rightly identified, the willingness to risk death to wrest acknowledgement of the self by others, at the origin of the dialectic of master and slave. 131 It is the struggle for recognition that drives humanity towards the goal of freedom, the impulse to self-assertion, rather than self-preservation. Contrasting the Anglo-Saxon tradition of Hobbes and Locke, construing politics principally as the rational pursuit of interest, with Hegel's vision of it as a quest for existential recognition, Fukuyama argues that this was the opposition originally set out in Plato between epithemia and thymos, desire and spiritedness. Throughout most of history, as Hegel had seen, thymotic striving was an aristocratic pursuit, the prerogative of lords, doing battle with each other, after subduing their bondsmen. But when modern science eventually brought a commercial society, This warrior ethos declined, as the spirit of greatness, megalithymia yielded to softer comforts, and a newly spirited sense of equality isothymia sprang up, demanding not particular but universal recognition, the modern ideals of liberty and equality born with the American and French revolutions. It is the final triumph of these that we witness at the end of the 20th century. The crowds in Leipzig, the students on Tiananmen Square, step out of the pages of the Republic and the Phenomenology. The worldwide liberal revolution of our time, in which capitalism and democracy can be seen sweeping across the globe, is a product of the convergence of the two dynamics of desire and recognition. The most striking sign, Fukuyama argues, of the irresistible force of the principles of liberal politics is not just the speed and scale of the collapse of so many dictatorships round the globe, starting in southern Europe in the mid-70s, spreading to Latin America in the 80s, stretching across the Pacific, then moving to Eastern Europe and the USSR at the end of the decade, before finally reaching Africa, but also the absence of violence that has overwhelmingly marked it. Already inwardly converted to the superiority of their opponents' ideas, the elites of authoritarian regimes of left and right have caved in, one after another, without a fight. In these same years, moreover, it was not merely that the central planning of the communist economies proved itself a dead end. The belief that poor countries could not develop capitalist economies capable of competing with the rich was also shown to be a myth. The astonishing success of the new industrial states of East Asia, Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, tomorrow perhaps Thailand or Malaysia, has destroyed the superstition that latecomers to the world market are fated to penury and dependency. It is now clear that capitalist prosperity is available to all countries that respect the principles of liberal economics. The lesson is rapidly being learned elsewhere, in Mexico, Argentina, and beyond. A universal consumer culture now beckons all peoples of the world alike, and no underdeveloped region is shut out from the prospect of its bounty. For Fukuyama, it is this double demonstration, of the magnetism of representative institutions and of competitive markets, that has sealed the victory of liberal capitalism. Out of the bloody tumult of the century, an uncontested winner has finally emerged. Today, liberal democracy remains the only coherent aspiration that spans different regions and cultures around the globe, and we cannot picture to ourselves a world that is essentially different from the present one, and at the same time better, a future that is not essentially democratic and capitalist, and would represent a fundamental improvement over our current order. 132 Many outstanding social problems, lack of homes, jobs, opportunities, need and crime, remain even in the rich countries, and differing solutions can be envisaged to them within the range of trade-offs between liberty and equality that a democratic capitalism affords. If there are outer limits to the range, set by the principles of effective private property, there is no stable optimum along it, and more social democracy can be pressed here and there, without altering the basic parameters of the time. For the central political fact today is that there are no programs claiming to overcome capitalism left. The liberal revolution is not yet accomplished everywhere. But in the absence of any contestants to it, history does indeed appear to have come to its term. Is that appearance conclusive? Turning to the second part of his title, and now addressing the major problem he conceded was left open by his original essay, Fukuyama points out that the empirical elimination of alternatives does not in itself settle whether this order satisfies the categorical demands of humanity, that is, the enduring aspirations which define our nature as a species. If it does not, then present victory will bring no ultimate stability, since challenges to liberal capitalism will inevitably arise from the structure of human longings themselves. Is there any sign this might be so? Fukuyama's answer is deeply deliberately equivocal. The critique of liberal capitalist society from the left taxes it with failing to realize universal recognition of its members, because of the differences of wealth and status it continually reproduces. The threat to it from this direction lies in the pressure for a super-universalization of rights that would use the vocabulary of liberalism itself to subvert it, by leveling economic property under the mask of assuring juridical equity. But this familiar danger is likely to be less serious than its opposite, the critique from the right that charges liberal democracy with leveling natural excellence by its constitutional egalitarianism and legal formalism. Reason and desire are satisfied in the technological ingenuity and consumer abundance of this civilization, but spiritedness is not. The thymos which achieved modern liberty is not altogether banished once it is established as a normal fact. Democracy functions best when there is a public spirit attached to more than prosperity and efficiency, just as capitalism is most successful when pride in work and community exceeds simple calculation of self-interest. But the thymotic elements in contemporary political and economic life are for the most part traces of a pre-modern past. They are not nourished by democratic capitalism, whose logic works against them. Its popular ethos, of immediate wants and civic indifference, lends all too much substance to Nietzsche's vision of the last men. Megalothymia has no place here. But a striving for self-assertion, not as an equal among equals, but as an eminence over others, is one of the inherent springs of human conduct. If the modern liberal order should grant insufficient space for it, by denying unequal recognition to superior worth, history will no doubt resume in revolt against its democratic ennui. Nietzsche could predict that vast wars would break out even between sated societies. Yet nuclear weapons render this unthinkable. Perhaps, after all, the challenge from the right too will be contained. Even if capitalist democracy does not fulfill the three parts of the soul in equal measure, it may represent the best available balance between them, beyond which no earthly progress is possible. With this, Fukuyama's case is complete. The doctrine, in effect, of a liberal Sprung in der Freiheit. The charge heard on the right, of an inverted Marxism, 133 is grounds for tribute on the left. Any critique which fails to acknowledge this is blind. But if the socialist conception of the leap has fallen into discredit today, is this capitalist version a coherent successor? Fukuyama's work contains a psychology, a history, and a politics. For all the force of their assembly, each exhibits its own internal strain. Intellectually, the most striking innovation of the end of history and the last man is the filling out of a Hegelian theory of history with a Platonic theory of human nature. What is the fit between the two? Fukuyama's account turns on the role of thymos, the spirit that lies between reason and desire in Plato's topography of the soul. Now tripartite models of psychic or, for that matter, social reality are in themselves common enough. The Christian division of the subject into mind, will and passions was to be another example of the first. Modern sociological theories often exemplify the second, dividing society into forces of cognition, coercion, and production, or ideology, polity, economy, etc. Such triads tend to look rather alike, inviting alignment or superimposition. In fact, their merits differ widely, depending on the units of demarcation they employ. In a comparative range, Plato's triad is one of the weakest, and thymos is actually its most brittle point. The primary sense of the term was ire. Hegel, in his commentary on the Republic, translated it simply as Zorn, 134, and Plato himself remarks that infants and animals display it, in other words, anger at frustrated desire. It is motivated into its position within the trichotomous soul, however, as anger at fulfilled desire, what would usually today be called conscience. This permutation into its opposite then allows Plato to argue that thymos is more closely associated with reason than with desire, and finally to identify it, not with conscience as indignation at the self, but exclusively with contention for power and honor over others. 135 The conflation of meanings, infant rage, self-reproach, social domination, is so marked that it was short-lived. In Greek, thymos is an affective magma, whose instability of moral definition arises from the absence of any clear conception of the will. But its usage gave no general support for Plato's gloss. The most famous single judgment of thymos was made by Euripides, as she surrenders to it. Medea's last words before committing her crime simply speak of thymos as the cause of the greatest ills to human beings. 136 Plato himself scarcely persisted with the notion, and when his successor came to thymos, its incoherence flew apart, Aristotle simultaneously invoking it as the spring of political rule and freedom, and dismissing it as the rush of a wild beast. 137 The reason why the tripartite soul is both so prominent in the Republic and so transient afterwards is, of course, that it is derived from the structure of the Platonic state, whose hierarchy of philosophers, warriors, and toilers it is designed to match. As the state is held together by three great classes, the producers, the auxiliaries, and guardians, so also in the soul spiritedness constitutes a third element, the natural ally of reason. 138 When Plato revised his political doctrine in the more realist key of the laws, where government rests on a class hierarchy of wealth, spirit loses its salience and the soul veers back towards the original Socratic division between reason and the appetites. What is the effect of Fukuyama's adoption of the tripartite model? In his construction, the role of thymos is in one sense antithetical to everything urged by Plato, and yet its profile is no less polymorphous. On the one hand, it is the engine of democracy, on the other, it is the ambition for supremacy. It can represent a pride in personal autonomy or a culture of collective conformity, a sense of equality or a validation of hierarchy. In these variations, a basic antinomy is being repeatedly conjugated, in which the self is both asserted against and assimilated to others. At the limit, Fukuyama offers prefixes to distinguish the two megalo-iso, but the question is whether the compounds share any underlying substance. Are the quest for liberty, the talent for industry, the ideal of community, the will to primacy, all manifestations of the same high spirits? The semantic overload appears acute. To sustain it, Fukuyama essentially appeals to Hegel. Plato's T-bimos is therefore nothing other than the psychological seat of Hegel's desire for recognition. 139 The juncture between the two is not without its logic. Hegel, like Plato, developed a theory of the state in parallel to a theory of the mind in the System der Sittlichkeit of 1802-3, with the social hierarchy visibly modeled on the moments of the spirit, in the fashion of the Republic. The movement of self-consciousness, when it is recapitulated in the encyclopedia, passes from desire to a struggle for recognition, here indeed associated with honor, and then out into the rational reciprocity of universal freedom. 140 The similarities look quite close. But there are two critical differences. The idea of the soul as a repertoire of constant dispositions defining human beings was alien to Hegel, who even refused to credit it of Plato, affecting to believe it was only his vivid imagery that had led to such a misrepresentation. 141 The soul appears in the encyclopedia as no more than a lowly preamble to consciousness. The soul is only the sleep of the mind. Any conception of human nature at all was, of course, rejected yet more categorically by Kojève, who unlike Hegel was scathing about Plato's idealism in general, and his doctrine of the psyche in particular. 143 In place of a substantiation of the soul, what this tradition generated was a dialectic that developed desire, recognition, and freedom as intelligibly related phases in a single adventure of the spirit. This is why a phenomenology of the mind could generate a philosophy of history. In other words, the movement from the stirring of desire, through the contest for mastery and the work of slavery, to the emergence of modern liberty is a genuine concatenation, whose progress explains the structure of world history. It was not just the principle of subjective freedom, singled out by Hegel himself, that lay beyond Plato, but any dynamic conception of this kind at all. What happens, then, when Fukuyama marries Platonic substance and Hegelian spirit? The original logic of the historical dialectic disintegrates, as human development becomes the field of interplay of three component forces, drives that are persistent and distinct. This is no failing in itself. The unity of the scheme traced by Hegel, or amended by Kojève, was bought at the price of abstraction. It remains a speculative figure, closer to a metaphor than a narrative of the historical record. 144 Fukuyama's account embraces the empirical world in much greater breadth and detail. But its ambition is the same, to explain the logic of universal development. Does the result yield a more grounded equivalent to the Hegelian concatenation? A closer look at the dynamics of Fukuyama's universal history provides the answer. Its starting point is science, for this alone has given clear-cut directionality to human affairs. Reason, in other words, comes first. Once it takes the form of modern science with the Renaissance, it decisively transforms the world, unfettering material desire in technological development and awakening the need for spiritual recognition in democracy. This sequence, which could be compared to Ernest Gellner's account of modernity, seems unambiguous enough. But it is no sooner advanced than disavowed. Science should in no way be regarded as the ultimate cause of change 1454. It needs to be explained itself. What has always essentially driven it is desire for material goods and security. This would seem to yield an economic interpretation of history, not so remote from Marx. If desire is the standing prius, however, what explains its sudden ability to galvanize reason into the shape of modern physics? Rather than attempting an answer, Fukuyama shifts his emphasis again, to the desire that lay behind the desire of economic man. In this register, the primary motor of human history is a totally non-economic drive, the struggle for recognition. 146. Here Hegel is given the palm. The origin of development lies in a battle for prestige that creates the bondage which prompts work that transforms nature. After apparent oscillations, the first mover comes to rest, not in desire or reason, but in thymos. But this is a claim that obtains, so to speak, on the metahistorical plane. It is not cashed into any empirical account of pre-modern origins, before or after the rise of civilization in the Middle or Far East, the Mediterranean, or elsewhere. A real macro-history is only sketched from the Industrial Revolution onwards. On this plane, the narrative, nearly always shrewd and lively, does not deliver the order projected above it. Here it is quite clear from Fukuyama's own account that, although economic development to high technological levels is not a sufficient condition of political democracy, it is a necessary one, and that the reverse does not hold. There can long be remarkably successful industrialization, in the market-oriented authoritarianism of the ROC or Taiwan, the fastest growth of all, without electoral liberalization. 147. In this asymmetry, the priority of thymos is overthrown. The affirmation that thymotic passions are what propel history forward is put aside. The stress now falls simply on the defensive claim that the advent of democracy cannot be reduced to the coming of mass consumption, even if economic modernization does prepare the educational ground for it. Silently, the original directionality reasserts itself. Spiritedness becomes in effect a residue, the extra fillip needed to take a society across the threshold from prosperity to parliaments, and the surplus charge that needs to be earthed once they are installed. The ontological division of the soul, in other words, does not generate a coherent historical sequence. In its general tendency, Fukuyama's narrative veers between a rhetorical priority of spirit and a factual priority of desire. If there is a mediation between the two, it is to be found in the suggestion that the birth of modern science liberated material desires from the thymotic drives which had hitherto dominated history, but how these generated science in the first place is unexplained. The directionality of technique and the strivings of honor remain competing principles of explanation, whose claims of precedence are not to be reconciled. In the design of the account, a true concatenation is missing. It is perhaps significant that the category which is finally most central to Hegel's philosophy of history becomes curiously marginal in Fukuyama's. For there is a sense in which reason is displaced to the side of the construction, as little more than the enabler of desire, as against a spiritedness beyond reason. The contrast with Plato is equally noticeable. Where he made thymos an ally of reason, Fukuyama makes reason an ally of desire. 148. The result is to tilt the outcome of the inquiry towards the stark dichotomy between a rational hedonism and an elemental agonism with which Fukuyama's reflections conclude. Their diagnosis of the tensions of the old age of mankind presupposes, of course, that history has indeed reached its appointed term. In its compressed initial statement, Fukuyama's argument could handle most of the objections to it. How does his extended version stand? On the terrain where criticism was originally concentrated, there can be little doubt that his hand is further strengthened. Fukuyama's coolly judicious treatment of nationalism, his critique of the superstitions of great power realism, his relaxed view of advanced capitalism, make an impressive suit. But in laying out his cards more fully, a gap in them can be seen. For the structure of his case has a damaging weakness at the join between its registration of the progress of political democracy and its forecast of the spread of capitalist prosperity. In the real world, there is a visible contrast between the intercontinental sweep of the one and the regional basis of the other. Free elections were extended across a zone numbering some 850 millions in the past 2 decades. Entry into the ranks of advanced capitalism was confined to less than 70 million, essentially, just the 2 front-line states of the Cold War in East Asia, and a pair of large cities. Fukuyama might have made an argument for the primacy of the struggle for recognition over the mechanism of desire out of this. To have done so, however, would have underlined the empirical imbalance between the 2 sides of the contention that history has come to an end. South Korea and Taiwan are slender shoulders for the atlas needed to bear the weight of the Third World. Can their example be so readily broadened? As it happens, Fukuyama himself elsewhere displays a significant unease about the East Asian model of capitalism. Is Japan itself, let alone the ROC or Taiwan, really a true liberal democracy? Ruled by a benevolent one-party dictatorship, it is nevertheless fundamentally democratic, because it is formally democratic, since it maintains regular elections and civic rights 149. But there is an obvious question to ask here. Has Japan ever historically met Fukuyama's own criterion that democracy can never enter through the back door? At a certain point, it must arise out of a deliberate political decision to establish democracy. 150 decision there was, of course, but taken in Washington. Fukuyama's own misgivings become evident when he speculates that a further weakening of social and family bonds in the U.S. might so discredit liberalism in Japanese eyes that a systematic anti-liberal and non-democratic alternative combining technocratic economic rationalism with paternalistic authoritarianism may gain ground in the Far East. 151. Given that the superior performance of East Asian capitalism is already based on much tougher social discipline and less political diversity than in the West. What this line of thought really indicates is an underlying contradiction within the prospectus of universal capitalist democracy. Outside the West, full economic success in building a high-technology capitalism has so far been confined to one region of Asia, whose political cultures conform least to liberal democratic norms. Where it matters most, the dovetailing of the 2 great revolutions of our time seems to go awry. The significance of the misfit is that it points to a larger difficulty in the argument. The enormous change in the world that gives its central force to Fukuyama's case has been the collapse of the USSR and its glacis in Eastern Europe. Without this global turning point, the other parts of his story, restoration of democracy in Latin America, export growth in East Asia, breakdown of apartheid in South Africa, would remain scattered episodes. The conviction that there is no viable economic alternative to the free market owes far more to the failure of Soviet communism than to the success of Korean capitalism. In the same way, the decisive comprobation of liberal democracy was not the retirement of military dictatorships in Latin America or the Pacific which had traditionally paid their respects to it. It was the surrender of bureaucratic regimes in the Warsaw Pact which in the past had always denounced it. If the end of history has arrived, it is essentially because the socialist experience is over. Much of the intuitive appeal of Fukuyama's argument comes, indeed, from the sense that we are witnessing across what was once the Soviet bloc a gigantic historical upheaval that for the first time in history seems to bear no new principle within it, but rather to move as in a vast dream where events are already familiar before they happen. But the dissolution of Stalin's empire still leaves a great question unanswered. It is clear that the primary cause of its downfall was its failure to compete in productivity with the major capitalist powers surrounding it, a fate envisaged by Stalin's opponent over half a century ago. 152 The superior economic performance of the West was the magnet that pulled the system apart, drawing rulers and ruled alike pell-mell into its field of force. The political appeal of liberal democracy counted too, of course, especially among the more educated and privileged. But in broad terms, for the population at large, it was less compelling in its own right than as a concomitant of the consumer wealth perceived abroad. The fall of communism has brought liberal democracy to them, and is bringing capitalism. What kind of levels of consumption can they expect from the change? To pose this question is to see the real limits of Fukuyama's vision. For his projection of a Taiwanese or Korean future for the rest of the world beyond the OECD not only begs the question of their replicability, which might be answered, with further specification, although this would be a much more demanding task than a simple argument from local example. More deeply, it commits a fallacy of composition. The fact that one or two agents can achieve a goal does not mean that all may do so. The attempt to generalize a target may simply ensure that none can achieve it. The per capita income even of Taiwan is still only half that of the United States. Even on the heroic assumption that its economic growth became normal for all underdeveloped countries, in a common move upwards towards OECD standards of today, is there any material possibility of the second and third worlds reproducing current patterns of first world consumption? Manifestly, there is not. The style of life enjoyed by the majority of citizens of the rich capitalist nations today is what Harrod called oligarchic wealth, and Flourish subsequently termed a positional good, whose existence, like a site of natural beauty, depends on its restriction to a minority. If all the peoples of the earth possessed the same number of refrigerators and automobiles as those of North America and Western Europe, the planet would become uninhabitable. In the global ecology of capital today, the privilege of the few requires the misery of the many, to be sustainable. Less than a quarter of the world's population now appropriates 85% of world income, and the gap between the shares of the advanced and backward zones has widened over the past half-century. 153 The difference between living standards in Europe and in India and China increased from a ratio of 40:1 to 70:1 between 1965 and 1990 alone. In the 80s, over 800 million people, more than the populations of the EC, USA, and Japan combined, became yet more grindingly poor, and 1 out of 3 children went hungry. 154 If all human beings simply had an equal share of food, at a diet with less than half American consumption of animal-based calories, without altering any other distribution of goods whatever, scarcely a radical demand, the globe could not support its present population. Were U.S. food consumption to be generalized, half the human species would have to become extinct. The Earth could support no more than 2.5 billion inhabitants. 155 But even with such staggering inequality, the ozone layer is being rapidly depleted, temperatures are rising sharply, nuclear waste is accumulating, forests are being decimated, myriad species wiped out. This is a scene where Hegel's spirit, internalizing nature within itself, is lost. Fukuyama has nothing to say about it. It was Carnot who understood what the world market might bring, and criticized the economic optimism of his time for the finite resources it threatened to plunder, the disadvantaged peoples it was likely to condemn, the future generations it could not but despoil. Today, those generations are multiplying at a rate never seen before in the history of humanity. The population of the globe, which has doubled from 2.5 to 5 billion in the past 50 years, is likely to be nearing 10 billion by the end of the next half-century. 90% of that increase will occur in the poor countries, where already another 90 million are being added a year. But not all of them will stay there. The ever tighter integration of the world capitalist economy, as it now for the first time comes within sight of encompassing the whole earth, and the increasingly visible polarizations of wealth within it, are generating tremendous pressures for entry into the privileged zones. Already there are some 25 million refugees from political and economic despair in the poor countries. Flows of immigration on a tidal scale are the logical outcome of a bifurcation of the globe that makes residence in the rich countries of any kind, even as an underclass, of incomparable value, for the positional benefits of their infrastructures and social services alone. Since the first world cannot be reproduced in the third, without common ecological ruin, increasing numbers from the third, and the second, will try to come to the first. The tensions and conflicts that will arise from this crossing of two previously separated universes are easy to predict. Their premonitory signals are already evident in Europe. The political economy of the advanced capitalist countries, now paying for the asset inflation and speculative overdrive that led the boom of the 80s, but failed to restore post-war levels of profit, is likely to suffer new turbulence as it adjusts to the sudden transformation of its parameters with the breakdown of former barriers from the east and south. That adjustment will not be confined to the financial institutions and corporations of the metropolitan triumvirate. It will involve the states of North America, Japan, and the European community as well. Fukuyama has a view of this, but it is a singularly bleak one. The relations between the post-historical zone of a fortunate liberal capitalism and the zone of misfortune still enmeshed in history will, he suggests, not be close. But they will involve collisions along three axes. Oil supplies must be safeguarded, immigration must be filtered, and advanced technologies, especially, but not exclusively, armaments, must be blocked, where necessary. NATO is a more suitable instrument for enforcing a new world order that would secure these aims than the UN Security Council, whose unity in the campaign against Iraq could prove transient. After effectively criticizing the conceptual basis of Kissinger-style realism, Fukuyama admits that such policy recommendations scarcely differ from it. What they amount to, of course, is a set of border patrols. In this prospect, the risks of nuclear proliferation do not gain the relief that might be expected. What many would regard as the major single development capable of blasting any post-history apart is virtually ignored, perhaps as too radically at variance with an end state that supposes a well-nigh complete insulation of the more from the less wealthy states of the world. But even if this were given greater salience, Fukuyama's prescriptions for dealing with the underdeveloped zone, forcible invigilation and preemption by the dominant powers, would not alter, but only be executed more urgently. Such is in any case the consensual wisdom of the hour. But the program of a consortium of great powers durably policing the rest of the world, in the interests of keeping weapons of mass extermination to themselves, is utopian. The nuclear monopoly of 5 or 6 states has neither moral basis nor practical staying power. On Fukuyama's own premises, there is no chance of every lesser or newer power accepting the inequity of such arrangements indefinitely. How could that be reconciled with the thymotic striving of the states that feel themselves slaves in the international system? His logic, and current realities, spell out the inevitability of a struggle for nuclear recognition. The only way that could be averted is for the nuclear powers themselves to renounce their deadly ephemeral privilege. So long as there is no sign of that, the lack of right can only deepen, and the arbitrariness of de facto possession become more exposed, as in the latest attempts, without even pretense of moral reason, to deny Ukraine or Kazakhstan what accrues without saying to Russia or Israel. No Pacific Union can be founded on this myopia. But if war is unwarrantably minimized as a consequence of nuclear proliferation in the historical zone, it unexpectedly returns in a strange afterlife in the zone beyond history. In his final chapter, Fukuyama, while avowing that nuclear weapons make traditional wars between rich states unthinkable, nevertheless seems to endorse Hegel's assumption that wars will continue at the end of history, criticizing Kojève for the opposite judgment, and dwelling on the redemptive role of war as a collective bond, even spiritual adventure. 156. The inconsistency of these musings with the political logic of his portrait of the end of history is so marked that it invites explanation. The reason why Fukuyama's argument takes this curious concluding turn, however, lies in the way he has construed the alternatives for the last men. The choices before them are effectively two: either the orderly quest for material pleasures within the framework of an instrumental state, or the pursuit of thymotic ambitions that explode inordinately beyond it, Bentham or Nietzsche. What is missing is any conception of the state as a structure of collective self-expression deeper than the electoral SYS. Turns of today. Democracy is indeed now more widespread than ever before. But it is also thinner, as if the more universally available it becomes, the less active meaning it retains. The United States itself is the paradigmatic example, a society in which less than half the citizens vote, 90% of congressmen are re-elected, and the price of office is cash by the million. In Japan money speaks still louder, and there is not even nominal alternation between parties. In France, the assembly has been reduced to a cipher. Britain lacks so much as a written constitution. In the freshly minted democracies of Poland and Hungary, electoral indifference and cynicism exceed even American levels, less than a quarter of the voters participating in some recent polls. Fukuyama nowhere suggests that any significant improvement is possible in this dismal scene. Reveries of impossible war function as compensation for the absence of any prospect of change in the political quality of peace. Hegel's vision of another kind of state, embodiment of an articulate community rather than mere convenience for rule, has receded, along with the primacy of reason as the realization of freedom, leaving the calculations of desire and the jactations of spirit alone to confront each other. The inadequacy of this as a response to the devitalizing of modern liberty is all too evident. That process is the outcome not just of the power of money and waning of choice within nation-states, but also of their surpassal by international markets and institutions that lack any semblance of democratic control. The European community, so far the only attempt to transcend national forms for a higher collective sovereignty, still remains yet less accountable to its peoples than the states that compose it. But just as environmental balance cannot be achieved, social equity furthered, nuclear safety assured, so too popular sovereignty cannot acquire new substance, without a different international settlement. The Hegelian problems poverty, community, war, have not gone away, but their solutions have moved to another plane. There was one sphere, however, that remained untroubled in Hegel's scheme of things. Beneath the tensions in state and civil society, the family was whole and stable. Today, it is the bed of the fastest currents of change in the rich capitalist world. Fukuyama alludes to the weakening of traditional family patterns, when he speaks of the United States, but it plays little role in his view of the way of the world at large. In fact, this is the arena of the most dynamic struggle for equal recognition in metropolitan societies today. The emancipation of women has achieved more gains in the West over the past 20 years than any other social movement, in law, employment, custom, public doctrine. At the same time, it remains massively far away from real sexual equality, whose ultimate conditions are still scarcely imaginable today. On the other hand, because unlike the labor movement of the past it does not directly challenge the central value of this society, private ownership of the means of collective labor, but rather appeals to its formal commitment to individual rights, the established order has found it difficult to muster head-on ideological resistance to it. There is no ethically respectable way of rejecting equality between the sexes, only practical expedients for evading it. These, however, have all the inert force of time out of mind, a history longer than that of class divisions themselves. The result is the most glaring single discrepancy between what can be said and what is done in the rich capitalist countries today. It will be difficult to hold that gap constant. It is no accident that where these societies have traditionally contained the most powerful movements of the left, in Scandinavia, progress has been impressive in gains for equality between the sexes in a period where little has been achieved in advancing it between the classes. There, the beginnings of what is likely to be the real crux of women's liberation, social measures to ensure that maternity is not an economic handicap in relations between the sexes, has already reached the threshold of the political agenda. The structural upheaval that would be involved, in transfer payments and work patterns alike, if equalization of this kind were ever to occur, is the guarantee that it is an unforeseeable distance away. It is far from clear to what extent the capitalism we know today could accommodate it. But just for that reason, any sounding of the end of the century that misses this current is deficient. Rather than looking at the issue of equal rights where it is actually causing most change, Fukuyama diverts it to the fate of viruses as if it could be deflated by a mere reductio ad absurdum. Here too the resort, unusual in this work, to a persiflage suggests an uncomfortable awareness of possibilities not allowed for. The end of history may see the last men, as they now are. Women willing to see themselves as the ultimate exemplars of their sex are likely to be fewer. 6. Socialism. These are all evident limitations of Fukuyama's construction. But if the extended version of it is more vulnerable than the initial sketch, just because it is richer and therefore more specified, it still puts the same onus on any critique. For Fukuyama's case to fail, it is not enough to show that it understates or overlooks the defects in the world order dominated by liberal capitalism. It must be possible to indicate a credible alternative to it, without resort to mere gestures at the unpredictable or changes that are no more than terminological. Fukuyama's original claim was that capitalist democracy is the final form of freedom discovered, which brings history to an end, not because there are no problems left, but because the solutions to them are now known in advance. These can be found in the pattern of society that already exists in North America, Western Europe, and Japan, to which it is only a matter of time before the second and third worlds approximate. The solutions prove on inspection to be less available or secure than advertised. But it could still be that nothing else is feasible. Fukuyama's vision is not artificial or implausible, because it appeals to the widespread conviction that the collapse of the Soviet bloc has shown just this to be the case. What the end of history means, above all, is the end of socialism. The fate of the communist world does not, of course, stand alone. The cascade of bureaucratic regimes falling within a space of 2 years, from the Gobi to the Adriatic, burying the USSR with it, has been far the most spectacular episode. The tradition of the Third International has ended in ruin, while its rival in the West has survived. But the heirs of the Second International have become increasingly sterile. The historical achievements of European social democracy after the war were welfare services and full employment, at the outer limit, some nationalizations. All of these have been diluted or abandoned today, without substitutes, and loss of direction has led to decline in power. Today, the classic Nordic bastions of social democracy are for the first time since the 20s under predominantly conservative rule. Meanwhile, in the Third World the dynamic of national liberation is largely exhausted, and the movements that wore socialist colors in the struggle for it have shed them, from Yemen to Angola. The symbol of the hour is an American viceroy in London brokering victory in the Horn between one guerrilla force repenting sympathy for China and another for Albania, at their mutual request. None of the political currents that set out to challenge capitalism in this century has morale or compass today. The reasons for this common disarray lie deeper than the current captions: the evils of totalitarianism, the corruptions of welfare or security, the delusions of autarky. The foundations of the classical conception of socialism were fourfold. They comprised a historical projection, a social movement, a political objective and an ethical ideal. The objective basis for the hope of transcending capitalism lay in the increasingly social nature of the forces of industrial production, rendering private ownership of them already generating periodic crises, in the long run incompatible with the logic of economic development itself. The subjective agency capable of assuring a transition to social relations of production was the collective laborer produced by modern industry itself, the working class whose self-organization prefigured the principles of the society to come. The leading institution of that society would be the deliberate planning of the social product by its citizens, as freely associated producers sharing their basic means of livelihood in common. The central value of such an order would be equality, not regimentation, but a distribution of goods appropriate to the needs of each and an expectation of tasks in keeping with the talents of each, in a society without classes. Today, all of these elements of the socialist vision have fallen into radical doubt. The secular trend towards increasingly social forces of production, as it was understood by Marx or Luxemburg, that is, the growth of ever larger and more interconnected complexes of fixed capital, requiring centralized management of them, continued from the Industrial Revolution to the long boom after the Second World War, but in the past 20 years it has been reversed. Technological advances in transport and communications have since broken up manufacturing processes and decentralized plants, at an accelerating rhythm. Meanwhile, the industrial working class, whose ranks multiplied in the metropolitan countries up to mid-century, has since gradually declined in size and social cohesion. On a world scale, its absolute numbers have grown in the same period, as industrialization has spread to the Third World. But since global population has risen much faster, its relative size as a proportion of humanity is steadily shrinking. Centralized planning achieved remarkable feats in conditions of siege or war in communist and capitalist societies alike. But in peacetime conditions, the command administrative system in the communist countries proved quite unable to master the problem of coordination in increasingly complex economies, leading to waste and irrationality far exceeding those of market systems in the same period, and eventual symptoms of potential breakdown. Equality itself, always at least a rhetorical value of public life after the Second World War, however radically denied in reality, is now widely discounted as either possible or desirable. Indeed, for the common sense of the time, all the ideas that once made up a belief in socialism are so many dead dogs. Mass production has been overtaken by post-Fordism. The working class is a fading memory of the past. Collective ownership is a guarantee of tyranny and inefficiency. Substantial equality is incompatible with liberty or productivity. How conclusive is this popular verdict? In point of fact, none of the objective changes that have transformed the credit of socialism is without its ambiguity. Socialization of the forces of production understood as their physical concentration, massing of plant size and geographical location, has certainly declined. But understood as technical interconnection, the linkage of multiple productive units in an ultimately integrated process, it has enormously increased. Self-sufficient manufacturing systems have become far fewer as multinational enterprise has spread, creating a network of global interdependencies unimaginable in the time of Saint Simon or Marx. The industrial proletariat of manual workers in manufacturing and mining has significantly decreased in the rich capitalist countries, and on present trends of productivity and population will never recapture numerical predominance on a world scale. But the number of wage earners, still a minority of the Earth's population at mid-century, has been increasing at a pace without precedent, as the peasantry moves off the land in the Third World. Command planning has been discredited and dismantled in the former Soviet bloc. In the capitalist world, however, corporate planning has never been so complex and ambitious, in the scale and range of its calculations, girdling the earth and stretching time. Even equality, everywhere decried as a fetter on economic progress, has been in the same period steadily extended as a legal claim and customary norm. The sources of socialism, as it was traditionally conceived, have not so simply dried up. To register this, however, involves no assurance that they will prove more effective in the future than in the past. The test for the validity of socialism as an alternative to capitalism lies in whether it retains a potential for solutions to the problems confronting the latter in its hour of historical triumph. In the epoch of the Communist Manifesto, Mill remarked that if the choice were to be made between communism with all its chances, and the present state of society with all its sufferings and injustices, if the institution of private property necessarily carried with it as a consequence, that the produce of labor should be apportioned as we now see it, almost in an inverse ratio to the labor, the largest portions to those who have never worked at all, the next largest to those whose work is merely nominal, and so in a descending scale, the remuneration dwindling as the work grows harder and more disagreeable, until the most fatiguing and exhausting bodily labor cannot count with certainty upon being able to earn even the necessities of life. If this or communism were the alternative, all the difficulties, great or small, of communism would be but as dust in the balance. But that was not the case, he pointed out. For to make the comparison applicable, we must compare communism at its best, with the regime of private property, not as it is, but as it might be made. The principle of private property has never yet had a fair trial in any country. Only the future could decide between the comparative advantages of the two systems, in which the final criterion would probably be which was consistent with the greatest amount of human liberty and spontaneity. 157 The system of private property did transform itself, even if not quite in the way Mill envisaged, and the comparison has turned to its advantage. But the question as Mill posed it is still unsettled. For the boot is now on the other foot. Has socialism been given a fair trial? Have we seen it, not as it actually existed, but as it might exist, at its best? The changes involved might be as far from the expectations of Marx as were those that altered capitalism from the ideas of Mill. But for such a possibility to have meaning, it is not utopian circumstances that should be looked to, but the real conditions of the world in the next century. What are the prospects that socialism could cope with these more successfully than capitalism? Intellectually, the culture of the left is far from having been demobilized by the collapse of Soviet communism, or the impasse of Western social democracy, as a glance at the distinguished recent symposium after the fall shows. 158 In this sense, the vitality of the socialist tradition continues to be displayed on many sides. Amidst a range of proposals for renewal, two themes stand out as most consensual. A socialism beyond the experience of Stalinist tyranny and social democratic suivisme would represent neither an impossible abolition of the market, nor an uncritical adaptation to it. Differing forms of collective ownership, cooperative, municipal, regional, national, of the major means of production would be combined with market exchanges. Between them, under the guidance of broad public planning of macroeconomic balances. The most impressive of such conceptions, developed by Diane Elson, turns the tables on the familiar notion that it is the advent of an economy increasingly based on information that has rendered any alternative to capitalism obsolete, by calling for abolition of the anachronisms of commercial secrecy. Here the objective is a socialization of the market that transfers powers to producers in competing enterprises with knowledge of each other's techniques and costs, and secures the freedom of households with guarantees of basic income. 159 The mechanisms of planning in a socialized market of this kind could be of various kinds, but all involve some central controls over the credit system. Such controls, in turn, this is the second principal theme of current literature, would have to be accountable to a democracy far more articulated in its forms than anything the capitalist version has to offer, encouraging electoral participation rather than indifference, minimizing barriers between deputies and constituents, opening and regulating executive processes, diversifying arenas in which decisions are taken, securing representation of gender as well as of number. Among schemes along these lines, David Held's model of a developed democracy is one of the most detailed so far. 160 Finally, of course, there is general agreement that the social forces needed to work towards a socialism of this kind would have to embrace a much broader coalition of wage earners than was envisaged in earlier conceptions relying on the industrial labor force alone. No refoundation of the socialist project, whatever its particular direction, could hope to be credible that failed to come to terms with the historical experience of the Second and Third Internationals. Mere repudiations are no more used today than were simple pieties yesterday. Any culture of the left that tries to start again ex nihilo, or take shelter in the principles of 1789, will be stillborn. Serious reflection on the political and intellectual legacy of the modern socialist movement, in its various forms, reveals many riches that were forgotten as well as roads that were mistaken, also many more interconnections with the critics of socialism than have been customarily remembered. It is not an accident that the most fundamental survey of the problems confronting any socialism of the future should also be the richest stocktaking, with many surprises, of the main tradition of the past, Robin Blackburn's balance sheet of the economic and political heritage of Marxism. 161 Its theme is complexity, of the circumstances in which the October Revolution was made and unmade, of the differing strands within Bolshevik and social democratic thought confronting the Soviet experience, of the structure of any possible society beyond capitalism, which nearly all of them underestimated. In this reconstruction, Koski and Mises, or Hayek and Trotsky, turn out to have had more in common than might be imagined, in their critique of the idea of a universal intelligence capable of rationally directing the countless transactions of a modern economy, but the very dispersal of knowledge on which social and technological progress depends also tells against the presumptions of unaccountable private management. Here the idea of a socialism after communism is posed on the appropriate contemporary scale. The effect is to bring into relief the real exigencies, but also some of the difficulties of an alternative to the present world order. For the central case against capitalism today is the combination of ecological crisis and social polarization it is breeding. Market forces contain no solution to these. Driven by the imperatives of private profit, their logic is to disregard environmental damage and to entrench positional hierarchy. The global consequences of their spontaneous development are the visible refutation of Austrian conceptions of it as a beneficent catalysis. Here, if anywhere, the case for deliberate collective intervention, the constructivist taxes rejected by Austrian theory would seem unanswerable. At this higher level, where the fate of the earth itself will be decided, do not the classical arguments of socialism for intentional democratic control of the material conditions of life stage their comeback? If there is to be, as the most prescient analysts insist, an environmental revolution comparable in significance only to the industrial and agricultural revolutions before it, 162 how could it be other than consciously realized, that is, planned? What else are the targets already feebly set by various national governments and international agencies? The reply to these questions is in one sense obvious. But in another sense, it remains politically ambiguous. For the paradox is that the terrain on which the socialist economic critique of capitalism has most contemporary power also poses it with even more difficult tasks than those it failed to acquit in the past. The central stumbling block to a planned economy is the coordination problem, its incapacity, as the Austrians saw it, to match market pricing as an information system, in conditions of dispersed knowledge. There are simply too many decisions to process, a complexity defying any conceivable computation. If socialist planning was defeated by this problem at the level of single national economies, how could it handle the immeasurably greater complexities of a global economy? Is it not more likely that ecological balance will be reached by selective regulation, that deters or proscribes certain forms of production within the world market, rather than stipulating any, as energy taxation or pharmaceutical legislation does today? A solution of this kind, within the familiar framework of capitalism, is nevertheless quite unworkable. For the central problem is not simply the absolute levels of damage to the biosphere, but the relative contributions to it of rival national economies. This, however, could only be resolved by a mixture of deterrence and quotas, in other words, not just prevention, but allocation, or planning proper. Allocation, however, inevitably poses the issue of equity. On what principles should the consumption of fossil fuels, the production of nuclear waste, the emission of carbon, the substitution of CFCs, the employment of pesticides, the logging of forests, be distributed among the peoples of the world? Here the market, however curbed, has nothing to offer. The malignant appropriation of the world's riches by a privileged minority, with which the destruction of its resources is now fatally interwoven, threatens any common solutions to the massive dangers now gathering momentum. Socialism meant planning, not for its own sake, but in the service of justice. It is quite logical that Austrian economic theory, as the most cogent rationale of capitalism, should exclude the idea of justice even more rigorously than that of planning. But it is precisely an alliance of the two that is required for any genuine global settlement. The environmental revolution will not occur without a new sense of egalitarian responsibility. Much the same paradox recurs on the ground of representative institutions proper. The attenuation of democratic forms in the major capitalist societies is increasingly evident. The executive branches of the state have gained steadily greater power at the expense of legislative assemblies. Policy choices have narrowed and popular interest in them declined. Above all, the most important changes affecting the well-being of citizens have been transferred sideways to international markets. In these conditions, the construction of effective supranational sovereignties is the obvious remedy to the loss by national states of so much of their substance and authority. Western Europe contains the one significant start towards such a federation. The European Community was created principally by Christian democrats, and the Treaty of Rome was expressly designed as the framework for a robust continental capitalism. It took a considerable time for many socialists to see it as an opportunity for long-term advance in another direction. Today that awareness is much more widespread. On any realistic reckoning, it is clear that a major task of the left will be to press towards the completion of a genuine federal state in the community, with a sovereign authority over its constituent parts. That, of course, will require a democratically empowered European legislature, rather than the shadow parliament of the present, just the prospect that is anathema to the right across the region. Such a union is the only kind of general will that can contest the new power of the invisible hand as the arbiter of collective destinies. But realism also dictates an awareness that, just as the larger an economy the more difficult it is to plan, so the greater the territory and population of a state, the less subject it tends to become to democratic control. The United States, with its lawless executive and paralytic legislature, is the most vivid example of this today, as Russia might become tomorrow. Scale tends to afford economies in civic participation too. The reason is partly that it renders central government spatially and structurally more distant from its electorate, increasing its bureaucratic autonomy. But it is also because it sharply raises the costs of political organization, giving disproportionate advantages to groups that are concentrated in numbers and well endowed with resources, hence with good internal lines of communication and ample means of opinion formation, as against widely scattered masses lacking the expensive requirements for their own voluntary association. The path to a more relevant democracy today points beyond the nation-state, but the price of it is likely to be a more remote one too. The socialist critique of capitalist democracy will thus confront many of the same problems it now diagnoses, in a yet more acute form at the very level towards which its own program should move. Here too the dialectical figure seems to shift into reverse. The contradictions of capitalism do not resolve but augment the difficulties of socialism. If this is true of economic principles and political institutions, what of social agency? The classical proletariat of industrial workers has declined in absolute numbers in the advanced countries, and in relative size as a proportion of the world's population. At the same time, the number of all those who depend on wages for their livelihood has vastly increased, although it still probably falls short of a majority of humanity. The greatest single change in global society since the Second World War, after the contraction of the peasantry, has been the entry of women into the paid labor force of rich and poor countries alike. With this change, the human potential of opposition to the dictates of capital has become more truly universal than it was at the height of the traditional labor movement, confined to only one sex. Migration is also mixing populations once again, on a scale not seen since the previous century. How far do these transformations offer a realistic basis for resuming a socialist project? The answer is at best deeply ambiguous. For if their net effect is to broaden the social forces open to the appeal of a different kind of world order, it is also to divide them. Even within the metropolitan industrial working class itself, there is less occupational similarity and cultural likeness than in the past. Outside it, heterogeneity of every kind, income, employment, gender, nationality, faith, proliferates. Many of these divisions, of course, operated in the past too. But the core support of the classic labor movement was nevertheless relatively homogeneous. It was essentially manual, overwhelmingly male, and predominantly European. No equivalent to such coordinates obtains today. The distances between a Korean seamstress, Zambian field hand, Lebanese bank clerk, Filipino sailor, Italian secretary, Russian miner, Japanese auto worker, are vastly greater than those that were once bridged in the ranks of a unitary Second International, even though not a few might even be employees of the same conglomerate. The new reality is a massive asymmetry between the international mobility and organization of capital, and the dispersal and segmentation of labor, that has no historical precedent. The globalization of capitalism has not drawn the resistances to it together, but scattered and outflanked them. In due course, perhaps, an interstitial surprise of the kind tracked by Michael Mann, the emergence of a new social agent catching all others unawares, may appear. But for the moment no change in this unequal balance of forces is in sight. The potential extension of social interests in an alternative to capitalism has been accompanied by a reduction in social capacities to fight for one. All these difficulties have a common origin. The case against capitalism is strongest on the very plane where the reach of socialism is weakest, at the level of the world system as a whole. That weakness has always been there, from the earliest hopes of revolution in one country, or even continent, expressed by Marx and his contemporaries. But increasingly, as the 20th century advanced, the movement that prided itself on having overcome national boundaries fell ever further behind the system it set out to replace, as the civilization of capital became steadily more international, not just in its economic mechanisms with the arrival of the multinational corporation, but also in its political arrangements, with the machinery of NATO and the G7. The contrast with the record of what was once the socialist camp says everything. The age continues to see nationalisms exploding like firecrackers across much of the world, not least where communism once stood. But the future belongs to the set of forces that are overtaking the nation-state. So far, they have been captured or driven by capital, as in the past 50 years, internationalism has changed sides. So long as the left fails to win back the initiative here, the current system will be secure. Where, then, does this leave socialism? History suggests a range of ideal typical outcomes, which more or less set the spectrum of possibilities. In stylized fashion, these can be taken as paradigms for different versions of the future. The first possibility is that the experience of socialism in this century will simply be regarded by historians of the future as something like the Jesuit experiment in Paraguay. This was an episode that fascinated the Enlightenment. Montesquieu and Voltaire, Robertson and Raynal all reflected on its significance. For over a century, between the 1610s and the 1760s, the Jesuit fathers organized Guarani tribes into egalitarian communities under their authority in the territories upstream from the River Plate. In these settlements, each Indian family had the right to a personal field, tilled privately, but the bulk of the land was cultivated collectively as God's property by the obligatory labor of the whole community, to the sound of religious song and music. Its produce was distributed for the benefit of all those who worked the fields, with a reserve for the ill, the old, and the orphans. There were storehouses, workshops, small factories and well-built towns. But there was no money. Simply, a tradable surplus of yerba was exported to Buenos Aires, to pay for manufactures which the reductions did not produce. The Jesuits devoted great care to the education of their charges, ingeniously adapting their doctrinal duties to local beliefs. There was conscription, and the Guarani cavalry did outstanding service for the Spanish monarchy outside the borders of the Jesuit domain. But no Spanish official was permitted to reside within it, no traders could visit it, and no Spanish was taught to the Indians, who were given instruction and literacy in their own language, under the autocracy of the order. In its complete reversal of the treatment meted out to the native populations everywhere else in the Americas, in its careful isolation from the surrounding viceroyalty, in its relative prosperity, the Jesuit state in Paraguay came to attract the hatred and greed of the local landowners, the suspicion and jealousy of the court in Spain. Ultimately, in a sudden decree, Madrid ordered the expulsion of the order from Paraguay. The operation, ruthlessly conducted by the viceroy, met no resistance. The fathers obeyed their instructions from Rome. The Indians were disarmed with promises of the preservation of their communities and the provision of a university that they had missed. But once the society was gone, their lands were soon seized, their townships destroyed, their populations dispersed. Today, all that is left of an experience that had won the ambivalent admiration of the philosophies are a handful of handsome church ruins, and perhaps the survival of the local idiom. 163 In Europe, the Jesuits adjusted their ambitions and eventually became an inoffensive part of the overall scene, their name respected and their cause absorbed in a civilization moving in another direction. In the 19th century, their singular experiment in Paraguay was occasionally mourned by romantic socialists like Cunningham Graham, a friend of William Morris, or deprecated by rational conservatives like Cornott. 164 But in the consensus of later generations, when it was remembered at all, it was seen as a weird historical sport and artificial social construction, contradicting every known law of human nature, doomed to rapid extinction. In the same way, future, even present historians might look back on the cycle of attempts to build socialism in the 20th century as a set of exotic aberrations in backward lands, fated to vanish after briefly disturbing the main course of history as it proceeded to its appointed conclusion, leaving only the innocuous traces of absorption in more advanced regions. Already in the 70s François Furet spoke of the closing of the socialist parenthesis, as civilization resumed its long-term development towards liberal capitalism. In the perspective of that progress, the eventual fate of socialism would be oblivion. The second possibility is that the outcome of modern socialism would be closer to the legacy of the first revolution against divine right monarchy. In England in the 1640s, the dynasty and episcopacy were overthrown, a revolutionary army emerged, a republican state was founded, and an extraordinary ferment of radical ideas bubbled up. The most remarkable of these, as a collective achievement, was the first theory of modern democracy that emerged in the ranks of the Levelers. Their political demands included widespread male suffrage, a written constitution, entrenched clauses to protect civil liberties, annual parliaments, popular election not only of MPs, but of military officers and civil servants as well. This was a program so far ahead of its time that most of its concerns have even today still not been realized in Britain, which has neither republic, nor written constitution, nor a Bill of Rights, let alone annual parliaments or an elected officer corps. The Leveller vision of democracy, the product of popular mobilization during the Civil War and the experience of rank-and-file representation in the General Council of the Army, did not outlast the military struggle against the monarchy, as an effective movement. But the Leveller moment in the Civil War remains the most deeply impressive political spectacle of its time. It is not surprising that its ideals should have won such frequent admiration from contemporary historians. Yet what was their actual historical legacy? The English monarchy was restored in 1660, and within another 50 years a stable aristocratic oligarchy was in place, that lasted down to the epoch of the Industrial Revolution. In this development, the memory of the radical ferment of the English Republic was completely effaced. Neither the Commonwealth itself, nor the Levellers who had fought to democratize the revolutionary state, left any durable traces in British political life. The Putney debates were only rediscovered in the late 19th century, and the Leveller program seriously examined in this century. Just as the English Revolution left no major institutions behind, so it bequeathed no continuous heritage of ideas, living on as an active influence in subsequent generations. The reason lay not so much in its political defeat as in the intellectual change that occurred after it was over. For the great revolutionary excitement at mid-century was still cast in essentially religious terms. The Civil War issued into a Puritan revolution, whose principal leaders and militants were committed to the creation of a commonwealth of the godly, in a mental universe still saturated with biblical myths and Protestant doctrines. It was this theological casing which cut it off so abruptly. Providence, sign of the Lord's blessing when Cromwell's armies were victorious, became proof of divine anger when the Republic fell, leading to a characteristic collapse of morale. More profoundly, however, the religious stamp of the Revolution came to seem anachronistic, as polite culture and popular beliefs became increasingly secularized over the next century. The result was a gap of some 140 years between the English Revolution and its historical successor in France. The Declaration of the Rights of Man, the slogans of liberty, equality, and fraternity, were objectively sequels to the Leveller agreements of the people. But subjectively, there was little or no connection between them, because the whole language of political insurgency had changed. Now, whatever other energies it drew upon, the vocabulary of revolution was radically secular, indeed for the most part intransigently anti-clerical. So it might be said that Leveller democracy did not quite suffer the fate of Jesuit equality, since after the elapse of another century, its equivalent did reappear much more strongly, explosively, and durably, but in the form of a transvaluation. In this process, ideas at work in the good old cause found expression in a very different idiom, with other connotations and justifications. If something like this were to unfold at the end of the 20th century, socialism would indeed disappear, but at some later date we could expect to find its characteristic goals and values recoded into some new compelling vision of the world, objectively related but subjectively disconnected from its predecessor. Some might imagine that a certain ecologism could fit this role, discarding what it would see as the religious dimensions of socialism, faith in the proletariat and disdain for nature, but re-articulating other of its key themes, above all, conscious collective control of economic practices, in the interests of equal life chances for all humanity. A third possibility is that the trajectory of socialism might rather come to resemble that of the Jacobinism unleashed by the French Revolution itself. Unlike the Levellers, the Jacobins, less committed to personal liberty, more effective in state construction, succeeded in winning power, although they did not hold it for long. Their rule was the radical crest of a revolutionary process which lasted a decade, convulsing the European scene. Like the English before it, the French Revolution created no lasting political order, it too issuing into a military dictatorship followed by a restoration. But this time the old order had to be reimposed from without, for the revolution itself had gone much further, setting in train deeper popular mobilization, broader ideological development, vaster strategic consequences for Europe at large. In so doing, it had become not just a national but a universal event, whose memory could not be forgotten. Within France itself, just because the Restoration had been external, the revolutionary legacy could not long be suppressed. 15 years later, Paris was covered in barricades and the government in flight. The July monarchy lasted little longer, before being consumed in the flames of 1848. The French Revolution, in other words, founded a cumulative political tradition, inspiring successive later attempts to realize the principles of 1789 or 1794 not only in France, but in Europe as well, and ultimately even beyond it. On the other hand, this tradition also quite soon underwent a decisive mutation. For out of the bourgeois democratic matrix of the French Revolution, there issued the distinct and eventually antagonistic conceptions of modern socialism. In this process, there was no break in temporal continuity, of the kind that lay between the age of the Levellers and that of the Jacobins. The birth of socialist ideas effectively overlapped with the emergence of the secular notions of popular sovereignty and equality before the law that would become the normal foundations of capitalist democracy. Babeuf, the first thinker of the socialist tradition proper, was an actor in the revolution itself. Saint-Simon, its first systematic theorist, was a volunteer in the American War of Independence, and a witness of the revolution, who developed his doctrines in reaction to it under the Restoration. Fourier published his first scheme for phalansteries under Napoleon. Marx himself was profoundly steeped in the heritage of what he often called simply the Great Revolution, and modeled the proletarian upheaval to come by backward projection from it. So when the 1848 revolution broke out, it was natural that the Second Republic should see a brief united front between old Jacobins and new socialists, Ledru Rollin and Louis Blanc. As late as the Commune, a coalition between the two still held in Paris. But as Cournot noted, watching the red flags with foreboding, the proximity was now deceptive. Socialism did present itself as the heir of the revolution, the only program capable of giving effective reality to liberty, equality, and fraternity. but it was also a genuine mutation. This was a different species of movement from the Jacobin, aiming at another kind of society than Robespierre's Republic of Virtue, which involved a break with its respect for private property, a critique of its understanding of the past, a reordering of the Trinity of 1789, and a wager on a new social agent that only emerged with the spread of modern industry, after the French Revolution was over. Were the Jacobin paradigm to be pertinent, socialism too would undergo a similar mutation in its turn, with the overlapping emergence of a new kind of movement for the radical transformation of society, in some respect acknowledging its debt to socialism, but in others criticizing and repudiating it quite sharply. This, of course, is something like the role that feminists often attribute to the struggle for sexual equality. The modern origins of campaigns for women's emancipation go back to the time of the Second International, when the central texts of the labor movement themselves spoke of abolishing inequality between sexes as well as classes, and Babel's work on Woman in the Past, Present and Future was the most popular single book in the literature of German social democracy, just as the central text of modern feminism, de Beauvoir's Second Sex, was to be written from a declared socialist standpoint. But suffragism and its successors nevertheless always represented a distinct historical tradition, and as socialism came to accord steadily less place to sexual equality in the 20th century, the distance between the two widened. The contemporary forms of second-wave feminism have generally been marked by clear differentiation from socialist traditions. If the social changes it has achieved still remain quite modest, the structural consequences of real sexual equality for a capitalist economy and society look imponderably large. Whether it will come to this, no one can now say. But feminists might well argue that, by contrast with the uncertain future of the labor movement, the cause of women's emancipation can be reasonably confident that it has the better part of its life in front of it. There is another possibility, which is that the destiny of socialism might after all prove closer to that of its historical rival, liberalism. If the economic origins of modern liberalism lay in classical political economy, as formulated by Smith and Ricardo, and it became a political doctrine in the time of the Restoration, given classical expression by Constant, the two streams did not fully merge until the mid-19th century, in the epoch of Gladstone and Cavour. Then, as a general theory of free trade and the rule of law, a market society and a limited state, whose influence was much broader than the parties which bore its name, it became the ruling conception of progress in the Old and New worlds alike. By the turn of the century, having presided over substantial economic growth and international peace, liberalism seemed set to guide the civilization of the Belle Époque into a world of wider prosperity and less restricted democracy. From this zenith, the descent was abrupt. With the outbreak of the First World War, liberal civilization suddenly collapsed into industrial barbarism. As millions fell in the inter-imperialist killing, under the leadership of its most respectable politicians and ideologues, its value order seemed bent on committing moral suicide. The profound discredit that ensued from this debacle was then followed by the devastating blow of the deepest slump in world history, between the wars. If the Great War seemed to spell the unhinging of the constitutional state, the Depression appeared to demonstrate the bankruptcy of the free market. Still worse was to come, when the combined legacy of Versailles and Black Friday brought Nazism to power within the framework of parliamentary democracy, while the world market broke up into autarkic blocs. By the end of the first third of the century, it looked to many observers as if liberalism might be destroying itself from within as a major historical force. Events proved otherwise. In and through the ordeal of the Second World War, liberalism staged a remarkable recovery. In the struggle against fascism, the American economy recovered its dynamism, and the Anglo-Saxon states their reputation. With the return of peace, liberal democracy based on universal suffrage was for the first time generalized across the whole advanced capitalist zone, and consolidated with the economic assistance and political supervision of the United States. At the same time the world capitalist economy was durably reliberalized, and as international free trade revived on a gold dollar standard, a long boom brought rapid growth and mass prosperity without precedent across the OECD. By any historical measure, this was a formidable dual transformation. Liberalism now looks forward to a third achievement, of comparable order, the gradual spread of its economic and political model throughout the less developed world. Scarcely any country in the Third World launched industrialization on free market lines, or started out as a true constitutional state. But once accumulation has reached a certain threshold, political democracy and economic deregulation have begun to exhibit a certain trend line in selected regions of the South too. This, of course, is the story told by Fukuyama. Socialism, for its part, emerged onto the world stage at just the moment when liberalism entered into its modern crisis. At a time when most liberal thinkers was still bathed in the euphoria of Herbert Spencer, convinced that industry would spread peace between states, Luxemburg and Lenin, Hilferding and Trotsky were predicting the outbreak of the imperialist war that would bring the fin de siècle settlement to an end. It was the Marxist tradition which likewise foresaw the possibility of the Great Depression, and Marxists who first perceived the full consequences of the fascism that emerged from it. At the same time, as Marx himself and following him Russian Marxists, had also thought possible, a socialist revolution did indeed break out in Russia, and lead to the creation of a communist state in what European observers had long thought would probably be the second major power in the world in the 20th century. That state was in turn the prime force in the defeat of European fascism in the Second World War, a defeat which laid the foundations for the historical recovery of liberalism in the West, while a second great revolution broke out in Asia. No political movement ever realizes exactly what it sets out to achieve, and no social theory ever foresees just what goes on to occur. There is no difficulty in enumerating all the mistaken claims and predictions made by Marx, Luxemburg, or Lenin. But no other body of theory in this period, the first third of the century, came near to the twofold successes of anticipation and accomplishment of the socialist tradition. On the other hand, these proved in practice to be as vulnerable to time and their own crimes as those of liberalism before them. Already before the defeat of Nazism, Stalin's regime had made war on its peasantry and unleashed the purges, in two great waves of mass terror that can only be compared in toll of lives to the First World War, and may have exceeded it. If the moral political balance with liberalism was thereby lost, the economic balance soon gave the East no advantage over the West either. The stormy Soviet industrialization of the 30s, which secured victory over Hitler, unfolded against a background of depression and stagnation in the West. But after 1950 capitalism entered on the most dynamic boom in its history, and when recession set in again 20 years later, its growth rate proved to be well above that of the Soviet bloc, by now sunk in acute economic stagnation and social paralysis under unreconstructed bureaucratic rule. The social democratic branch of the socialist tradition, on the other hand, which had not challenged the murderous plunge into the First World War, and furnished little remedy against the Depression, flourished within West European capitalism after the Second World War, pioneering welfare systems that were to render it significantly more humane than its American or Japanese counterparts. But with the altered economic conditions of the 80s, these two entered into crisis as social democratic parties steadily lost office or abandoned commitments to their traditional goals. By the end of the decade, communism was everywhere in crisis or collapse, and social democracy was rudderless. The historical potential of socialism at large, even allowing for the lesser discredit of social democracy, seems to many as thoroughly exhausted as did that of liberalism 50 years ago. If the liberal paradigm were pertinent, however, an ulterior redemption of socialism as a movement could not be excluded. Liberalism recovered, despite every dire prediction, by adopting diluted elements of its antagonists' program state monitoring of macroeconomic balances, securing of social peace through welfare schemes, broadening of democracy to all adults. Communism tried to modernize itself in similar fashion, by introducing elements of the rule of law and of competitive markets. The result was a complete failure, at any rate in the Soviet bloc. Their capitalism is now politically and intellectually triumphant. On the other hand, full privatization of large-scale property, that is, a complete economic reproduction of capitalism and its concomitant social structure, is still some way off. Its achievement will require a feat of long-run social engineering without precedent in the liberal tradition, in harsh conditions. The resources needed to finance it are already overstretched in the superintending powers. For the underlying structural malaise of advanced capitalism, revealed in the 70s, has not been overcome. Rates of profit are still no more than half those of the long post-war boom, and have been sustained at this level only by massive credit expansion, postponing the day of reckoning. The advent of any severe new crisis in the OECD would change all political calculations, west and east, unpredictably. The tightening of the linkages in the global capitalist order is anyway bound to force the tremendous pressures of poverty and exploitation in the South into the arena of the North for the first time. All these tensions could create a new international agenda for social reconstruction. Were it able to respond effectively to them, socialism would not so much be succeeded by another movement, as redeemed in its own right as a program for a more equal and livable world. Historical analogies are never more than suggestive. But there are occasions where they may be more fruitful than predictions. It would be surprising if the fate of socialism reproduced any one of these paradigms in all fidelity. But the set of possible futures now before it falls within a range such as this: oblivion, transvaluation, mutation, redemption, each, according to their intuition, will make their own guess as to which is more probable. Jesuit, Leveller, Jacobin, Liberal, these are the figures in the mirror. 1992.